Good morning. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the trial of Wisconsin versus Chandler Halderson. We are up to days 5 and 6. This will be a long stream. It's going to be about a 10-hour stream. We're going to get 2 days in today. Thank you. We're going to get 2 days in today as we are in rewatch of this trial. We kind of put it on hold for a little bit while we covered a couple live trials, but now we are back covering this. So welcome in everybody. Let's see, how far back can I go? Can I take it all the way back? Richard in the kitchen, hello to you. Good morning. Kathy Davis, thank you for joining us. Angel, good to see you. Amanda, thank you for joining us. Iowa Backyard, Kathy Davis. Teresa, am I going to air the Teen Lovers Murder Trial, day 1? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. We want to finish up with Chandler because we started before Halloween and we got sidetracked with a couple live trials, and now we're back to covering Chandler. We're going to do Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. So it does not look like we're going to pick up on that right now. Linda and Tammy, hello. BGOG, good to see you. Jennifer King, good morning to you. Debbie Blair, saying good morning to everybody. Allie B, good morning, hooligans. Jennifer King and Brenda Meyer, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Sarah, good morning to you. Cindy Davidson and Edward. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Karen and Willow Johnson coming in. G. Stewie. Trixie, working on project at work. So we'll be lurking, no problem. Sherry M., happy hump day to you. Red Snap, good morning, busy but listening. All right, no problem there. Ruth, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. C. Gilmore, good morning to you. Marlene, hello. Welcome in. All right, you guys, let's get to Chandler. Let's get to Chazzy. Let's hit our like button and let's continue on.
Thanks. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. I want to remind you of what I said about climate control within the room, although I'm feeling cooler air now, so maybe we've been able to adjust the temperature. It was kind of warm when we started today. So I hope you are comfortable, and if there's anything you need in that regards, please let Randy know. We do have a fan that he set up to try and get a little more direct circulation for you. Before we begin with the resumption of the state's case in chief, is there anyone in the panel who was exposed to any information over the weekend, unintentionally or intentionally sought out any further information about this case, or participated in or overheard discussions about the evidence, the case, the parties, the witnesses, etc.? I see no hands. Thanks very much. Let's begin. Attorney Brown.
The state will call Jessime Torres.
Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Green chair, hold it down.
Good morning. I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly if you could testify without a mask this morning. Is that all right with you?
Yes, that is.
Go ahead and remove your mask then, please. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Good morning. My name is Jessime Torres, spelled Jessamy, Torres is Torres.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Could you tell us what the role of a lieutenant is, and perhaps in contrast to, we've already heard from maybe some deputies and some detectives. What is a lieutenant?
So a lieutenant is a supervisor over the deputies, detectives, sergeants. And in my opinion, my role as a supervisor is to assist the people that are doing the job, help them in any way that I can to do the best job that they can under those circumstances.
In early July of last year, were you asked to kind of perform in that role as a lieutenant regarding a few days of a search of the Irwin Road property here in Dane County?
Yes, I was.
And was that in relation to the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What was your role as one of these people out there who is maybe higher ranking? What was your role on the property?
Well, so I was out there 2 different days, and my role was just kind of to be the overall supervisor of the scene. Both days that I was present at the Irwin Road property, I primarily interacted with the property owners. They were very distraught and emotional. So I spent a lot of the majority of my time talking with them and trying to keep them calm so that the detectives and the deputies on scene could do their jobs.
So while we're going to hear probably a lot today from people who found things on the property, you weren't one of those people out physically digging through things most of the time?
Most of the time, correct.
Okay. What days, first of all, let's start with, I think Detective Baberstock testified that the torso was found on the 8th. How long was the property kept, and when was it finally released back to Cress as out of the custody of the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
So we turned the property back over to Cress on Monday, July 12th.
Okay, so it was the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. At some points those days, the Sheriff's Department was out there from the finding of the torso to the release. It was within your purview or within your custody?
Yes.
Okay. And the property itself, could you describe the general property for us? I think the jury's seen pictures, but what was your view of the property?
So it was a rural property. There was a main residential building. There was an outbuilding, which would be best described as a large barn. There was a smaller outbuilding that held chickens. And then the property consisted of acreage, I would estimate, I don't know the exact number, but maybe 30 to 35 acres of varying topographical design. There was a large field with overgrowth that was maybe 12, 15 acres, and then surrounding that was wooded property.
And if we look at this map, which has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 57, when you talk about the field that was overgrowth, are you talking about this part of the image that's on the right side?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
I think you said you were out there for 2 days. Were there 2 main days of searches after the initial finding of things, the day of the torso and the garbage bin and things of that sort on the 8th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. After the torso and the garbage bin were found by Detective Baberstock on the 8th, were there 2 primary days of searching that occurred after that you were involved in?
Yes, 2 days that I was involved in. Saturday, July 10th in the morning, and then Monday, July 12th in the morning.
And could you give us let's start with, I suppose, just because we talked about it, the field. Was that field search, that grassy field?
How did we go about doing that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask when this picture was taken?
Sure, and those are law enforcement vehicles out there, so sometime later, but while law enforcement was out there.
So the one field, I had actually spoke with Cress about it. She was letting it grow natural to try and bring back bee populations. So there was a large portion that had, I would say, need to waist high natural growth. There was some small shrubberies, there was thorns, there was tall grass. So on Saturday, July 10th was when we did a line search of that area.
And what do you mean by a line search?
So everyone that was there to assist that day, we briefed ahead of time out in the field near this barn. And then what we did was we lined up. We tried to maintain an equal distance amongst each officer, not too far, but not too close. And then we just systematically walked started at one end and walked in a line down till we got to the other end. If anyone saw anything that was of interest, they would say stop, and we'd all stop. If the line ever kind of got off canter where one side was, we would stop and reline up. And so we'd keep walking till we got to the end, kind of turn the line, rotate the line around where the last person was, and go back up.
Based on what you know or any of your knowledge, was anything of evidentiary value found in that big field?
No.
Going to maybe more the wooded portion, were the woods searched to the extent you could?
Yes, it was my understanding that the woods had been searched prior, that there had been detectives that had gone through there. But we also did, as we searched the field part, we also made our line kind of overlap with the wooded part, and it was common to, when we would turn, overlap, have someone overlap the last where that end person had gone, to make sure that we aren't potentially missing anything.
And absent what Detective Baverstock and the other detectives have maybe talked about finding the first day on the 8th, was anything found in the woods in your line search?
No, not on the day that I was there.
Now, there was a residence, a house on this property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that home searched at some point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So that home was also searched on Monday, July 12th.
The homeowner, was the homeowner there, Kress?
Yes, Kress was.
Okay. And was anything of evidentiary value related ultimately to the case found in the house?
No items of evidence were collected other than photographic evidence.
Sure. The driveway leading all the way through, I know it looked like a long, windy driveway down to the road. Was that area in general searched?
Yes, that would have been on Saturday, the 10th, when we did the land and the property search. We also covered the land all the way down to the road, and we even walked along the roadway.
And I think we'll hear from that deputy later, but it'd be fair to say something of evidentiary value was found in that driveway up to the road search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now there's there's a shed, a barn on this property. Was that barn searched?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me, based on what you know, how many folks were searching it and maybe how they go about something like that?
So on Monday, July 12th, there was 6, myself, and then 6 deputies, well, 2 deputies and 4 detectives. So we briefed ahead of time, and the way that barn was searched was all 6 went in. I was in and out, asking if there's anything I could do to help or assist, but then also back at the residence with Kress. But the way the search was completed, as any search that I've been involved with, everyone coordinates and talks amongst themselves, and we'll start in an area and communicate with their partners. I'll start here, you start here, we'll meet in the middle, and they just kind of systematically go through the building, doing their best to cover searching every area that they can.
Can you describe this barn?
Yes, it was a large barn. I don't know the exact dimensions, but I would say it could probably have fit in maybe 12 cars. Inside the barn, there was a SUV parked. There were 2 tractors, the ones that have kind of a single seat tractor, farm tractor. There was also a workbench area. There was a lot of tools. In the center of the barn, there was piled high, various boxes and Tupperware containers, not Tupperware, what's the word I'm looking for? The plastic boxes like you put your decorations in. And then there was also some high shelving along that had things stored there. A lot of old dusty tools.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that, the property released back to Kress on the 12th?
Yes.
When you left on the 12th, were you comfortable with the property had been searched at that time and giving it back to the homeowner?
Yes, I was comfortable that we'd done the best that we could, and had there been any question about, for me, whether we should stay longer, I would have told Kress we're going to stay longer.
Sure. At that stage in the investigation, were there other areas that needed to be searched by maybe even some of the same sheriff's deputies that were there?
Yes.
Just in general, what types of areas were you aware of that ultimately had to be searched?
My understanding, in addition to that property on Early Wind, there was the primary residence. There was some wooded DNR land. There was waterways. And then there was also a large landfill.
Sure. Were you later made aware a couple months after your search that the homeowner found a rifle in that barn?
Yes, I was.
And possible you missed it in the original search?
Yes.
Any explanation or what could you say about that?
What I could say about that is that I'm confident that the detectives and the deputies I was supervising that day were doing the best they could. It was a vast property. There was a lot of items in there. And if it was missed during our search, it was oversight or human error.
Sure. Sometimes searches aren't 100% effective.
I say we always do the best we can, but it would be naive to say we get 100% every time. We try our best.
Sure. No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Torres, from July 8th to July 12th, I believe that's when you said that the property was under your custody or Dane County Sheriff's custody. Is that correct?
To the best of my understanding, I wasn't there when the scene was initiated. So my only involvement with the case was on the July 10th and July 12th.
As your role as lieutenant, would you be able to know if the property was under, well, let me backtrack. So we learned earlier last week that during the search of the Oak Springs location, there was constantly someone from law enforcement that was guarding that location. Are you aware if that same thing happened here in the Erwin location?
I'm not familiar with the location that you just referenced, but what I can say is the Erwin location from when the official word was that we were guarding it as a crime scene, we staffed a deputy there 24/7.
So it was constantly being looked at from the time you determined it was a crime scene to the time you released it on the 12th?
Yes, I can say we constantly had a deputy there.
Okay. And your role in lieutenant, if something was found, something of evidentiary value was found in that location, were you informed of that?
At that time?
Yes.
Yes. The only item of evidentiary value that was collected either of the 2 days would have been on Saturday, the 10th, by Detective Dan Feeney.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to the search of the barn, it's been called a barn or a shed. You said you were there that day, correct?
I was, yes.
Approximately how many hours were devoted to searching this barn?
I can't say for certain how many hours we were in the barn, but we arrived at that property probably about 8 a.m. and I believe the time that we all left, that the last law enforcement left, was about 11:30
So 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Okay. And could you describe a little bit more about how the search in the barn was conducted? You told us earlier about a line search and kind of gave us a detailed explanation on how that was conducted. Could you do something like that for the search of the barn?
Sure. So whenever deputies and detectives have to search a big building like that, they coordinate amongst themselves and they walk in and they communicate with each other. I'll start here, you start there, we'll meet in the middle, for example. So under that day, again, I was in and out, so I wasn't directly watching everyone that was searching the entire time. But I do know and I did observe the deputies and detectives communicating in that typical way of, I've searched this area, okay, now this is the area we have to do next, and moving through the building like that.
And then did you feel like a thorough search of that barn was conducted that day?
At that day and that time, I felt as though we had done the best that we could to find evidence.
So then later that day on the 12th was when the property was released back to the property owner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing of evidentiary value was located in that property until later in October, I believe, correct?
That's my understanding, but I was not involved in the case after July 12th.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any retreat?
One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Sure. Sounds good.
Nothing further. The witness will be released but remaining under subpoena.
Oh, so you're excused, but you remain under
Yes.
subpoena and are not released yet from your subpoena, so don't talk about the case, but you are free to go, and thank you very much for your time
Thank you,
today.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pictures with Eric.
Take care.
State calls Deputy Eric Schneider to the stand. I just want to go to Randy.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
If you feel you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be the preference here, if you're able to do that.
Sure.
And thank you so much. Go right ahead, counsel.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last names?
Deputy Eric Schneider, ERIKSCHNEIDER.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy out of the Southeast Precinct and a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit.
Tell me about that. What does that mean, that you're a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Crime Scene Unit?
My full-time position is patrol, but we also have some people that assist the two primary crime scene unit deputies, Greg Leatherberry and Jim Plenty. So if they are unavailable or there's a particularly large or complicated scene, I will come out and I will work with them.
Have you gone through any training to become part of the crime scene unit?
I have.
Can you just briefly describe that for the jury?
There's a state crime lab evidence school that I attended, a 5-day week-long school. There's an additional state lab photography course. I've done additional training on buried body course that we put on ourselves. Off the top of my head, that's additional training.
And as part of that training, learning how to collect items of evidence in a way that is both safe but also preserves the evidence?
Yes.
All right, I think I will ask you a little bit about that individually. I'm now going to approach you with some photos, exhibit 144 through 157. In this case in particular, one of the ways in which you worked as a crime scene unit deputy was at the Irwin property.
Yes.
Could you just briefly look through exhibits 144 through 157? As a group, would you describe exhibits 144 through 157 as photographs of the Irwin Road property during the search?
Yes.
Or at least some of them?
Yes.
There's many more. Do they appear to be true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
I would move 144 through 157 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. They are received.
And I will leave them up here in case you need to reference them, but what I'm going to play on the screen will also show up on your little screen. Okay. So how would you describe exhibit 108 on your screen? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
The property in question had a large barn or a shed. The immediate area around it was mowed and beyond that was a large area of like prairie and a wood line. This is a section of the mowed grass butting up against that prairie to the south of the barn.
And do you see an oil drum in that photograph?
Yes.
How would you describe Exhibit 109?
There was a cut, I think you see there an odd-shaped cut on the north side of that oil drum, and inside were some items.
And 110 shows some of those items inside?
Yes, a saw blade, a scissors, and a smaller saw with like a chrome or a metal handle, and a bolt cutters.
All right, and that's 112.
Or shears, yes.
All right, how did you package these various items? So let's start first with 139, which is the pruning shears. How did you collect and package them?
So at that time, I had CSI Greg Leatherberry with me. He made a determination we were going to remove the items, and it just so happened that my arm span was long enough that I could reach them because they were deep inside the oil drum. So just using regular nitrile evidence gloves, I reached in, I was able to pull them out one at a time without touching areas that looked like they had stains. We laid them out on paper, and then CSI Leatherberry collected them in whatever packaging he used.
And why do you wear gloves?
To preserve the evidence, to keep it from either losing evidence or us from contaminating it.
And do you change your gloves in between touching different items?
Depending, yes.
And every time, well, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 139. These are the pruning shears. Yep. Okay. And Exhibit 139 has various stickers on it. Are some of those stickers, though, identification stickers from your office?
Yes.
And why is that done?
Anything that is taken and put into evidence will have a unique tag number cataloging it.
Okay. And this appears to have all the correct stickers.
It does.
I'm going to ask you to open Exhibit 139. There. So. And Deputy, and you're going to write a report after testifying here today. Is that fair? Because you are opening up evidence?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
It's just to preserve the chain of custody.
So anytime anybody opens up a box or an envelope that has evidence tape on it, a report is written about that encounter with the evidence?
Yes.
There's also a little knife if you prefer that.
Would this be a good point for the stipulation on chain of custody?
Yes, that's fine.
As the deputy is opening this item of evidence, with regard to much of the physical evidence here, the parties have entered into a stipulation, which I'll read to you at this time. Once again, in this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Throughout the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson, many pieces of evidence were collected from the Halderson home, the Earlywine Road property, and the Roxbury, Wisconsin River land. These items of evidence were securely transported to various locations, including the medical examiner's office, the crime lab, to police evidence lockers, and ultimately to the courtroom. In some cases, there is a dispute that the evidence was not handled correctly, or that there is some dispute to the authenticity of the evidence. That is not the case here. The parties stipulate that there is no dispute to the chain of custody or authenticity of these items of evidence. The parties stipulate these items have remained in secure custody since being collected by police and have not been tampered with or altered in any way outside of the testing performed by the experts involved in this case. These items of evidence include the following. Number one, the human remains located at Early Wine Road and in the town of Roxbury. Number two, all items collected from the Early Wine Road property. Number three, all items collected from the Halderson home in Windsor, Wisconsin. Number four, all items of evidence tested by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA, fingerprints, footwear impressions, ballistics, and trace fit testing. And finally, number five, all swabs of purported DNA and blood, including the DNA sample taken from Chandler Halderson and Mitchell Halderson. Go ahead.
Deputy, could you please describe Exhibit 139? You can unwrap it further if you need to.
Do you want me to remove it from the ties as well?
Why don't you just describe it first?
The item in question is the large pruning shears, I guess they are, with red paint on the handle.
And do those appear to be the same or in substantially the same condition as when you retrieved them from the Irwin Road property?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 139 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
All right. Are they connected to the box or just no? Okay. Deputy, why don't you pick those up out of the box? Watch your step, but walk them in front of the jury, please. If you want to put them back in the box. This is 140. Thank you. And Deputy, I'm now approaching you with what has been marked as Exhibit 140. Could you please open up Exhibit 140? How would you describe Exhibit 140?
Exhibit 140 is the smaller saw that we saw in the picture of the oil drum with the chrome-colored handle.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 140 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would ask that you repeat the same procedure and show the jury.
It's still tied in. Would you like me to remove it all the way?
Yeah, if it's not too difficult.
Attorney Raymond, I wonder if we move the water pitcher, if it might give the deputy a little more room.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want to place that one back in the box, 140. And I'll give you a minute to change your gloves. Here's what we scan. Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 141. Could you please open up the box and tell us what 141 is?
Exhibit 141 is the broken saw blade from that oil drum that we saw in the picture.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 141 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. I think this one could probably stay in the box, but do you want to display that to the jury, please? If you want to close that box and change your gloves. I'm not going to change my gloves because I'm just handling the box. Could you please open Exhibit 142? And how would you describe Exhibit 142?
Exhibit 142 is the scissors with the red handle from inside the drum.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They are.
I would ask to move 142 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, will you display for the jury? That's the last piece of physical evidence for the moment. If you just want to remove your gloves, that would be fine. Deputy, did you participate at any point in the search of the barn or shed, as it's been called, on the Irwin Road property?
Yes.
And would you describe Exhibit 144 as displayed on your screen?
Exhibit 144 is the large barn or shed in question that you're talking about.
And Exhibit 145, what does it display?
A portion of the interior of the barn.
There's lots of stuff in the barn.
There is a lot of stuff in the barn.
Exhibit 146, what does 146 display?
146 is probably the eastern portion of the barn. The two entrances face north-south to the barn. So if you're coming in from the north, which faces the house, to your left would be this area.
And 147, what does that display?
147 is a silver gray colored tarp that was located, I believe the night of the 8th, when the first night we were at the property.
So that was the night that the torso was discovered?
Correct.
And is it fair to say this was found during like a cursory search of the barn?
Yes, while we were waiting for the search warrant to be finalized, we had the medical examiner's office out there, and the director, Erman, had his canine. So while we were waiting, we thought we would utilize the canine while we had it to see if it could find anything, and it led us directly to that tarp.
And of course, at this point, Crest had given you folks permission to be on their property and search. All right. 148, what does that display?
That is the same tarp after we removed it from where we located it.
Let me just go back and ask you one question. The dog that medical director Erman had, was that a cadaver canine dog?
I believe his is, yes.
149, what is displayed on Exhibit 149?
The same tarp, just from a different angle. You can see the beginning of some red staining there.
Okay. 150?
We're starting to slowly unfold it. And again, more red staining. So I think at that point or shortly thereafter, we stop because we believe it has evidentiary value and wouldn't want to ruin it or contaminate it on scene.
So why did you stop?
That should be something that's processed in a more controlled environment. We had a lot going on there, so we weren't going to unravel that in the middle of a dirt floor and begin processing it there. That's something that'll be done later in a lab.
Sure, so it was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I believe that one was.
Okay. All right. It's not open. Correct. Yep, okay. And I'm actually just gonna touch the bag, so. Deputy, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as Exhibit 143. There are various stickers. Are there stickers on Exhibit 143 from your office?
Yes.
And do any of those stickers tell you what is inside of Exhibit 143?
Yes.
Okay, and do those all appear to be in order?
They do.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 143 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And we are not going to open 143 at this time. I will put it over here, though. And Deputy, were you made aware in October of 2021 that after the Sheriff's Office had finished their investigation of the Irwin Road property, the homeowner found a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe Exhibit 151?
An interior portion of the shed. As you can see, there's just a lot of clutter and various objects.
152?
That would be the western side of the barn. There's a large trailer, and around it you can just see all kinds of various items and clutter.
153?
That'd be the northwest corner of the barn. A large number of tools and old saw blades and that kind of stuff.
As a member of the crime scene unit, do buildings with this amount of material in it pose any obstacles in doing a search?
They do, particularly at this time. Our resources were at a premium as we had a primary crime scene now at the scene of the residence in Windsor.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 154. Could you just briefly describe 154?
An overall shot of the size and interior of the barn.
155?
From that same corner, facing south across, you can see there's a second tractor behind that one and a vehicle near the entrance of the barn.
156?
More views are taken from across the other side inside the barn, just detailing rows of objects and items.
157?
A view looking north from the south entrance, looking back, and you can see the second trailer more clearly. And just a lot of piles of wood and debris.
Exhibit 70?
This was taken in October after the owner had been clearing out the barn. Objects were removed, and you can see there is now a black rifle propped up alongside those boards.
And I'm using the laser pointer. Deputy, can you turn your head? Am I identifying the right area where the rifle is located on Exhibit 70?
Yes.
And just for the record, that is slightly left of middle. Exhibit 71?
Just a closer view of the rifle.
And that rifle, is it your understanding that that rifle was found behind some boards?
Yes.
172? Or I'm sorry, 72.
Just another closer view of the rifle. I just took overall and photographs and continuing all the way up to the rifle itself.
And what is picture 73 a picture of?
A close-up of the rifle, which shows the serial number on the upper portion.
If you want to glove up. Okay, got it. Thank you. Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 291. This end is much heavier. I would ask at this time that you open Exhibit 291 for yourself and view what is inside.
As this process is going on, I'll just let the jury know that obviously Randy is becoming involved in this part. He's responsible for the security of this room, so anytime, whether for evidentiary purposes or not, there's a firearm brought into this space, he takes a keen interest and role in that for everyone's safety and security.
And Deputy, could you just tell me what Exhibit 291 is?
This is that same black rifle we saw in the photographs.
That you collected at the Irwin Road property hidden behind a board?
Correct. It is a Norinco SKS 76 by 39 caliber rifle.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it has a red dot sight and a camouflage colored strap on it.
I would move Exhibit 291 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
No objection that is received.
And we'll give Randy a minute to secure it.
Thank you, Randy.
Deputy, if you would take Exhibit 291 out of the box and display it carefully for the jury. Thank you. If you want to put it back in the box, Randy, did you want to take ownership of it or?
Yeah.
Okay. Scissors. Because the tape is undone, the box is not perfectly closed. Deputy, did you attend the autopsy of Mr. Halderson's torso?
I did.
And that occurred at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 553 and 554. I'm not going to ask you to remove these from the boxes or anything, but based on the markings that are on 553 and 554, could you please identify them?
Item 553 is a jacket and fragment that was retrieved from the rear neck area of the torso. And item 554 is additional fragments from a bullet retrieved from the abdomen.
And those were retrieved from the torso by the medical examiner during the autopsy?
Correct.
I would move Exhibits 553 and 554 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Now, you, just so I'm clear, you searched this barn or shed at the Irwin address a couple of times?
There was an official search on the 12th that some detectives did, yes.
And there was a cursory search the night of the finding of the torso?
I wouldn't even call it a search, but yeah, like a walk around, and the canine went through it.
Were you there for both of these events?
Yes.
Did you participate in the search? And I understand the first one may not have been technically the kind of search we're talking about, but did you participate both times in looking for things in that shed?
I documented the search by photographing it. I did not search per se myself.
Now, the first time, how many people were looking around that barn?
You're talking the first night on the 8th?
Yes.
4 of us, I believe.
And the second time, how many people were looking around that barn?
Without looking at the log, I don't recall who was all there, maybe 6?
And each time before looking or before searching, is it fair to say that discussions were had and a plan was made as to how to do the search and what things in particular would be notable?
Yes.
So, for example, you might want to say, let's look for footprints or shoe impressions, correct?
As an example.
In this case, you knew about the torso with the gunshots before the second search, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that one strategy for this search would be to look for any firearms, correct?
Yes.
Now, I heard you say that resources were at a premium around the time of the second search. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
The sheriff's department, or you in particular, between that moment when resources were at a premium and October, when this firearm was found in the barn, you didn't go back to search further, correct?
I did not. I can't tell you if there were additional searches.
There's no sheriff's department rules or protocol that would prevent anyone from going back and searching again, correct?
Well, we would, I mean, if we were going to do that, we would either need the permission of the homeowner or an additional search warrant. Given the circumstances, we would procure another warrant anyway.
And you obtained both of those the first time, right?
When I was there, yes.
Now, you took possession of the firearm, the SKS that was found in that barn, correct?
Yes.
So you physically lifted it up from its location, is that right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called a flash suppressor?
No.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused
Yes.
and released?
No.
All right, you're excused from testifying further today, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good remainder of your day. And the next witness, please.
State calls Dan Feeney.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
morning. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much.
Yes, go right ahead. Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Dan Feeney, Dan, D-A-N, Feeney, F-E-E-N-E-Y.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
Since May of 2021.
Early part of July 2021, were you asked to assist in the search of the Irwin Road property in reference to the homicides of Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in this search?
My role was searching the grounds on the Irwin Road property on foot.
Particularly at some point were you asked to search maybe the driveway leading down to the road, that area?
Yes.
I'm going to show, and did you find anything of evidentiary interest in this case?
Yes, I found some items in the garbage can.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked. In this case is exhibits number 158 through 167. Could you page through those real quick and just let me know when you're done, in general, what they are?
These are the items that were located in the garbage can at the Irwin Road address.
And what were those items that were of interest to you?
It was a grocery-style plastic bag containing some cleaning material. I believe it was white rags, as well as two Brillo pads inside of it.
And did you collect these items?
I did.
I think I've already moved all but two of them, but I'll move 158 through 167 into evidence and ask to publish them.
No objection.
They are received. They may be published. They should appear on the computer monitor directly in front of you, sir.
Starting with exhibit number 158, what are we looking at there?
You're looking at the garbage cans at the start of the driveway with the Target bag located inside the garbage can in front of it.
And that Target bag was, it's removed there. Was it in that location when you found it?
It was inside the garbage can to the right with the black lid.
And exhibit 159, is that garbage can?
Yes.
When you found, go back to 158. When you found 158, was it the only item that was in that garbage can?
Yes, it was.
160, what are we looking at there?
The bag was previously tied off, so we had opened it up to observe what was inside of the bag.
161, what is that?
That is the sticker that was on the outside of the Target bag that has Melender, C as the owner, or excuse me, the person that would have picked up the property from Target. And I know from the investigation, it's potentially Catherine Melender.
162, what are we looking at there?
This is the garbage bag, or the plastic bag inside of the Target bag containing the white rags and Brillo pads.
There's a red substance there that we can see?
Yes.
What did that appear to be to you?
There was a large amount of red and brownish substance, which through my training experience I recognized as potentially dried blood.
163, what am I looking at?
Looking at the rags again with one of the Brillo pads.
You say Brillo pad kind of in the exact center where I'm pointing the laser up on the big screen, that's the Brillo pad?
Yes, sir.
Were those Brillo pads themselves stained or were they new?
No, they were used. They also had the similar brown reddish staining on it as the rags did in the bag.
164, what are we looking at there?
Just the Target bag that was the exterior bag with the rags located in.
Couple views of that, 165?
Same thing, yep.
166?
Interior of the bag.
167?
Interior as well.
When you collected these items, did they have any sort of smell to them?
Yes. Right when I opened up the bag, it was an immediate smell of what I describe as cleaning material. The closest thing that came to my mind was like rubbing alcohol. And then it was just overtaken by a rancid, putrid smell.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Deputy.
Morning.
As part of your role in this investigation at that Irwin Road location, you did canvass the area, correct?
I did.
Going from home to home seeing if anyone had, for example, ring or surveillance video, correct?
I did, yes.
And just generally talking to people to see if they saw anything that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect?
It's a pretty rural area.
Yeah, it's very rural, yes.
Were there any direct next-door neighbors right across the street from the driveway?
No, slightly down the roadway.
Thank you. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Just excused, yes.
You may be excused from further testifying today, sir. Thank you. And we can do one more if they're of the same length of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Judge.
State would call James Plenty to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Brandy, I will need Exhibit 174, which I believe is in your room. All right. Good morning again.
Good morning.
And Deputy Plenty, I assume your name is still spelled the same as it was a few days ago?
Correct.
You previously testified that you were a deputy. Are you also a member of the crime scene unit?
That's correct as well.
Have you gone through any trainings in order to become a member of the crime scene unit?
Correct. I've attended a basic evidence technician school and other additional training for more specific areas of expertise in being part of the crime scene unit.
Okay. And could you just briefly list a few of those topics for the jury that you've had trainings on?
It would include, but not limited to, collection of DNA with a buccal swab, shooting reconstruction school, blood splatter school, things of that nature as well, in addition to the basic evidence technician school that I've attended.
And how long have you been a member of the crime scene unit?
Since 2012.
And Deputy, I'm going to approach you with a series of photographs, exhibits 168 through 172. Then there's exhibits 544 and 545, as well as exhibits 345 through 358. Could you please look through exhibits 168 through 172, 544, and 545? At this time, but as a group, how would you describe exhibits 168 through 172, and then 545 and 544?
In general, they are pictures of the bin that was recovered on the property in the township of Cottage Grove. To include some of the pictures will show a gray in color tarp that is positioned inside of the bin as well.
And did all these photographs appear to be true and accurate?
Correct.
I would move 168 through 172 into evidence, and then 544 and 545 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And just for simplicity's sake, could you please look at 345 through 358? And how would you describe that grouping of photographs?
These photos were during a search and collection of footwear that was located at the property in the village of Windsor.
Okay. Do they all appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed?
Correct.
I would move 345 through 358 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. Deputy, if you would look at the little screen in front of you there. Could you please describe, it says Exhibit 58, but I know it's Exhibit 158. Could you please describe Exhibit 158 for the jury?
So this is a Rubbermaid brand indicated on the front side of it. It's not visible from this picture, but it's Rubbermaid brand trash bin. It stands probably approximately 3.5 to 4 feet high, and it has a gray or silver colored tarp that was positioned in the inside of it. It's in a wooded area, approximately, it was 10 yards within the wood line on that property.
And how would you describe 168?
This would be the same item, just a different view of that same bin.
And 169, how would you describe 169?
So what we have here is the same location, a photograph of the same location. The only difference is that the bin with the tarp inside has been removed. It shows the vegetation that was underneath of the bin is still green and lush.
Why is that significant?
If the bin had been there for a significant amount of time, not allowing that vegetation to receive sunlight, then it would turn yellow, brown, and perhaps die.
Exhibit 170, what is Exhibit 170 display?
170 is a look into that same bin that I've mentioned already. It includes that tarp that I've previously mentioned, and it has adhered to the side of the bin a yellow piece of what appeared to be yellow duct tape.
And Deputy, if you would just turn your head towards the big screen, I'm going to use the laser pointer. Is this the item that you are calling yellow duct tape?
Correct.
Okay, and for the record, that is slightly lower than middle and slightly to the right on Exhibit 170.
That seems accurate.
Exhibit 171. Another picture of the garbage bin with the tarp and tape.
Correct.
All right. What is Exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, this has the wrong numbers on it, 544 display? You can look on your screen.
So what is this exhibit?
Yes.
Was your question?
Yes.
It is the same Rubbermaid bin that was recovered from just inside the woods. It also has the tarp that was included with that.
No, sorry, that is actually 172. I apologize. Judge, can we switch to the Elmo?
Certainly.
I believe this will also be on the screen in front of you. Deputy, this is Exhibit 544. How would you describe Exhibit 544?
Again, this is the Rubbermaid bin, and it shows another view angle of the yellow duct tape that was inside of that bin.
And in Exhibit 544, I would describe the duct tape as slightly lower than middle and slightly to the left. Does that appear to be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And 545. Just a crime lab view of the bin.
Side view of the Rubbermaid bin.
If we could go back to the PowerPoint. And Deputy, this part might be easier if you're actually willing to come down off the witness stand, if that's okay with the judge.
Yes,
We're just going to look at the stickers.
Just be sure and speak loudly so that everybody can hear.
Can you look at the stickers as to Exhibit 174? Your offices.
So it'd be this one up here.
And what is Exhibit 174?
Item 174 is listed as a black rolling garbage bin with tarp.
And I'm not going to open up Exhibit 174, but that is the garbage bin that we've been looking at pictures 172 and such. Okay, Phil, please sit down. And Deputy, did you, in collecting the garbage bin, did you remove the tarp from the garbage bin?
We did not.
Why didn't you do that?
We did not want to disturb the positioning of the tarp inside and also, or disturb any evidence significant to the tarp being inside of the trash can, the bin. We also knew that, or we had talked about sending it to the state crime lab for testing and
in
such.
fact, it was submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to shift gears here. You were also part of the 4595 Oak Springs Circle search, part of the crime scene unit there.
Correct.
Can you please describe what room Exhibit 227 is in?
This is in the garage, which is attached to the residence.
And of note, specifically, this picture shows a whole bunch of shoes.
That's correct.
Exhibit 345. What is an Exhibit 345?
345 is, like previously mentioned, a fair amount of footwear that was located in the garage.
Okay. And most of it is kind of out in the open.
Correct.
But there is something peeking back there. Do you go and search that area back behind the shelving unit?
Correct. I had, so the shoes that are on this, what appears to be a rubber mat, I had pulled that mat back towards myself and was able to retrieve what was a pair of shoes that were underneath the shelving unit.
546, another view of the mini shoes.
Correct.
And in this photo, 546, there appears to be some floral shoes at the top. Where were those floral shoes located?
So they were located underneath the shelving unit. In the previous photo, that black type mat that the shoes are resting on was forward towards the shelving unit. I had pulled that back in order to have access to these other pair of shoes.
So the mat was, in 545, the mat is up against the shelving unit.
Slightly under, correct.
And is
yeah.
that the floral shoes kind of peeking out there? Hidden?
Correct, that was the pair of shoes that I had pulled out from underneath
All right.
and now are present in this photo.
347, what is displayed in photo 347?
347, it's the shoes that were located in front of the shelving unit, as well as the other pair that were positioned underneath the shelving unit as well.
And why did shoes become important in this case?
The state crime lab had advised that there were footwear patterns on tarps that were located during this investigation. So they wanted to have the footwear from the residents collected and photographed to document footwear patterns and types of shoes that were in the residence.
And Exhibit 354, what is Exhibit 354 a picture of?
These are Brooks brand shoes. Model would be Launch 5 athletic shoes.
355?
It's the same footwear, just with one of them turned upside down to display the footwear pattern.
And in 355, the shoe that is turned upside down, there appears to be twigs or grass or something in the
There's some
footbed.
organic debris on there, yeah.
356, what is 356 a picture of?
So that is the same shoe that was in the previous slide that was turned upside down. What we see in that, the left side line that runs up and down, there's a reddish brown stain towards the bottom of that line in the footwear tread.
So I'm using my laser pointer to highlight. It appears to be almost smack dab middle in the photo.
Correct.
And what does 357 show?
Again, shows the same shoe that's turned upside down, but here this shows the toe area, the tip of the toe area, and there's red staining as well on that.
358, what does exhibit 358 show?
358 shows both shoes that are resting on the sole, and it shows the shoe, which is on the right side, has red staining on the tongue. On the N of the launch word has a reddish brown stain on it.
And there should be some gloves up there if you want to glove up. Also should be some scissors and an X-Acto knife. I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 359. Could you please open up Exhibit 359 and just verbally say what is inside? And verbally, how would you identify Exhibit 359?
So these are the footwear, the Brooks Launch 5 footwear that I located.
All right. And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
The same condition.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibit 359 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to have you walk them in front of the jury, just back and forth. Thank you, Deputy. If you want to try to put them back in there. Pretty good. And of course, the staining on those shoes was swabbed by the crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and get rid of your gloves. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 348. What is Exhibit 348?
348 is the right shoe of the shoes that were located underneath of the shelving unit. You can see the left shoe is at the top of the picture. Inside of this right shoe, there was this foil wrapped item.
Okay. I'm only going to hold the bag, so I will let you glove up and open up 390. And I think removing one is fine. They're just a matching set. And is Exhibit 390 the same or in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Could you please just walk that shoe back and forth in front of the jury? And feel free to put that back in the bag.
I don't think we moved that one into evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved 390 into evidence at
Any
this time.
objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 349 show?
So the previous slide showed a item that was wrapped in foil. This is then myself opening this foil wrapped item. What we see here is a sheet of paper towel that is wrapped around the contents. We can see a portion of a photo Wisconsin driver's license, and just beyond that is the black item is a cell phone.
And in the process of searching and collecting evidence, did you in fact collect the foil and the paper towel as you described displayed in Exhibit 349?
Correct.
And I'm not going to have you open these if you can identify them from your office's stickers. 388, how would you describe 388?
388 is the paper towel sheet that is in the photo.
And I see JP, those are your initials, you
Correct.
collected it. And Exhibit 389, what is Exhibit 389?
And 389 is the foil sheet that was used to wrap the contents. And there's my initials on this as well.
All right, I would move 388 and 389 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And Deputy, do you continue to unwrap this evidentiary present?
I continue to unwrap it, correct. Mm-hmm.
And what is Exhibit 350 display?
So what we see here, we can still see the foil sheet. We can still see the paper towel sheet. We can see now Bart Halderson's Wisconsin issued photo driver's license. And we can see the Apple iPhone that is located underneath the driver's license.
What is 351 display?
So 351 is the top phone, the black phone that we saw in the last picture. It is now, along with the driver's license, simply just turned over. And we can see Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and an additional phone.
So both phones and driver's license were wrapped together in the same packaging?
Correct.
Could you please describe 352?
Again, it's the foil, it's the paper towel sheet, it's the two phones. Bart's driver's license is not visible. It's on the underside of the left phone. We can see Krista's driver's license resting on top of the phone on the right side.
And 353?
And this would be Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and a phone located underneath of that.
And I don't think you need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open up any of these items. I'm actually going to have you sit down so we can hear you nice and clearly. Exhibit 387, how would you describe Exhibit 387?
It is a photo Wisconsin driver's license that's been issued to Christina Halderson.
And has your nice initials on there?
That's correct.
And it appears to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does.
I would move Exhibit 387 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Exhibit 386, how would you describe Exhibit 386?
Photo Wisconsin driver's license that's been issued to Bart Halderson. And it does have my initials on it and in the same condition.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 386 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And 384 and 385. Could you please describe 384 and 385?
384 is iPhone that was located in the foil packaging. It has my initials on it, and while it's packaged, I would believe it's in the same condition as when I had recovered it. And 385 is a white iPhone, which was in the pictures that were previously shown. Again, my initials are on it, and I would imagine it is in the same condition as when I had recovered that one.
And these are the phones that were wrapped in the paper towel, wrapped in the foil, hidden in a shoe, hidden under a shelf.
Correct.
I would move 385 and 384 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Deputy, in the course of this investigation, were you asked to take a buckle sample from Chandler Halderson in compliance with a search warrant?
Correct.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
Could you please do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just so that we're consistent with our record, I'd ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their mask briefly so that the witness can observe every face. Thank you. Go ahead and replace your masks.
Do you see Mr. Halderson?
I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated at the defense table. The shirt is perhaps a lavender type color.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
And what is a buccal swab?
It's the swabbing of inside of the mouth. So we're collecting DNA sample from that area.
And does it come in a kit, or what tools do you use?
It comes in an envelope which includes 2 swabs to administer the test.
And you've had training on this procedure?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 360. I'm not going to ask you to open it, but could you please identify Exhibit 360?
It is the buccal swabs that I had collected from Mr. Halderson. It is initialed by myself as well.
All right. At this time, I would move Exhibit 360 into evidence.
No objection.
It's received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Plenty, this was your first time in the Halderson household, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that question?
This was your first time being in the Halderson household, correct?
In the Halderson house?
Yes.
This incident, correct?
So prior to this incident, you've never been in the home?
Correct.
You wouldn't know where exactly all shoes in the household are located, correct?
By the end of the search, we had gone through the house pretty thoroughly, and I had located or had pointed out to me the shoes that were located in the house.
So by the end of the search, you were very familiar where all the shoes in the home were located, correct?
Correct.
But you don't necessarily know if that's where they were located prior to this incident or if they were always kept in the same place.
Where the shoes were kept in the household prior to our arrival to it.
Correct.
Where the shoes were located, I wouldn't know where they're commonly located.
And it looks like as far as all of the shoes, there were a couple of shoes that were located we saw in those photographs, correct?
There's several shoes, correct?
And it looks like only one pair of shoes had any kind of staining of interest. Is that fair?
Correct.
And as far as the staining on those shoes, I believe we were able to identify maybe 3 little stains. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall the exact number, but I can think of 3 stains that were on the shoes, correct?
And the shoes, would you identify them or would you describe them as being worn? They were worn shoes.
Correct.
It's obvious that they were used regularly, correct?
They've been used, yes.
And there was even some debris located on the bottom of the shoes as well, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He may.
Thank you, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. As everyone could guess, we're at the 90-minute mark or a little past. Thank you, folks. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time. We'll stand in recess.
Could we turn off the HDMI?
Oh, yeah, good thought.
All right, so that concludes that segment. We have a few more segments to go for this day, and then we will get into day 6, which has the fire inspector, marshal, whatever you want to call him. That one's some pretty powerful testimony. You guys will definitely. That one's pretty powerful.
Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. The state calls Deputy Greg Leatherberry to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning. Sir, if you feel you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without the mask would be the preference if you can. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, both first and last, and spell both?
Greg Leatherberry, GREGLEATHERBERRY.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed as such in July of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what unit of the Dane County Sheriff's Office do you belong to?
I'm currently assigned to the last 22 years. I've been a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office for 29 years.
And I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 175. How would you identify Exhibit 175?
This is my CV.
Okay. And for those that are not in the scientific community, that's like a resume,
That is correct, yes.
but it has all your trainings. And can you just name a few of the trainings that you have participated in?
I've participated in the Basic Recruit Academy, the jail school. From there, I went on to patrol and ultimately ended up in the crime scene unit, where I've received numerous hours of training. I've received training at Fox Valley Technical College for the 2-week evidence tech program. I have attended the Wisconsin State Death Investigation School, the 2-week program at Green Lake. I have attended the Death Investigation School at Northwestern University. I've attended the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis training at the BCA in Minnesota, which is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I've had fingerprint training from the FBI, and there's numerous more schools as well.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 175 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
As part of your job working for the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit, do you also work in cooperation with the Crime Scene Unit from the Department of Justice?
That is correct, yes, I do.
And do you also work in concert with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
How does working in cooperation with those departments assist you in your job duties?
Well, they have subject matter experts that have more extensive training in particular disciplines that can assist us when it comes to processing a scene or to do further analysis of evidence that we collect. And those items that get submitted to the crime lab are items that they would do the analysis on that we request for them to do.
In the midst of this case, were you asked by the fingerprint expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to get more complete or better fingerprints from Mr. Halderson?
Yes, there was a request for additional fingerprints. When a person is typically booked into the jail, the fingerprints are obtained on everybody that is booked in. And those are just basic fingerprints. Sometimes they need what they refer to as major case prints. And the major case prints would include additional areas of the finger that contains friction ridge that is normally not collected during the booking process.
So basically, those major case prints would include the sides of each finger.
That is
or of a
correct.
rolling print.
That is correct.
And for the record, do you see the person whose fingerprints you collected in the courtroom?
I'll ask before the witness answers for everyone outside of the jury box to lower their mask for a few moments so that the witness can see everyone's face. Go ahead and replace your masks, please.
Do you see Chandler Halderson?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated to the table to my right. He's wearing a dark sports coat and appears to be a dark tie with a light colored shirt.
I would ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Could you please identify what is marked as Exhibit 362?
These are fingerprints that were obtained during a search warrant of Mr. Halderson.
And those are the prints that you collected?
Yes, they are.
And these are those rolling prints?
Correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 362 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Deputy, what was your primary task in this investigation?
Well, the primary task in this investigation is the evaluation of the crime scene, the documentation of the crime scene, the collection of the evidence, and the preservation of the evidence so that could be later tested if need be.
And specifically, were you basically in charge of the search at the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Dane County, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
Just generally, how do you process a crime scene such as a complete single-family home?
Well, the process of the crime scene, although it may sound simple, is pretty complex. And it takes a number of different things for that to be accomplished. And one person obviously cannot do that all by themselves. And I had significant help from Deputy James Plenty and Deputy Eric Schneider, as well as members of this Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response and the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations Arson Response Unit.
What's the first thing you do when you enter a home to begin a search?
Well, the first thing is we're taking photographs and we're evaluating and getting a better understanding as to what had occurred at the scene.
I think you described to me that at first you guys walk around quiet.
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
What I like to do, and has worked for me over the years, I learned this from my predecessor, that when we go into the crime scene, whether I'm with my partner Jim Plenty or with Eric Schneider, that we take everything in. We take our notes in with us, but when I say we take everything is, we don't talk to each other. We evaluate the entire scene, and we don't talk to each other because we don't want to taint each other's mind. Each person may see things a little bit differently, so I found it's best that we walk through the scene, evaluate the scene, and then after we've done a complete walkthrough of the scene and we've done our evaluation, then we talk amongst each other. And we're not only getting understanding as to what each other has seen, but we're also forming a game plan as to how we were going to process this scene and what additional resources we may need to call in.
So that first time that you guys walk through in silence helps you map out a game plan for
that is correct.
the specific scene.
And I've referred to it as like a golden hour. It takes a significant amount of time to go through a house as large as that.
And you said you photograph the whole area.
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, when you guys are walking around, do you wear anything special to assist you?
Oh, absolutely. We're getting an understanding as to what has occurred at the scene. And by doing so, we have to walk throughout the scene. So we wear booties and we wear gloves. In addition, obviously, we would have flashlights to help us look in areas to illuminate that aren't well lit. And it doesn't matter if there's lights in the room or not, we still would have our flashlights with us.
And you're doing your best to take in the scene without potentially disturbing it.
Correct. We refer to that as minimizing contamination. No matter what you try to do, you are going to contaminate the scene by entering and walking around. There's no way about it. We cannot float through space. But we minimize the contamination. So it does take a while for us to get through the scene. It is a process. It's a systematic approach. You just can't be walking haphazard through the scene. Again, we're relying on that scene to get us information, so we have to take everything in.
All right, and Deputy, I'm going to show you some exhibits. And I'm going to have you briefly look through them. And these are exhibits 176 through 302, as well as 551 and 552. Just going to have you briefly peruse those. Just let me know when you're finished. And if I could have HDMI left, I have it on a blink. Sorry. As a group deputy, how would you describe the photos, the exhibits that are up there?
These are photographs of the interior of 4595 Oak Springs Circle in the village of Windsor, Wisconsin.
And as exhibits, do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed on the scene?
Yes, they are.
All right, so at this time I would move exhibits 176 through 193, 195 through 205, 204 through 218, 220 through 225, 227 through 248, 252 through 278, 292 through 302, as well as 551 and 552, and 310 through 312 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those are all received and may be published.
Okay. All right. So Deputy, just to begin with, how would you describe the Halderson home just in general?
I would describe the overall condition of the house to be half finished and half in state of repair. It appeared to be some renovations occurring inside of the residence, and they were still living within the house, so then there were areas that were completed with the renovations.
Did that pose any challenges to you and your team during the search?
Nothing significant, no.
Okay. All right, and Exhibit 176. How would you describe Exhibit 176?
Exhibit 176 is a photograph of the living room, which I call on the main level of the residence. And we are looking to the west. In the far left corner, there's the entrance door to the residence that is just above grade. Directly in the middle of the photo, there's a set of stairs that ascend up to the upper level. The stairs go up to what I refer to as the bedroom level. The house is of a tri-level construction, so then there'll be an area that descends to the lower living room, family room area, and then yet again, there'll be a basement as well.
Could I see counsel at the
Yes, absolutely.
sidebar for a brief moment?
$170. All right, and Exhibit 178. What is Exhibit 178?
That is a photograph of the west wall of the same room. I'm sorry, that is the east wall of the same room that we were just in. We're just looking at the fireplace. That is a gas-sealed fireplace.
And a fireplace becomes significant in this case.
Yes, it does.
Is this the fireplace that became of any significance?
No, it is not.
Just in general, did the living room have any significant evidentiary value?
No, it did not.
Moving on, what does Exhibit 177 display?
Exhibit 177 is a photograph in the same living room. It is from the southeast corner, and now we're able to look out towards the north, and there's the dining room.
And this is actually Exhibit 9, an exhibit that we've seen earlier. But what does Exhibit 9 display?
This is a photograph of the dining room, and now we're able to see a portion of the kitchen that is to the northwest of this room.
And again, did the dining room have any significant evidentiary value to your investigation?
No, it did not.
What is Exhibit 179?
179 is a photograph that is taken from the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. This is the kitchen area. So standing at this doorway and looking to the north, we can see an exit door on the north side. And directly behind me, or opposing this, would be the entrance to the residence.
So that door there, does that go into the backyard or to somewhere else?
That opens up into the backyard. There's a set of stairs that descend down to the west.
Okay. All right. Was there anything really of note in your investigation in the kitchen?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 180. What is seen there?
This is the stairwell leading up to the second level, or the bedroom level, and to the left in this photograph would be the front door, and then to the right would be to the kitchen.
And there's some blue tape, it appears, above a light switch in Exhibit 180. Was that there when you arrived on scene, or is that part of your...
All of these photographs are how we found the scene.
Okay.
This is an initial walkthrough. We have not done anything at this point. So that is not from us. That was artifact from whoever had placed that there previously.
Okay. How would you describe 181?
181 is a photograph at the top of the stairs facing to the west. We can see an open door in the right portion of the photograph. And then there are two doors to the left on the left side of this. What you can't see around to the right is another door to a bathroom. And then if you were to button hook around the corner to the right in this photograph, there's another bedroom.
Exhibit 182, how would you describe it?
This is a photograph of the first room on the left that I referred to in the previous photograph. This is the doorway that opens up into the laundry room. This room appears to be under renovation. There's a lot of supplies in this room for insulation. There's some flooring in this room as well. And it appears that the plywood flooring on the floor has been put down as part of the renovation.
183, please describe it.
This is the same laundry room. This would be in the southwest corner of the laundry room. It appears to be a makeshift area where one would have their toiletry items and stuff that you would normally find in a bathroom.
184, more the same there.
That is correct, yes.
185, just a different view.
That is correct, yes.
186.
This is a photograph of a toothbrush that was located on the makeshift vanity, if you will, that was later collected as evidence.
And why was this toothbrush head collected?
The toothbrush was collected as a DNA source for what we believe to be Krista Halderson. Most of the items that were in that area were consistent with what a woman would have in their bathroom area. So we could assume that it was from Krista Halderson.
And Krista was in fact the only female residing at that location.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 194. No need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open it. But can you tell from stickers from your office and perhaps initials what Exhibit 194 is?
Exhibit 194 has been marked with evidence number 41748. It is an electric toothbrush head that was collected and had subsequently gone and been submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, as their stickers affixed on here as well.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 194 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
What does Exhibit 187 display?
187 is a photograph of the floor in the laundry room area. Specifically, we can see there are two alpha markers on the floor that have been placed by items of evidence.
And of course, I'm the one who arranged the photos. So these photos were taken after you had put down some placards.
That is correct.
And what is Exhibit 188?
Exhibit 188 is a reddish-brown stain that has been marked with the letter A in the laundry room on the floor.
189, the same but with the letter B?
That is correct.
What does Exhibit 190 display?
190 is a photograph in that same laundry room. This is, if you were to break the room in half, if you will, there was a washer and dryer in the previous photographs. There's a wall that separates the room, and there's a vacuum cleaner in this photograph, as well as some insulation and some flooring boards, is what it appears to be.
191.
This is the vacuum cleaner that I collected from the bathroom.
And why was the vacuum cleaner collected?
During the evaluation portion of the processing of the crime scene, I identified that there was blood on the side of the vacuum cleaner. And I had further tested that blood with phenolphthalein, which gives us a presumptive positive for blood. Under the appearance, they appeared to be blood, but we need to confirm those stains, so we confirmed those stains with phenolphthalein. Then I use a subsequent test yet again, and it's called the hexagon OBTI test. This test differentiates between human and non-human blood. And that test was positive.
For human blood or non-human blood?
Positive for human blood.
So the first test you do is phenolphthalein, and is that just like a chemical that you apply to a swab or something else?
Correct. So we take a swab and we put a drop of sterile water on the swab to collect a portion of that stain, and then we use the phenolphthalein solution, placing a drop onto the swab, followed by another chemical on top of that, and when it turns to a bright purple color almost instantly, that's an indicator that the presence of blood.
And then you perform a second test to say,
Correct.
is this
No, we don't.
human or is this something else?
Correct. No, we don't do that on every stain that we collect. We don't do the second test. The second test differentiates between human and non-human blood.
And why do you sometimes not do the second test?
It depends if it's in an area where there's a concentration of stains, and they can all potentially be from the same source. It is a tool that we utilize in order to be more effective in getting evidence tested at the crime lab. We're limited in the number of items that we can submit to the crime lab, but we cannot submit everything that we collect. So this is a screening tool that we utilize in order to help us look at the best probative value of that piece of evidence. So if we collect a stain, but we don't know what it is, we basically could be wasting somebody's time at the crime lab. Whereas if we're able to do the phenolphthalein test followed by the hexagon OBTI test, then we're basically utilizing the resources to the best of our ability.
Moving on to Exhibit 192. What is Exhibit 192?
This is the side of the vacuum cleaner that was in that same laundry room. It's marked with letter E.
193.
Is the same photograph. We put numerical markers in there indicating the individual stains that were collected from the side of the vacuum cleaner.
Now, is it fair to say when you are looking at this scene, you don't necessarily know everything else that's occurring in the investigation? Is that fair?
That is fair. However, we do rely on communication. The success of any investigation when it relates to the crime scene investigators and the detectives involves communication. We are guided by information that we're getting from them, and additionally, we are providing information outside of the scene because they don't know everything that's going on inside the scene, just like we don't know everything that's happening outside of the scene.
And is it fair to say that sometimes you might think something is evidence of something and then learn another fact later on and it has an innocent explanation?
Absolutely.
Exhibit 10, please describe Exhibit 10 for the jury.
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the bedroom that would be in the southwest corner of the bedroom level. This would be the doorway that was beyond the laundry room door on the same side of that hallway. Looking in here, this is the bedroom of Chandler Halderson.
Exhibit 11, another view of Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Correct. This is a view from the entrance facing to the to the west and to the southwest.
Could you describe Exhibit 195?
This is the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson. This is in the northwest corner of the residence on the bedroom level.
And was there much that you found in their bedroom that was of evidentiary value to you?
No, there was not.
How would you describe Exhibit 196?
Exhibit 196 is a photograph of what I would call a spare bedroom. This would be the bedroom that I refer to as button hooking around the corner. So this, on the bedroom level, this would be in the northeast corner.
And again, was there much evidence collected from this room?
No, there was not.
Describe Exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put in the 551, please.
Exhibit 551 is a photograph of the room that is between the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson in the northwest corner, and the previous photo of that spare bedroom. This room is between the two of them, so the wall to the right would butt up against the wall of that spare bedroom. This is a bathroom that is under renovation.
And this is Exhibit 552. Why'd you take this picture?
Well, I had previously been out to the crime scene at Irwin Road and was aware that there was a Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage type bin that was at that scene. And I saw that this cover was consistent with a cover that would fit that type of rolling garbage bin. Mind you, this photograph was taken after the initial walkthrough, and I had also saw in the garage area there is another refuse container consistent with appearance of the same Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage bin.
And the exhibits we've looked at, is that the entire bedroom level? Are there any more rooms left?
There are no more rooms on that level. There is a attic crawl space above the entrance to the bathroom.
And did you search that?
That was searched as well.
Anything of any evidentiary value found in the attic crawl space?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 197, what is Exhibit 197?
Exhibit 197 is the doorway opening to the bathroom. This is on the family room / office level. Also located on this same level would be access to the garage. So this level is at grade.
Is this the same level as the kitchen and dining room?
No, it is not. This is down one level. So we enter into the house through the front door, and that is the main level, if you will. And we ascend up the stairs to the left or to the west, and that's the bedroom level. As I spoke earlier of the photograph of the back door to the kitchen, and I referred to the front door being directly behind me. If I was to turn to the left and look down, I would have another set of stairs that would descend down into the family room, office, and garage level.
Exhibit 16, how would you describe Exhibit 16?
This is a photograph of the shower that's within the bathroom.
Anything of note at all in the bathroom?
In the bathroom, there were stains that were blood stains that were on the baseboard.
And you called them blood. Does that mean you did the phenolphthalein test?
I did not do the phenolphthalein test on those. Crime scene investigator, Deputy Jim Plenty, did the test on those.
And you guys often rely on each other's work, being partners?
Yes, we do.
Moving on to Exhibit 546. Could you please describe Exhibit 546?
Exhibit 546 is a photograph of what I refer to as the office area. As you can see in the near portion on the left side of this image, there's a wall. If we were standing at that wall and went around the corner, we would be looking straight at the entrance to the bathroom. So the bathroom is just to the left and beyond this office area.
Okay. And is this a photo, if you know, before you search the area and move things around, after, or something else?
This photograph was taken prior to any processing or anything being done.
And there was some items of note found in this area, is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
And in collecting and photographing, is it fair to say you moved some of the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. So in Exhibit 543, there appears, how would you describe Exhibit 543?
Exhibit 543 is a stack of papers and binders that were under the monitor that were on the desk.
Okay. And that's before you moved items again?
That is correct.
Okay. And then 198, how would you describe Exhibit 198?
These were photographs that were taken after the search of this area.
Okay. And Exhibit 543, there's an item there circled. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. It's a piece of paper that had writings on it and appeared to me to be consistent with access codes or passwords. Again, not knowing the relevance or importance of it, we simply just photographed it.
And to photograph it, you moved it?
That is correct, yes.
And that's Exhibit 198?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 203. What is Exhibit 203?
Exhibit 203 is the actual documents that I had photographed. They're basically written in pen and pencil. There's some typed login information is what I refer to them as.
So basically every IT person's worst nightmare, a list of passwords.
Absolutely.
And can you just look at this briefly? And before some of them, it says you, like username. Is that fair to say? There's a U before?
Yes, it appears to have a U, which I would assume would be username, and then below it, there's a P, which I would assume to be password.
And I just want you to look roughly how many passwords are on these sheets of paper in Exhibit 203. There's a back?
There's a back. I would suggest that there is no less than 45 to 50, as some of them appear to have been crossed out, and there are additional writings around the outside border of this document as well.
And is Exhibit 203 in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it from the Halderson desk?
Yes, it is. Although I was not the person that collected it, I was present at the time that it was collected.
Fair enough. At this time, I would move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Based on the paperwork you went through and the totality of the desk area, could you tell whose desk it was?
There was a computer that was there. It was had a business card on it for a financial company in Middleton, and I came to the conclusion that that was the desk and office area for Bart Halderson.
And were you made aware during the investigation that he had been working from home like many people during 2021?
Yes, I was. I was aware of that.
And Exhibit 546. What is the red circled area in 546?
I believe that's around the documents that were collected.
And there's kind of one highlighted there in a screenshot from 543, which again was the video from the home that was previously played for the jury. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
And did you specifically move a document there, that document to be on top of the keyboard to photograph it?
I did not specifically move that, although it was moved there so that it could be photographed, yes.
Sure, by one of the other members of the crime scene.
That is correct.
And is that common to move items to aid in photography?
Absolutely.
But you are sure to document where it originally was first, is that fair?
That is correct as well.
Exhibit 201, is that a further picture of that document?
Yes, it is.
Just the top page, right? Okay. Deputy, I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 202. How would you describe Exhibit 202?
Exhibit 202 is the actual document that was previously shown on the screen, the photograph. It's an email which appears to be from Krista Halderson to a person named Bart. And the subject matter says Madison College. And the backside, it looks like a letter to Mr. Chandler Halderson from Citizens Bank.
And does this appear to be in the same condition as you saw it in the home?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 202 into evidence.
Actually, Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course. Objection.
So is 202 admitted?
Over objection, the evidence is received into evidence.
And I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
And you may.
All right. I'd actually like to pass this one around if that's okay.
We'll do that now. Counsel, we have to straighten out one exhibit number as the jury's looking at this. So you can continue passing that document, but we'll use up the time to
Has the exhibit made its way through, or? No, okay, I'm just. Thanks. I believe. 4. Deputy, thank you for waiting. How would you describe it, Exhibit 204?
Exhibit 204 is a photograph specific to the gray and white object, which is a Google Play device.
Is it the Google version of an Alexa, basically?
That is my understanding, correct, yes.
Believe it's called a Google Nest?
That is correct, yes.
Why was this picture taken?
Well, in the overall totality of everything, I saw that all of the cords were plugged into one central area. However, the cord that would plug into the outlet to power all of these was unplugged. So there was no power to the desk, if you will, which is where a number of these items were getting the electricity from.
Were there any other Google Nests throughout the home?
Yes, there was. In the main entry-level living room, when you enter in through the front door, there was a Google device on the north wall of the living room. That Google device was unplugged. There was also a Google device that was located in the basement area, and that Google device was also unplugged.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was. It drew attention because I recalled a previous case out of the state of Arkansas where there was a motion in a trial there to attempt to get any information that listening device could have recorded, not just what was said when the wake-up word is used. So I thought it might have had some significance. That's why I photographed it.
And one additional question about the desk area. Was there a phone charger located on the desk area?
Yes, there was a phone charger. And if I recall, it was for like an iPhone.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good lunch stopping point.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return at 1 o'clock, which gives you an hour and 10 minutes. I know there's some things that we will take care of in your absence. As always, don't spend any time while you're away from this room discussing this case with anyone or overhearing any discussions or taking any steps purposely, or avoid any steps unintentionally of being exposed to any information about the case. And we'll see everyone at 1 o'clock.
All right, for the hearing.
We installed squeaks during the break. Randy, let me know and I'll talk to make sure it's working. It's working okay? Okay, good, thank you. Then go ahead and continue, Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. In Exhibit 274, what is the jury seeing in Exhibit 274?
Exhibit 274 is a photograph of a spent cartridge shell that was located on the floor under the blue workbench. It would have been located closest to the west wall of the basement and at the south end of the workbench, which is the end closest to the stairs and that floor safe.
And just for those that are not super familiar with firearms, what is a casing?
A casing is the metal component that is hollow and has gunpowder within it. If we look at the round cylinder end of this particular casing, you can see there's a light colored yellow insert around the green metal portion of the casing. That is the primer end of the casing. The projectile is attached to the opposite end and is usually crimped to create a seal. The primer from the, the firing pin from the firearm will strike the primer end. Again, that primer end is that light yellow colored disc with inside of the green metal surrounding it. When it strikes the primer, it creates an explosion and ignites the gunpowder within inside of the bullet. The pressure within inside of the capsule, because it's sealed, forces the projectile out of the out of the casing down the barrel of the firearm. And that's essentially how it works.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to show Exhibit 275. What are we seeing on Exhibit 275?
Again, this is another photograph of the same projectile that was located on the floor in the basement. Again, we can see that inner disc that is a lighter yellow color or gold color, and then there's the darker green casing for the casing itself. This casing was actually located on the basement floor by crime scene investigator James Plenty, who then called to my attention that he had found something. And then I came down and assisted him in the basement with taking these photographs.
Might have just had it on there accidentally. I think it's just 284. Yes. Okay. So, Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 284. How would you describe Exhibit 284?
Exhibit 284 is the casing that was collected by myself. That is the casing that was in the previous photograph that was on the floor under the workbench. It has a alpha marker letter G. Letter G was one of the placards that we seen in a previous image of the overall images, and it was yellow in color. It is affixed with evidence ID number 41877 that I applied. It's a sheriff's office evidence barcode number. It also has the Wisconsin State Crime Lab case number that is the same as previously mentioned, and they sub-designated this item of evidence as letter AH.
This time I would move Exhibit 284 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And Deputy, I'm also going to give you Exhibit 26. This is a bullet given to Mitchell Halderson by the defendant. I'd ask you just to just look at those both, 284 and Exhibit 26. And I'd ask if you see any similarities between the items.
They are similar in color. I also know that the head stamp is the same. Now, the head stamp is the manufacturer's stamping that is on the head or the primer end of the casing. It's not on the primer, it's on the casing, so it's not on the yellow portion of the disc, it's on the green portion of the metal casing. When I first saw this casing that was in the basement, I'm looking for the name of a manufacturer. A lot of times the manufacturers will put their initials or they may even put the full name of the company that manufactures them. This particular company did not. This particular company put a logo on there, and knowing that this type of casing is consistent with a cartridge that would be used for a AK-47 or an SKS type rifle, I was wondering if it was maybe some type of imported ammunition from another country, and that's what I was trying to decipher. I later learned that the writing that is on the crown of the head stamp is for a company named Barnaul. I also observed that on the head stamp along the lower arch of that round casing, the number is 7.62 by 39, and that is the same head stamp that is on the exhibit number 26, Sheriff's Office ID number 417, which is ammunition from M. Halderson. This particular piece of evidence, as we look in comparison to the casing of the one that was found within the basement, it is just the casing. And if we look at the one that is marked as Exhibit 26, it has a copper-colored projectile that is still intact. It also has a primer in it, and that primer is not dented, indicating that this is a complete round and it has not been fired.
So Exhibit 26, not fired. Exhibit 284, a fired casing.
Yes, a fired casing, also referred to sometimes as a spent shell casing.
And I'm going to leave these two up here. We have more ammunition we're going to compare in a minute. Deputy, how would you describe Exhibit 276?
Looking at Exhibit 276, we're facing to the east. This is on the north side of the basement, or the north half of the basement. We see that there's a wooden bookshelf, the natural wood color to the right. There's a safe that is black with a silver face next to it. We can see that there's a plastic table, and then there are two folding chairs that are folded in the chair position, and there are two additional chairs on the left side of that image. If we look at the concrete type floor, the concrete floor as well as the walls in the basement are painted in a gray type paint. We can see that there is a defect on the floor that is on the photographer's side, or the near side of the chair that is to the right in this image. The defect is a white, in this image appears to be a round or elliptical type defect.
Exhibit 277.
Exhibit 277 is a medium shot of that same defect in the concrete floor.
Exhibit 278.
Exhibit 278 is the same defect. This time we've added evidence marker letter H to it. We can see that when we get closer with the imagery that there is some depth to the defect, and it is not uniform in its edges are jagged.
And why is this defect interesting to you?
There were other defects on the floor, but this defect was interesting because it was absent of grime. Now, I can't say that it's fresh, but I can tell you it is not aged like the other defects that were on the floor. It doesn't have dirt or debris within that defect like the other defects had. It's not uncommon for a basement floor to have scratches or gouges, but this one, it stood out, and it still had like a powder, like busted concrete texture within the defect itself.
547, what are we looking at in 547?
In 547, we're looking at the floor on the south half of the basement. We are on the west side of the basement facing to the east. We see evidence markers letter F, and we see evidence markers letter G. Now, if we look, you can see that the basement floor doesn't look the same as in the original images that we had taken. This photograph was taken after the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response Unit came out to assist us. It consisted again of Nick Stalke, John Ertl, and the two photographers that came out to do the luminol. And what you see here is the residue, the white residue that is left behind when luminol is sprayed onto the hard surface. I further say that letter F and letter G are areas that fluoresced or luminesced that we collected swabs from the concrete floor.
Which brings us to Exhibit 287. Deputy, could you please look at the labels on Exhibit 287 and describe what 287 is?
287 are 3 swabs from the south side of the basement area, G, F, and F. The Sheriff's Office barcode number is 41884, and it also has Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory case number with subdesignations of AB, AB1, AB2, and AB3. Now, in the image I told you, there were 2 areas that were collected. The area F was swabbed twice, so 2 swabs were taken from area F, and they were collected separately.
I would move 287 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe Exhibit 292?
I'm not sure I heard you correctly. Was that 292?
Yes.
Exhibit 292 is a photograph that I took of the basement. Again, this is in the south side of the basement. It is in the southwest corner. As we see now, the freezer has been removed and collected as evidence. It is no longer in front of the wire rack rolling storage unit that has the supplies on it. We can see the left side of the photograph. There's the gray door with the silver handle for the upright vertical freezer. There's a shop vac that is on the floor. And then we can see that there's an area that protrudes north of the foundation itself. That would be the area below the front steps that would be commonly referred to as a stoop. And in some instances, in home construction, they get filled in. In other instances, they get capped off, and they can be used as additional storage areas.
Exhibit 293.
Exhibit 293 is a photograph of the it's on the south side of the basement. It is the southwest corner. We can see the cinder block wall, and then we can see above the cinder block wall, there are silver pipes. Those silver pipes are conduit that contain electrical wires within it. You can see the junction box that is affixed to the cinder block wall. We can see that there are a couple pieces of wood that are attached to the wall, and the area above the cinder block has a wood construction, creating a wall above the cinder block. You can see.
Sorry.
You can see that there's the gray paper-like material. It's got some red writing on it. That is the paper side of the insulation that was placed inside of that cavity. The area that is between the 2x4 studs and it's for insulation purposes.
Exhibit 294?
Is just another photograph of that same area. Again, we can see the red markings for the insulation.
And what does Exhibit 295 display?
Exhibit 295 is an area, the cavity that is exposed once the insulation is removed from the studs. And when we look in the lower portion of that image, we can see that steel pipe, and then beyond it, there are some black triangular looking pieces. Those pieces are consistent with a mouthpiece that would be used on a vape type instrument, which is an instrument that a person sometimes uses if they're a smoker to mimic cigarettes.
And was this vape mouthpiece out in the open like this, or was it behind the insulation?
It could not be seen. It was concealed within that cavity, and it was covered with the insulation.
Upon learning that, did you guys then remove more insulation in the area?
We removed all the insulation in the basement after seeing that. There was an indicator that somebody was hiding something in the basement. Those were put there purposely. They're not left there by accident.
Exhibit 296.
Exhibit 296, we can see in the bottom left portion those same vape mouthpieces. However, as I pulled back more of the insulation and exposed the cavity created by the 2x4 walls, you can see the magazine from a firearm that also contains bullets. The magazines are concealed within the wall and hidden with the insulation covering them, so they could not be seen unless the insulation was removed from the wall.
So the magazines were hidden behind the insulation?
Correct. They could not be seen without removing the insulation. And the insulation was put back into place as it really did not look out of place. But during our extensive search, I decided to pull back insulation and dig a little bit deeper and a little bit further, and this is what I found.
And obviously by magazine, you don't mean Sports Illustrated. What's a magazine for people that are not gun users?
So a magazine is part of the firearm. Not every firearm has them, but on some firearms that are semi-automatic, they have a storage container that is called a magazine. The bullets are pushed into the magazine from the top, and when you see the bullets, that is the top of the magazine. As you push the next round in, they compress a spring that is at the base. And the magazines have different capacities. These magazines hold multiple rounds of ammunition. That magazine is then placed into the firearm, and then the spring will feed the firearm and force additional ammunition into the chamber of that firearm as it cycles each time the trigger is pulled.
What do you observe in Exhibit 297?
Exhibit 297 is after I pulled the insulation from the wall, I stepped back and took an overall photograph. This is for reference, so a person who was not there can understand where within the basement those were located.
How would you describe Exhibit 298?
Exhibit 298 is a close-up of the 3 magazines that I located concealed within the basement wall. The magazines are of a polymer or plastic-like material, and there are 3 of them. I collected each of them. One of them listed as the front, which is the one closest in the image. One listed as top, which is the one in the highest portion of this image. And then one listed as bottom, which is the one that's leaning over on the far right side of this image.
Exhibit 299, how would you describe Exhibit 299?
Exhibit 299 is when I completely remove all of the insulation. Again, this photograph is to show the condition in which they were found and in relation to the vape mouthpieces that were located. Again, just a reference.
Exhibit 300.
Again, this is another perspective allowing a better view of the 3rd magazine, the one that's listed as bottom. In each one of these magazines, we can see that there are bullets in each of those magazines.
And 301. Just another perspective view.
Again, it's just another reference photograph so that the viewer can have a understanding as to where they were located within the basement.
And same for 135?
Correct. It's an
sorry, 302.
The 302 is a overview, again, showing in relation to the storage shelf and the magazines.
Deputy, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibits 288, 289, and 290. And I'm going to have you describe the labels on Exhibit 288 first.
Exhibit 288 is the magazine that was listed as the front with ammo. It's got evidence ID number 42258 affixed to it.
I would move at this time Exhibit 288 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I'd ask that you open it up, and I'm actually going to have you count the amount of rounds in that magazine. Yes, thank you. Will you just hold it up for the jury? All right, now if you would count the rounds, sir.
So rounds have been removed.
Okay. It's okay, they don't have to be standing up, just count the amount.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
20, okay. And that was Exhibit 288. If you would return the rounds and magazine to the box. And I'm going to have you repeat the same procedure with item 290.
Item 290 is the rifle magazine listed as bottom with ammo that I collected from the wall.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 290 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, I would ask that you count the bullets. No need to display them if you just want to count them.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
All right, thank you. If you want to return those items to the bag, to the box. And finally, I'd like you to repeat the same procedure with item 289. And what does the label from your department say for 289?
Exhibit 289 is a rifle mag, top with ammo, evidence ID number 42259. This is a magazine which I collected that was concealed within the wall.
All right, I would move 289 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, yes, please count the rounds.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So only 15 rounds in Exhibit 289.
That is correct.
So missing 5 rounds as compared to the other 2 magazines.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but maybe before you close that, the bullets in all 3 of these magazines, is their ammunition consistent with each other?
Yes, and looking at the head stamp on the ammunition, they're all the same color, the same caliber, 7.62 by 39, and they all have the same head stamp from the manufacturer that is the logo for Bernal.
And is that the same head stamp that you identified in the Get Well bullet as well as the casing found on the basement floor?
I don't recall which one was a Get Well bullet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 26.
Yes, they're all the same.
Okay. This one just has Get Well written in Sharpie on it. So all of the ammunition that is displayed up here is all the same caliber, all the same head stamp.
That is correct.
Anything else? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy, approximately how many hours did you spend processing this place?
I would suggest over the 3-week period, it was roughly 10 to 12 hours a day. Not working every day. We did have a couple days off in there.
So the pictures that were shown to the jury today, were those all taken in the same day or in different days?
They were taken in different dates. They were not taken all at the exact same time, no.
Now, as far as you being at that home, is this your first time that you were in the Halderson household?
In reference to this investigation, yes. I'd never previously had been at that residence.
So you mentioned multiple times that the way you photographed things that day was how it was when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
When I entered under the guise of the search warrant, we photographed the entire interior of the residence, how we found it. And again, I talked earlier about wearing booties and the cross-contamination. You just cannot get past that. But nothing else was moved when the initial photographs are taken. And when we walk through and we're taking our notes, and I talk about that golden hour with Deputy Plenty, we're not moving or touching anything. We're simply looking.
And along those lines, would you agree with me that your role is primarily to take in the scene, not necessarily analyze the scene? Does that make sense?
I would disagree, because my role as a crime scene investigator differs from a detective. When I'm at the scene, I'm trying to read what the scene is saying. I'm trying to interpret what the scene is saying. The detective, they get verbals. They talk to their witnesses, their victims, their suspects, and they are able to communicate verbally. I have to interpret what has been left for me. I have to try and essentially analyze, for lack of a better term, what is there and what isn't there.
So along those lines as well, are you the individual that gets to determine what is of evidentiary value and what is not of evidentiary value?
I'm one of the people, yes, I am.
And I believe in this particular location, it would be you and Deputy Plenty.
That is correct. Now, and additionally, we do our investigation, and we're making a evaluation as we're doing it, and we're identifying what needs to be done to the scene. Okay, that first evaluation. What additional resources are we going to need? Are we going to need help from other agencies, be it the State Crime Laboratory Field Response, the ATF, DCI's State Fire Marshal's Office? All of that is going in and taking place. Once we sequence what is going to happen, we roll out our plan. Now that changes, and things happen that allow us to continue, and then there's roadblocks that we have to stop and change our direction, our course of attack, if you will, on processing this scene. Once that is all done, again, we talked about that communication with the detectives and having an understanding as to what's taking place outside of the crime scene. I don't know everything that is taking place. I don't know every interview that is being conducted. So what we do then is, once we're done with the processing of all of the evidence that we find forensically, we then bring the detectives into the scene, and they do a wall-to-wall search. And during that wall-to-wall search, they're looking for additional documents that they might have an understanding that has relevance to the case that I would have no knowledge of, because I'm not the one out doing the interviews. So this is a team approach, and we need the detectives to give us information, we give the detectives information, and then we have them come in and we release the scene to the detectives so they can do their wall-to-wall search for additional things that we may have not had any knowledge that may or may not have been important.
So in conjunction with you and the crime scene team, along with the detectives, it's fair to say that this house was very thoroughly processed.
Yes, I referred to the search when the walkthrough was conducted with the district attorney's office. I used a term that when we get done with the search, when we're done with a tornado search, we'll find everything. And the district attorney looked at me and wondered what tornado search was. And I told them that we will turn the house upside down, looking for whatever piece of evidence is in here that would have any value to this case. And that's what we did.
And the DA has placed all of the exhibits that they've presented to you in that corner. That's not even half of the exhibits or of the evidence that was collected in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about exhibits and evidence, we're not only talking about anything that could contain blood, we're talking about digital evidence such as flash drives, anything like that this house had, you would have collected and processed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going into the blood evidence that you had talked about in direct examination, you essentially performed two types of tests, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the first one was just to see if there was a presence of blood. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would be the phenolphthalein test that detects just simply the presence of blood.
And then that second one was that hexagon OBDI or OBTI test.
That is correct. The hexagon OBTI, that differentiates between human blood and non-human blood.
The tests that were performed on this blood initially from you, they cannot tell you when that blood was placed on that location, correct?
No, they cannot.
And I think you might have mentioned this in direct examination, but I'll say it again. It cannot tell you, these tests cannot tell you whose blood that is.
No, that is that's the screening process that we utilize, again, to get the best probative value for the evidence that we're allowed to submit to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. And that's when the DNA evaluation and testing is conducted at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. That is not something that is done in-house by any sheriff's office in Wisconsin.
And along those lines, those two tests that you performed on the blood, they cannot tell you how it was that the blood was placed there.
No, they cannot.
Same with the physical evidence that you recovered. So for example, we spent some time talking about metal fragments that were located in the basement. Do you recall those?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're able to determine that they're metal fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And maybe you're able to determine that they're, I think you refer to them as projectiles.
Consistent with the lead fragment of a projectile, yes.
But a thorough, conclusive saying that this metal fragment is a projectile, that's not something that you would be able to do, correct?
No, that would again go to a subject matter expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in the firearms section.
And again, as far as you're concerned, you cannot tell us when those metal fragments were placed there, correct?
No, I cannot.
And generally, you cannot tell us how they were placed there.
No, I cannot do that either, no.
And that goes with any kind of physical evidence that you recovered at the household, correct?
Could you ask the question again?
Sure, yeah. So I specifically talked about the metal fragments, but
Yep.
as far as any kind of physical evidence that you collected, you weren't able to tell the jury or anyone how it was placed there, correct?
In respect to the metal fragments or any evidence?
Any evidence.
That is not correct.
So there's some evidence that you are able to say how it was placed there.
Correct.
Could you give me an example?
The bloodstain patterns.
And when we're talking about the bloodstain patterns, that's quite literally the pattern, not how the blood was placed there, just the pattern, correct?
Correct. Well, the pattern will tell us basically how it was applied. So when we look at the face of the safe and we see the stains that are on the face of the safe, they're pretty much round and they're small. And that tells us that those stains impacted on that safe at a 90 or near 90 degree angle. So the face of the safe is a horizontal surface. So the blood is deposited onto the face of the safe at a 90 degree angle.
But again, you do not know when it was placed there.
I cannot say that, no.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
One brief question. The jury previously, and counsel, I think, mentioned some of the photos. The video that Scott Coons, the slow walkthrough of the property, was that done before or after photos being taken?
I cannot recall exactly the time. It was on the same day, but I do not recall if that was prior to or after.
Sure. Was it done before any items were moved?
Nothing was moved.
Okay. That's it?
May this deputy be excused and released? Or no? Not released, but excused. Are there any, well, I know we should get the, I will ask him to, with your assistance, to box up the exhibits that are there before we proceed to the next witness. Thank you, sir. Thanks again. Thank you again.
And the state's gonna call Nick Stolke to the stand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon, sir. If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference for the purposes of witnesses, if you could. Thank you so much. Go right ahead, counsel.
Hold on one sec.
Your name for the record, spelling both your first and last name.
Nick Stelke, Nick Stahlke.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the State Crime Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And what sort of training did you have to go through to become a forensic scientist?
I have to have a minimum of a 4-year degree or a bachelor's degree. My degree is in medical technology and chemistry.
And where did you get that from?
St. Cloud State University.
And then did you have any further training after that?
I have a lot of different training sessions that I've attended over the 30 plus years that I've been a forensic scientist.
Well, could you give us the highlights? What are some of the specific trainings you have?
Well, I had training in crime scene response processing. I had a course in advanced scene processing, a bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory, fracture match, or physical match, and all the other associated training that's required for the processing of crime scenes.
Okay. And is one of the things that you've had training and experience with luminol?
Yes, it is.
And what is luminol?
Luminol is a chemical when added to a scene that has the presence of blood and a hydrogen peroxide will cause a chemiluminescence.
Okay, so it's a chemical that when added to blood, it'll cause it to react under a certain light?
Yes, it does. When blood is present and you add luminol, the blood reacts as a catalyst, causing the blood to actually luminesce or give off light.
Okay. And what is it used for?
We utilize luminol for determining whether or not there's a cleanup at a crime scene. I also like to use it for determining what has actually occurred if there's been any movements within a crime scene that isn't necessarily understood from just the visible blood that we see at a scene. So it's helpful in identifying non-visible blood at a crime scene.
So it allows you to see blood that is not able to be seen with the naked eye.
That's correct.
In the course of this investigation, were you asked to luminol some vehicles?
Yes, I was.
And was one of those vehicles a Volvo belonging to a Krista Halderson?
It was.
And what, if anything, were the results of that luminol?
It was negative.
And what does that mean?
That means that First of all, when we did the examination of that vehicle, we always do a visual examination. I did not see any visible blood. We followed that up with then the application of luminol, which again is you see a visible reaction for non-visible blood from the application of luminol, and I did not get a reaction from that.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibits 342, 343, and 344. How would you describe exhibits 342 through 344?
Exhibits 342, 343, and 344 are photographic images of vehicles that I processed in this case.
And I would move 342 through 344 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd ask for the Elmo. And 342. Was this the Volvo that you processed?
It is.
And no signs of blood in that Volvo?
That's correct.
And 343. Was that the Outback, Subaru Outback vehicle that you processed belonging to Bart Halderson?
It was.
Okay. And what result did you have with luminol with that vehicle?
Again, it was negative.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you 344. Is this another vehicle that you at least took a look at?
It is.
And did you perform luminol on this vehicle?
I did not.
And why is that?
The condition of the vehicle, all the items that were located within the vehicle would suggest that none of those items had been removed or had been replaced. All those items seemed to be in the condition that it had been for some period of time. So in my estimation, it wasn't necessary to attempt luminol for this particular vehicle.
And 344 is specifically the vehicle that was owned by Kat Melander, the girlfriend in this case?
That was my understanding.
Okay. So let me ask you, if I have something that is bloody, but I put it in some sort of plastic, would luminol detect stains on the flooring underneath?
No, if there's no contact with luminol on the surface that is being tested with luminol, it will not detect or give any kind of reaction to the application of luminol.
So similarly, like putting on gloves, you don't see fingerprints. If you wrap something in a barrier, it would prevent the luminol from picking up on blood.
That's correct.
This was turned over. It says PowerPoint. I have an additional photo. I didn't put those in. That's fine. And sir, did you write a report in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 548. Could you please describe Exhibit 548?
Yes, Exhibit 548 is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings.
And why do you write reports with the results from your investigation?
We always write reports so that everyone understands that we were there performing a duty, and those then, when we have conclusions that from our examinations, we need to report those to the
And
to the
is
agency.
Exhibit 348 a true and accurate copy of your report?
Exhibit 548?
I'm sorry, 548.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 548 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And just for completeness, Exhibit 303, is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Exhibit number 303 is, yes.
I would move Exhibit 303 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, the cars were just a small part of what you looked at in this case. Is that fair?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 304 and Exhibit 305. And in connection to this case, you created a PowerPoint.
Yes, I was asked to do that, yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 304 is just the USB of your PowerPoint? And Exhibit 305 is a printout of your PowerPoint.
Exhibit 305 is that, yes.
Okay. I'd move Exhibits 304 and 305 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Let me get it set up before I have you switch it, Judge. Okay. Do you want to switch it?
I think we did.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
So Exhibit 305 is a PowerPoint with 23 slides approximately.
Yes.
And in the first slide, that's just the outside of the house that you processed.
That's correct.
And that house is the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address.
It was.
Okay. And what do we see on slide 2?
I like to describe this house as a tri-level, but it actually has 3 levels above ground, 4th level being the basement. So this would be the lowest level. This is the foyer at the front door. This off to the left is the family room. Behind us would be the entrance to the garage. And in the middle there, in the top center of the photograph is the entrance to the basement or the lowest level.
Now, did you luminol the entire house?
No, we only luminoled those areas that of concern. And those areas were the basement, the foyer here. There's a bathroom then up on the top right corner of this photograph. We did that one as well, and then the garage.
Okay.
And the family room, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And slide 3. How would you describe slide 3?
Slide 3 is the lowest level. This would be the basement. The basement was split basically in two, divided by a dividing wall. This would be the north half of the basement.
Okay. And how would you describe slide 4?
Maybe, I'm sorry, I think that's actually the south side of the basement, because the front door is facing south. So this would be, when you go down the basement stairs to the right and just to the left, then that is on the north side of the basement, so the south side of the basement. This is the south side of the basement. This then is the floor of the south side of the basement.
Slide 5.
Well, the first, the slide just before this was a photograph of the floor with white light. This is a photograph then with a long lens opening with no light at all other than the light that is being generated by the application of luminol, and then a small pop of light or flash so that we can get an idea of the relative positions of the items within the scene to the luminol itself. If we didn't do that, all you would see would be the luminescence of the luminol reacting to the presence of whatever it's reacting to.
Now, the blue area that's for lust, I believe you said, is that all blood that it's reacting to?
This could be blood that it's reacting to, yes.
Exhibit, or slide 6. What is slide 6 depicting?
Because I only applied small areas of luminol to the basement floor in small intervals or in sections. This is a second photograph of application of the luminol closer to the camera itself.
And you said that the luminescence could be blood. Could it be something else?
Well, it does. Luminol does react with bleach or any other chemical that has some metals in it. Also, some plant materials will give some false positives.
So if somebody had cleaned the floor with bleach, that might also respond to your luminol.
It can, yes.
What about hydrogen peroxide? Would that cause any luminol?
Well, to cause the reaction of luminol, actually luminol is part of the chemical reaction of luminol. When you apply luminol, you're applying a basic solution with luminol and with the addition of hydrogen peroxide, which is an oxidizer, causing the luminol then to react to the iron that's in the hemoglobin of the blood to luminesce. So hydrogen peroxide is actually a part of this then. Hydrogen peroxide is also a good cleaning agent or a bleach, which will remove stains and break down cellular material like blood.
Slide 7, what is the jury seeing?
Okay, slide 7 is the opposite direction of the previous slides. The previous slides had the camera in the position just this side of that small chest freezer looking our direction. In this case, this photograph is looking in the opposite direction.
When you are luminoling this area and the area that we just looked at and you're getting some fluorescence, is anybody else swabbing that area or testing it for blood in any manner?
Once we identify an area that is reacting, giving us a positive reaction to the application of luminol, we then swab it to get a sample, and then we test it again with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of blood. And because luminol isn't specific to blood, we need a second test to determine if there is potentially blood present. And so we always follow up any positive luminol areas with a presumptive test called phenolphthalein, excuse me.
And did Greg Leatherberry, in this case, perform those tests?
I performed the phenolphthaleins. I think Greg may have assisted with that, but he collected all of those samples.
Okay. And did he perform, you did the phenolphthalein though?
Yes.
Okay. And so going back to slide 5, did you swab and test any of that, slide 5?
Yes, we did.
And did it test positive for blood?
It did. Presumptive positive for blood, yes.
Sure. And slide 6, did you swab or test any of those areas?
I did.
And did any of those test positive presumptive for blood?
It did.
All right. Slide 8. Oops, I'm sorry. Went to 9. Slide 8. What is the jury viewing in slide 8?
Slide 8 is a view across the basement from south to north. The basement stairs is off to the left. The previous views in the previous slides would have been to our right, looking down the south side of the south half of the basement area. This is looking across from then the south side of the basement to the north side of the basement.
And slide 9, what are we viewing in slide 9?
Slide 9 would be then the north side of the basement.
Slide 10?
Slide 10 is the north side basement floor.
And then slide 11. What is the jury seeing in slide 11?
Slide 11 is the north side basement floor after the application of luminol.
And did you, after applying luminol and getting some fluoresced areas, were those areas swapped?
We did swap some areas in the north side, yes.
Did you test them with phenolphthalein to see if they tested positive for blood?
We did. In this particular case, I don't recall if any of these were positive for presumptive presence of blood.
Sure, so it might have been bleach or some other cleaning agent.
Correct.
What is the jury looking at in slide 12?
This is the basement floor again on the north side, but closer to the stairs that leading down to the basement or leading up to the foyer.
And slide 13.
This is the same area, however, after the application of luminol.
And how would you describe these results on slide 13?
These gave a very strong reaction to the presence of luminol. I believe we also had a couple positive reactions to the presumptive tests of phenolphthalein as well. But there were some footwear impressions, apparent footwear impressions in blood in this area. And you can see that in this photograph.
How would you describe slide 14?
Slide 14 then is a view from the north side of the basement toward the stairs leading up to the foyer.
And slide 15?
15?
Yes.
Slide 15 is an image of the family room. There's a fireplace there. These are also some stairs that lead up to the upper floor. A kitchen in the background there. And the foyer is off to the right.
Slide
16?
16 and then right there, 16.
16 is the fireplace hearth with a floor in front of that. Appeared that there was doing some construction in this, or renovating in this room.
Slide 17, just another view.
Yep, just another view of the same thing.
And slide 18. How would you describe slide 18 to the jury?
Slide 18 is the same view as previous view. However, after the application of luminol, this particular view would indicate there was some solution or a wetting wetting of the surface that had occurred here. You can see that there's a little bit of a movement in drainage, or there's a flow pattern, for instance, for lack of better terminology here, of that luminescing area.
And
so possible cleanup as well.
And your training and experience with luminol, are you also trained in blood stain pattern or blood splatter analysis?
Yes.
Is there anything you can say about the blood staining of the basement area?
Well, you can see that there's a couple of very bright stains that are luminescing very brightly with blue. Those would be stains that are not necessarily diluted with any kind of a substance or a liquid. Those are fairly strong stains. The stains that we could visibly see in this area appeared to be more of a drip or a contact transfer.
And I'm going to go back a few slides and ask you about the blood pattern. Is there anything, this slide in the basement, slide 13, is there anything you can say about the blood pattern in that slide?
The only thing that, this is a real complex situation, I'd say, with a lot of different things going on. These are mostly transfers or just the contact of blood onto a surface. There's also some patterns then that would be consistent with footwear in blood. There's also drip patterns there as well. And there's some spatter stains off to the side or onto vertical surfaces near this.
And I'm going to go back to slide 5. Is there anything you can say about the pattern there?
These patterns are more general in that and diffuse in that it appears that there's been some wiping or cleanup.
All right, I'm going to go back to, I believe we were at 17. Slide 18 we already talked about. Slide 19, how would you describe slide 19?
In slide 19, these had some visible stains. And the ones that are already marked were ones that Deputy Leatherberry had visibly seen and marked with these labels, adhesive labels.
And slide 20.
20 is an image taken after the application of luminol. You can see there that there's many more stains that are visible now due to the application of the luminol. These stains are very similar in characteristic, size, and shape as this visible stains that you could see and that were already marked.
Are you able to say anything about the pattern of or splatter of these stains?
These look like stains that were drip utilized in or that are produced from gravity alone acting upon the bloody source with the blood dripping straight to the floor. There were a couple of stains that you can see some movement toward the bottom right that are somewhat smeared. These could be consistent with swipes or wipes.
Exhibit 21, a view before you luminoled.
This is the foyer. The front door is off to the left. The garage entrance is up toward the top of the photograph. And this is from the location at the top of the basement stairs.
Slide 22, how would you describe slide 22?
The entrance to the front of the house, entrance to the left at the end of that rug, and then the entrance to the garage there at the top with the door open.
And finally, slide 23. What do you see in slide 23?
Slide 23 is in following the application of luminol. We had a positive reaction to the presence of luminol here just inside the garage door. And this had a pattern to it. It appeared to be a contact transfer with the shape of a possible container that may have had blood on the surface of it.
Okay. And just like with the vehicles, again, if items such as plastic tarp or other barriers were used, would that prevent you from finding blood with luminol?
Well, anything that would prevent blood from contacting a surface, which was then ultimately applied or had luminol applied to it, would not indicate or give a positive reaction to the presence of luminol.
And if blood was cleaned up with hydrogen peroxide, would you be able to find any traces of it?
Well, with luminol, because hydrogen peroxide is part of the formula of the luminol itself, it would not give a reaction. It would indicate that cleanup had occurred. It would be, but however, the hypochlorite or bleach does give a positive, negative positive, false positive for luminol.
Are you familiar with lemon at all as a potential cleaning agent?
Well, I've heard of lemons possibly being used as cleaning agents. Lemons have citric acid, and we're all familiar with vinegar, which is acetic acid. So we know that acetic acid is a cleaning agent. It's a mild acid used in removal of mineral stains and things like that, or metal staining and things on that order. So, and mineral deposits. So lemons can be used as a cleaning agent.
It's also a nice deodorizer. Smells good.
Yes, vinegar does have a sour odor to it, whereas lemons would not have that.
Hold on one moment. And Analyst Stolke, did you test this last stain, slide 23, for blood?
I don't recall. If we collected it, we would have tested it. And since we collected it, I'm pretty sure I would have tested it with phenolphthalein.
Fair enough. And the chemical compound H2O2, is that the chemical formula for hydrogen peroxide?
It is.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
So I'm a bit confused. You said earlier that it could be blood, whatever is illuminating from the luminol, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the other assumption is that it could be bleach, correct?
Correct.
So whenever we see something illuminated on that TV or on the photographs, it could be bleach, yes?
Could be one or the other or both, yes.
And the only way you'd be able to do that is by doing that additional testing that you talked about with the phenolphthalein, correct?
That would give us more confidence that it is blood, yes.
And I believe you said that there were some areas where it couldn't be detected if what was being illuminated was in fact blood. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Sure, yeah. I believe you had mentioned that there was some spots where it was illuminated and you did test for the presence of blood, but nothing was located or no further testing was done.
When we got a positive reaction for luminol, I would go to the area that had the strongest luminescence or fluorescence and swab that area. We then conducted a phenolphthalein, which is the presumptive test for phenolphthalein, or for blood. We had several negative tests, but we also had positive tests for the presence of blood. So there could be a combination of both things going on there.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. And these areas were swabbed and samples were collected in the course of this luminol?
It was, yes.
And those were later sent to some of your colleagues at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
It would have been tested later on, yes.
All right, nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
From my subpoena then as well?
Is he released from his subpoena?
We'll talk later about that, but not for right now.
Not for right now. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Hannah, can we approach?
Yes. It for today. Folks, that's going to be it for today. The processing of evidence and presentation will continue tomorrow, and I appreciate all of your attentiveness today. We'll run the same schedule tomorrow, so if you can be here, and we'll be set to go ourselves at 8:45. We'll get started at that point in time. In the meantime, as you go home from here today, and as you, I hope, rest this evening, again, stay away from observing any media reports, having any conversations or discussions, or taking any steps yourselves to learn anything further, and avoid being in any position where anyone around you is talking about the case or providing you purposely or inadvertently with any information. I appreciate everything today, and I hope you all have a good rest this evening. Brandon?
All right, to the jury.
All right, so that concludes day 5, and that was pretty interesting testimony from Nicholas Stalkey, forensic scientist. He showed us all the possible blood stains all over the basement, and there was a lot of it, right? Then we Deputy Greg Leatherberry, awesome last name. He showed us the spent casing underneath the wood workbench in the basement. Also the magazines behind the insulation in the basement. We also heard from recalled James Plenty, Detective Dan Feeney. He found the cleaning items in the garbage can that was on the farm. Deputy Eric Schneider, he found the tools that were inside the barrel. And then Jessamy Torres, she also searched part of the barn, and so pretty damning day for Chazzy Boy there for the state. And now we're going to get into day 6. Day 6 has the fire inspector. I'm not sure what deputy, whatever he is. His testimony is one that you guys will. If you guys haven't seen this trial, I'm not going to say any more other than this testimony is pretty interesting. So appreciate you guys paying attention and asking pertinent questions on the trial. Let's see here. And yeah, this guy's his testimony is coming up. For those that have not seen it, this is definitely very, very interesting.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask you, as I have at every occasion, whether anyone was exposed to any information, media, news reporting, participated in any discussions inadvertently or intentionally, or sought any information regarding the case. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We're set to begin. The state can call its next witness, please.
The state calls Stephen Greiber to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference, if you could.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Greiber, Stevengreiber, as in boy, ER.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
Law enforcement.
In what capacity were you in law enforcement?
I was an investigator or detective for most of my years.
Sure.
I'll say that I was a law enforcement officer.
Sure. In full transparency, at times you and I have worked together in our careers.
Yes.
Where at?
At the Dane County District Attorney's Office.
And how long were you at the district attorney's office?
12 years.
Fair to say, since you retired, unfortunately, we haven't kept in contact or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where do you live, sir, in relation to Bart and Krista Halderson?
I live directly across the street. If our houses are almost like a mirror image of each other, if I went out my driveway, across the street, I'd go into their driveway. So our garages face each other and the front of our houses face each other.
In the early part to the mid part of July of last year, was there some significant police presence in your neighborhood?
Yes.
And was that for an ongoing period of time?
Yes.
At some point, did you talk to a police officer about something you perhaps noticed or remembered from July 1st of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Just first of all, if you could set the stage, what were you doing that day, July 1st?
Well, July 1st, initially, I had been up I have a garden that's away from my property. It's relatively large, a vegetable garden. So I'd been up there most of the day. And then later in the day, my granddaughter had a softball game. So I had attended that softball game, which was like around 6 o'clock in the evening.
Sure. What happened when you arrived home?
So when I came home, which probably been an hour later, about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there. But I had previously harvested some radishes out of my garden and had them in a 5-gallon pail, so I had taken them out into my front driveway and had cleaned them up, just cutting off the excess leaves and stuff like that. But I had sat in a park bench that I have sitting in my driveway that's sitting between the 2 garage doors, because I have a 3-bay garage door, or garage.
About what time in the day were you out in your lawn clean, or the driveway there cleaning the radishes?
It was probably about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere around that time.
Okay. And what did you notice around that time that caught your attention?
Well, what caught my attention was while I was there doing that for a period of time, all of a sudden I could detect a strong odor just of burning wood. And so I thought someone maybe had a fireplace or I should say a fire pit or something outside going. They're just burning some firewood. But about 5 minutes or so later, all of a sudden that odor of burning wood became a distinct odor that was more like in the line of what I thought someone was like barbecuing a large pork, like in one of these large barbecue pits or whatever that can hold a whole pork.
Okay. And how long did that smell persist in your neighborhood?
Well, for the remainder of the time I was outside, it was present, kind of became real strong and kind of like a pungent smell, to the point that I actually walked down my driveway half the distance, I kind of looked up and down the street to see if anybody was doing anything like grilling or something else was going on, and I didn't see anything at that point.
Okay. If you had to guess, or if you had to estimate distance-wise from the location you are to the Halderson home, about how far away is it?
About maybe 100 to 130 feet.
Okay. And you have that observation that day. You're not here to say exactly what that smell was, right?
Other than it smelled to me like, yeah, it was something burning of a meat or fats or something.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
The state calls Colin Lynch to the stand. Morning. You're going to follow that deputy right there. Stand right there. Please, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Good morning. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Colin Lynch, COLINLYNCH.
And Mr. Lynch, whereabouts do you live?
7022 Bridgman Road.
And what municipality?
Windsor.
Okay. Did you know someone named Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know Bart Halderson?
Neighbor, and we're both commissioners on Lake District.
Sure. I'm going to have you pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's hard to hear in this room. You say you're both commissioners on a lake district?
Yes, it's a special tax district that acquires funds for the management of the pond that we live on.
Sure. You both back up to the pond?
Yeah, correct.
In relation to Mr. Halderson's house, were you aware of where Bart Halderson lived?
Yes.
Where was your house in relation to his house?
Directly behind him across the pond.
Okay. So if you looked across the pond, you'd see Bart Halderson's house?
You're correct.
Okay. Sir, back in July of 2021, did you have any security cameras at your house?
July 2021, yes.
Okay. What type of security system, or how many cameras did you have at your home?
A total of 13.
Did some of them face the front of your house?
Yes.
And did at least one of them face the rear of your house?
Rearward, yeah.
Okay. And does that camera look toward the pond in some respects?
Yes, the pond is in the images above the ground.
Sure.
So,
what was the purpose of that camera when you installed it? Was it to look at the pond, or was it to look at something else?
Oh, I had planned when I installed the cameras. I had planned on putting in a pool, and there's terribly risky, terrifying things, and so. One of the many reasons for installing cameras at the pool in the rear was the primary purpose of that.
Okay. In the mid part of July of last year, were the police having contact with you about your security cameras and perhaps them having some footage that they thought was helpful?
Yes.
And did you provide full access to your security system at that time?
Yes.
In fact, at one point they actually took your kind of the DVR from your home, did they not?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you later learn that they were particularly interested in maybe the rear camera of your house facing across the pond toward the Halderson house?
Roughly, yes.
And you fully comply with any testing they wanted to do during that time period?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 306. Let me just ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes, it's my camera 6, my property.
Okay. And is that kind of a screenshot?
That would be accurate, yes.
I'll move 306 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So Dane, I think you testified, the deputies took your DVR system and they pulled footage off of it, but you're saying that 306 is at least a screenshot of what that rear camera maybe would have been looking at around that time?
Correct.
Okay, I'll just move to publish quickly, 306.
Of course.
And you said you were planning to build a pool. Looks like you followed through with that, right?
Amazingly, yes.
Okay. You had no further part in analyzing the video or doing anything like that. That was the sheriff's deputies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did they return your DVR to you eventually?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
You may.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you.
It sounds like the next witness is just on a different floor, so he's on his way up.
All right,
But
thank
we'll
you.
I'll sit here, I suppose, silently for a minute.
Very good. Actually, it's a good point for me to let the jury know that I have a matter on my calendar at 11:45 that I have to address. Although I can be a little bit late or a little bit early. It depends upon where we are in our process. But I'm hoping that the witness schedule will work out in that regard. Otherwise, I may have to cut things off depending on how late we run. Thank you.
The state calls Scott Kuntz at this time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask and are comfortable doing so, please do.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, my name is Scott Kuntz, spelled Kuntz.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a sheriff's deputy with the Dane County Sheriff's Office in Madison.
Any particular area?
Yeah, I work in our support services division. And in the support services division, I have a number of duties assigned to me. I conduct covert surveillance when we are looking for criminal suspects and their activities. I collect video evidence, audio evidence, image evidence. I participate in search warrants, not only of physical locations, but of devices looking for information. And I perform forensic image, audio, and video analysis.
Highlighting specifically forensic image and audio analysis, what specific training do you have in that field of study?
So in forensic video analysis, specifically, I've got over 1,400 hours of education and continuing education over the course of my career. I am a LEVA, that's L-E-V-A, Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International Certified Forensic Video Analyst. And that's a certification that is an earned certification through proficiency testing and education, and an examination by a board of examiners of the work that I've conducted. I'm also certified by the International Association for Identification as a forensic video examiner. That is an earned certification that is achieved through successful completion of a technology examination. If you pass that, then you qualify for a practical examination where you're given media to examine and solve problems with that media. I have received certification through NATIA, N-A-T-I-A, that's the National Technical Investigators Association, as a technical investigator. And that is a certification that is earned through examination for your understanding of engineering and electronics as it relates to surveillance.
Are you at any point called upon to teach in these areas of expertise?
Yes, I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So LEVA is the organization through which I've earned most of my training. And over the time, they have invited me to be a contract instructor for them. So To date, I have over 2,000 hours of instruction around the world for them. I've been fortunate enough to teach across the United States to law enforcement, to crime lab personnel, private investigators, attorneys, throughout Canada, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sweden, Oman, the UK. There's been a lot of teaching opportunities for that. I've also been given the opportunity to guest lecture at UW-Platteville, at Gateway Technical College in Kenosha, Blackhawk Technical College in Janesville, the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, and Marshall University in West Virginia. I have taught forensic video analysis and ethics courses at Madison College. I think it was about 7 years. And I've taught a video evidence course at Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Aside from, and putting this case aside and what you did in this investigation, what types of video problems that do law enforcement have where maybe your expertise is called upon to help them solve? And I guess the better question is, what types of things would you get involved in to help maybe detectives or beat cops solve something they have with a video problem?
So the discipline that I'm trained in and that I perform is forensic video analysis. And that's defined as the scientific examination, comparison, and or evaluation of video and legal matters. The idea is that there should be a systematic and methodical approach to the analysis of data, and the data in this case would be a video, an image, or an audio file. Many times, all we can do as investigators is to just look cognitively at something and try to perceive what we can and make an assessment. The idea with forensic video analysis is that we want to try to get to beyond just a recognition level of understanding, but actually to an identification where we can prove what the data shows through experiments. So forensic video analysis is one of the main duties that I have at the Sheriff's Department. Sometimes it's speed analysis. If there's a traffic fatality and we have video or audio or both of that or imagery, try to reconstruct speed or try to reconstruct locations. Sometimes I am tasked with recording statements of people accused of harming babies. So oftentimes a baby will be injured or killed, and then there's no real witnesses to it. And sometimes I will record the statement through a crime scene of somebody recounting the events prior to the baby being in distress. I video record homicide scenes. So in this case, I recorded the homicide scene. I conduct surveillance. I will sometimes do height analysis. So for bank robberies, serious cases, sometimes the question being asked is, how tall is this person? Can we possibly eliminate them as a suspect based on their perceived height? We can perceive height, but we also want to try to prove height, and that can be done in many instances with video. Reconstruction and recreation of events. I've done that a number of times in my career where we will try to recreate events. Today I'll talk a bit about some recreation through a process called reverse projection, where recently I worked a case where the question was, where was this camera when it took this video? And so it was an hours-long process of trying to locate in three-dimensional space where that camera was when it took the images that were involved in that investigation.
And you're wearing a badge, so I'll ask you, in addition to all of that, are you also a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, I've been a sheriff's deputy for 28 years.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 307. Can you tell us what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And approximately how many pages is this?
Oh, I don't know, 25 pages.
All right. And is that a summary of your training experience and perhaps some of your education as well?
It is.
All right, I'll move 307 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In this specific case, at some point were you asked to become involved regarding a video of a homeowner named Colin Lynch who lived on Bridgman Road, perhaps behind the Halderson residence, who had a video facing the rear of his property?
I was.
And did you talk to Mr. Lynch?
I did several times.
And initially, were you able to obtain that video from him?
I was.
How so?
Initially, a copy of the video was provided to me by Dane County Deputy Sheriff Michael Wilk. And as I was looking at the video, trying to assess what we had, what we didn't have, what the limitations were with the evidence that we had received, one of the questions that I often ask, especially in very serious cases such as this one, is do we have the purest form, the best evidence possible from that recorder, that DVR, called a digital video recorder. And so initially I worked with the copy that had been given to me. And then eventually I was able to get a video in a couple different formats from that DVR, and I could make an assessment in the laboratory if I had the purest form of what was there.
Sure. And we're going to look at your report, and I know there's a PowerPoint, and we're going to see some video here in a second. But before we do that, I want to ask you, at the time you were performing this work, were you involved in other aspects of the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I was.
And just to summarize for the jury so they know maybe what was in your mind while performing some of this work, what you knew around the time that you started performing this work about the investigation.
When the events unfolded at the Halderson residence, I was out of town on personal business. And I believe it was on July 9th, I was contacted by my supervisor. He was then a lieutenant. His name was Matthew Carls, K-A-R-L-S. And he informed me that the Haldersons had disappeared initially and that it was turning into a homicide investigation. And I had also noticed that while I was out of town, just checking news headlines online. So I knew when I came back to work that we were going to be in what we call major case mode, where all resources are devoted to the investigation of the crimes. So I knew that body parts had been found prior to my involvement with the case. And if I remember correctly, an arrest had been made just prior to me getting involved in the case as well. I was shown a couple of photographs of the inside of the Halderson residence. I was informed that it appeared to have been a fire in and around the fireplace in the lower level of the family room at the house. And I was informed that no bodies were found. Typically in our homicides, we find bodies right there. And in this case, that wasn't the situation.
And you produced a report in this case, did you not?
I did.
It's a somewhat extensive report, but I'll provide it to you. I've marked in this case exhibit number 313. Would you absolutely take a drink of water and then take a look at that and let me know, is that your report that you've produced in this case?
Yes, this is my report.
Approximately how many pages is that?
When printed, this report is 36 pages.
And does that summarize your findings into this investigation?
Yes, it does.
All right. I'll move 313 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I'll show you 308. What does that appear to be?
This is a thumb drive, and it's labeled Kuntz Light Analysis PowerPoint.
And if you produced a PowerPoint in this case to display to the jury, perhaps, what's in your report in a more easy to understand fashion.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'll move 308 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
I'll move to publish.
You may.
So as we're queuing this up, I have a couple questions for you. What was the question you were trying to answer in this report? What was the question at hand?
Well, when I initially got briefed on this case upon my return to Madison, I made contact with Deputy Sheriff Mike Wilk. He had been assigned to look at the video from 7022 Bridgman Road, Mr. Lynch's DVR video, and to catalog the series of events chronologically that he observed in the video. I've trained Mike Wilk in the past at Madison College, so I'm familiar with him and his work. And I said, Mike, let's meet. I just want you to show me what you see, what you don't see, and what your observations are. And he indicated to me that on the video there was a flickering light that he believed was coming from the Halderson residence on the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And I said, what do you believe that light to be? He said, I think it's a fire in that family room at the house. And I asked him why he believed that, and he said things that made sense to me. It's a flickering light. He had knowledge. He told me that there was a fireplace in that room, and I had not yet at that point been in the house. And I said, well, how do you know it's coming from that window? He said, well, I've looked at daytime video, and I think that's where it is. So I looked at that video, and not being familiar at that point with the residents, I thought he's probably right, but really it's a perception thing. We perceived it probably was that window. So the question I posed to him and to Detectives Shunk and Sims is, I think we have an opportunity here with this video to not only perceive what we think was the source of that light, but to prove it. And so the question really was, where was that light coming from? Not what the source of the light was, but where in the Halderson residence was that coming from?
And so you talked a little bit about forensic video analysis, and you have a slide here. It says the scientific examination, comparison, and/or evaluation of video in legal matters. That's perhaps a technical definition, but what's a layman's definition of what this is, what we're about to do?
Sure. So on slide 2 here, I've got the textbook definition of forensic video analysis, but the idea is that regardless of whether it's a liquor theft or a homicide, as an analyst, I should be clinically looking at the data, trying to understand what it can prove, what it cannot prove, what its limitations are, and how firm of a foundation do we have on the data that we're relying upon. If you don't have a forensic video analyst involved between the viewing of the video and the interpretation of the video, the interpretation could be skewed. I use the example sometimes of looking at WebMD. I may not feel well, and I could look at WebMD, and I could diagnose myself with all sorts of things. I might be right, I might be wrong, but I'm not qualified to say. The idea with forensic video analysis is that anybody can look at video, and sometimes we're right in what we perceive from those recordings, but a forensic video analyst is trained to set aside feelings and things that might be contextually bias-based and objectively look at the data and see what it might prove.
Sure. Why do we need you? Why can't I just go on my computer and just zoom in with my fingers and just make an educated guess? What do you add to the mix?
So what a forensic video analyst does is tries to make sure that if science can be applied appropriately, and if it is the right thing to do in terms of can we answer a question. If there's a testable question, something we can quantify, height, speed, identification, in this case identification, we should try to do that in a valid, repeatable, reproducible manner. So the idea there is that, can I do experiments over and over again and get the same or similar result? Also, can I hand off the data and my report to a like-trained analyst, and could they, without any knowledge of the case, work the data and get the same or similar result if their training and experience and tools are comparable?
Is it your belief and your testimony that your work in this case and in other cases where you perform forensic video analysis can be replicated by other similarly trained people?
Absolutely.
And they, for all intents and purposes, should, if the work is done correctly or in the same way, would probably find exactly the same result?
They will get the same result.
Okay. The north side of the Halderson residence was in fact the area that you were concerned with, correct?
That is correct.
Here's a photograph. This photograph appears to be taken on July 22nd, 2021. Just a couple of questions. In this photograph, are we looking at essentially the backyard, looking at the Halderson house?
That's correct. I took this photograph in the backyard at the Halderson residence.
And at your back, when you took this photograph, was that the pond?
Yes.
Okay. The windows are blacked out. Could you just, did law enforcement place that there, or was that like that when you arrived at the scene?
I was at the scene a number of times, in the house, around the house, on a number of different occasions. And on July 22nd, when I was there, I spoke with Deputy Sheriff Greg Leatherberry. We worked hand in hand on crime scenes for many years. And he said, by the way, he said the lower level windows in this tri-level house have a black canvas or covering over the windows. And he just wanted to make sure I was aware of that. He asked me if I needed to take those down for any reason. I said no. You know, if we want privacy, we have to create it. And so in homicide investigations in particular, we try to cover up out of sensitivity to the victims and in trying to keep the investigation pure and keep prying eyes from looking into areas that they need not look. The windows, the two windows on the lower level in the center were covered, as well as the window on the right, which was the north garage window.
Okay, law enforcement placed that.
Law enforcement placed that on there.
Okay. Here you add some labels. What are we looking at there?
Yes, so to try to do the analysis of where the light source was coming from on the early morning hours of July 2nd, I just put annotations on this image to help familiarize people with what these windows represented. So the window on the far left is what I labeled dining room window number 1. It is in the dining room. The next one to the right is kitchen window number 2. That's the window above the kitchen sink. Kitchen door number 3 had a window in it. It was a walk-through door that went from near the pantry in the kitchen out onto a deck area. Fireplace window number 4, again, my terminology was the window closest to the fireplace in the lower level of the home. Number 5, family room door. That was a walk-through door in that same family room. To the right, TV window number 6. That was a window closest to a television, a flat-screen TV that was mounted on the wall, the west wall of that family room. And then finally, garage north window number 7. That was a small window that was on the north side of the garage.
And we're going to continue to use these labels as we go through your presentation, correct?
That's correct.
What is this?
So slide number 6 that you're looking at is from Google Maps. I've got the hyperlink there on the image. Part of my job involves certified drone operations, and typically in a case such as this, I would fly a drone and we would take pictures from the air to try to demonstrate from a bird's eye view what we have there. This location is not far from the Dane County Regional Airport, so there are some restrictions in flying a drone, as well as we have a limit on how high we can fly drones. So in this case, it was more advantageous to use Google Maps. The reason I put this image in this presentation is to try to orient people to where the camera was at Colin Lynch's house at 7022 Bridgman Road versus the Halderson residence. So on the lower right, I've indicated camera location at 7022 Bridgman Road. The camera was located on the underside of a decking structure. So like the patio, the Lynch home had a patio area where you could walk through some doors and out into the pool area. And just above the door was the deck for the upper level deck. The camera was mounted just below that deck. And that was pointed towards the direction of the Halderson residence. And in the upper left-hand corner of this image, I've labeled Halderson residence. You can see the roof there in that image. And then with yellow annotations, I have indicated the approximate field of view of that camera.
What are we looking at here?
So slide number 8, I put some sample images for a better understanding of what the field of view was from the CCTV or closed circuit television system there. The image on the left is from the daytime on July 2nd. It has no particular significance other than that is just the field of view. You can see the pool area of Mr. Lynch's residence. Further into the scene behind the pool is his backyard. It's grass. Beyond that is the pond. And then way off in the distance, where I have a red line kind of pointing toward the top of that image, is where the Halderson residence is located. That same view at nighttime, indicated on the right side of the screen, is from the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And it's the same scene, just at night.
Okay. You've mentioned a couple of times, we're talking about a several-hour period. Very early, when we say early morning hours, just the first leading into the second, but those early morning hours of July 2nd, for a several-hour period, there was a flickering light that you were concerned with, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this right here?
Excuse me. In slide number 9, a flickering light was recorded on CCTV for several hours at the Halderson residence. This image is enlarged to try to show where on that image you could see, if you watched, where that light was coming from. So I've got a red line here pointing to where that flickering light was located on the Halderson property.
Slide 10, what are we looking at there?
So slide number 10, this is a small video sample of that flickering light enlarged 2 times. And I think it's like a 10-second video. If you hover, you can play it, and it's just a short little clip. If you look carefully where that red line is pointing when the video plays, there is a flickering light in that location.
And we'll look at a good deal of video here in a moment. The unknown is, right, and I think we already talked about this, the question you're trying to answer, the unknown is which window was associated with that flickering light for that several-hour period in those early morning hours of the second.
That's correct.
Okay. You had to answer some questions to solve this question, I would imagine. First being, how was the video file constructed that you had?
Yes. You know, much like when you go to the doctor, They make a visual assessment of you. They listen to you and your symptoms and your explanation of what your issues are. They may do some medical tests, take your pulse, check your respirations, different things, trying to figure out, what is the cause or what is going on. The same thing is true in forensic video analysis. It is not proper to just start diving in and looking at video, but rather interrogating or trying to examine the characteristics of the file or files that you received, because it's that training and experience of how those files are constructed which inform your decisions about what we can say about the video and what we can't say. It shows us our limitations, and it's important to know our limitations going in.
And that brings us to our next slide. What are we looking at there?
Right, so if we start from the top to the bottom just briefly, kind of big to small, I received a bunch of video files, quite a few of them. Those video files were made up of what are called GOPs, G-O-P-S. Those are groups of pictures. So they're families of images that are grouped together mathematically that construct a video. So when we look at a video, it just looks like a video. You hit play and it just runs. But in many of the videos, in fact, most of the videos we look at, there's actually groupings of frames that go together. So those groups of pictures are made up of frames. So if you were to pause a video and just look at a picture, that is a frame of video. There's a frame rate associated with videos. How many refresh pictures do we get every second? Those frames are broken down into smaller segments called pixels. Those pixels are generally little squares of information, and those pixels are finally made up of color channels, reds, greens, and blues. So video is what's called an additive process, where we take primary colors of red, green, and blue. They're mixed together to make all the colors that we see in video, secondary colors. The color channels are what we're at issue here, because those color channels allow us to perceive brightness and color in an image. So that's what is of most importance to me in my analysis in this case, was in the pixels, what were the RGB or red, green, blue values of the pixels defining where that flickering light was located.
And slide 14, is this an example of pixels, essentially?
That's correct. So on slide 14, I put annotations that show an exaggerated view of what we see, where the image on the left is a sample image from the closed-circuit video system at 7022 Bridgman Road. I put an annotation on the left side of 240 and on the bottom 352. That's the pixel count. Vertically, this image is made up of 240 pixels tall, and horizontally 352 pixels wide. On the right side of the screen, I have shown a small portion enlarged to try to show those actual pixels, where they are actual visual little squares of information, just to orient people about the idea that we don't normally see pixels, but in the laboratory we see them all the time.
Got it. And just because it's come up here and it's going to continue to come up, there's a giant white line across the screen there in that major picture, or that larger picture. What is that?
Yes, in this image, there is a support beam that holds up the decking structure of the second floor patio at the Lynch residence, and obviously that was right in front of the camera. We see that illuminated here because the camera itself has what's called near infrared capability. It's got illuminators or LEDs around the lens, so that at night you can see in what's an otherwise dark environment. You wouldn't see much with your eyes, but the camera can see differently than your eyes can see. And so we see that reflected here, not only off the ground in the foreground, but also off of that beam.
Okay. So when we talk about pixels, the pixels, you pull out an example there. That example has no significance other than you just pulled that one out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you identify, or is there a process for identifying where those pixels are on a video that you're looking at?
Yes, there are.
And I'll move to the next slide, 15.
Yeah, so slide 15, I put a couple examples in here just to try to illustrate. I like to think of it this way. When we used to hold paper maps and you're trying to find a street or you're trying to find a city, you'd look in the alphabetical listing, where is East Washington Avenue? You find it and it would say L6. You follow down a grid of letters, follow over a grid of numbers, kind of an XY coordinate thing, and then you'd find where you're looking. The same way here. So the way video is structured, the pixels always start with the location of 0. So in the upper left-hand corner in this example, that pixel in the upper left-hand corner would be X position 0, Y position 0, 0, 0. That is its location in two-dimensional space.
Got it. And so if we look at the next slide, perhaps the different corner.
Yeah, so the second example here I made in slide 16 is the opposite. The lower right-hand corner, it's at its maximum X value. It's all the way to the right. it's at its maximum Y value all the way at the bottom. So we would have an XY coordinate of 351, 239. And again, those numbers are one less than the total width and height of that image because we start counting at 0 instead of 1.
So these pixels essentially can be placed on a graph.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the question becomes then, the flickering window, what are the XY coordinates of that, correct?
That's what was of concern, yes. Where were they located?
And so when we talk about your overall question, which is which windows for flickering, this is maybe the first big question that has to be answered.
Yes.
Okay. But there were some challenges in answering that question.
Yes, there were.
All right. Let's talk about those challenges. And you can start from the top and we'll go down.
Yes, so digital multimedia evidence, video, audio, still images, a term called metadata, the data that's embedded into these files, are what's of importance. And when we study digital multimedia evidence, it's often very different than the type of video you might see from a television station. I had the good fortune of working for 2 television stations prior to working here, and the goal was to make the pictures as pretty as possible. In forensic video analysis, we're often dealing with data that isn't very good. It has a lot of challenges, and in this case, the biggest challenge as I saw it was the distance from the lens. So the target, the thing we're trying to observe, wasn't up close. It wasn't like I put a camera in front of somebody or took a selfie and you fill the frame with the information. In this investigation, the distance from the lens at Colin Lynch's house across the pond to the Halderson residence was 367 feet. That is quite a distance. When you couple that with a wide-angle lens, most closed-circuit television cameras have a wide-angle lens, so they can cover a wide area. You may want to cover your whole front yard or a whole area in an entryway to your business or something. The wide-angle lens makes objects appear smaller than they really are. So when you have a wide-angle lens coupled with a long distance, objects appear quite small. And if they're small, there's less detail. Video resolution. The idea with video resolution is if, television pictures are rectangular. So if you think back to school, how do you get the area of a rectangle? It's width times height. That's how we calculate what's called spatial resolution of video, where we would multiply the width in pixels by the height, and that gives us our count. So if you have a camera that's rated as a 12 megapixel camera, it's really just the product of the width times the height. That's how you kind of get there. In this case, this video resolution is 352 by 240. To give you perspective, HD or high definition, 1920 by 1080. So the total resolution for every frame of video here is about 4% of the area of HD. So we're not dealing with a very large data set. We have very limited data available to us. And again, the targets were small, the house windows. That's what was of interest in this investigation. The lighting conditions were a challenge here. The video in question was at night, so it's dark out. The near-infrared lighting from the camera presents 2 different contrast ranges. So in the foreground, we have a lot of contrast. We have brights, we have darks, we have midtones. In the distance, we don't have all that contrast. It's very dark across the backyard and out onto the pond and out onto the Halderson's property. And finally, one of the biggest ones is what's called lossy, L-O-S-S-Y, video data compression. Every digital video recorder that records cameras has to apply what's called lossy data compression. The idea is that when the video files are manufactured in that recorder, if they are not reduced in logical file size or how much space they take on the hard drive, the average consumer of that video would only be able to keep video for a very short time. Could be hours, might be a day. So lossy video compression allows the DVR to be able to store days, weeks, or months of video. And it's a destructive process. So what happens with lossy data compression is we start to lose what's called high frequency details, things that show scars, marks, tattoos, small details. Our eyes aren't as sensitive to that, so the idea with the engineering is that let's just discard that information. We can still communicate the idea, and people kind of won't notice or care. The other thing that can be affected and is affected with lossy data compression is color purity. How pure are the colors? So if I've got a black shirt on, would it appear black in the video, or would it be some impure color that kind of approximates black? In this case, color was not an issue because the camera was in that nighttime mode, and so the frequencies of near infrared are beyond and infrared are beyond our ability to really see with our eyes. So the camera appears to be black and white when in fact it's a color camera. So these all kind of were in my mind as challenges that would make it more difficult to try to come to an answer of where that window was located versus just looking at the video and knowing readily right away.
Despite these challenges, was it your impression that you could still march on and try to answer that overall question of which window was flickering?
It was.
And you used a process called reverse projection, correct?
Yes.
Reverse projection, the scientific process of determining the position, size, or height of an object captured in a video image, achieved by superimposing and aligning the original image over a control image with the same or identical camera in the same position. So tell us about that real quick, other than just what's on the screen. What is this?
So reverse projection has been around in the forensic community, I think, since the 70s. It was originally used by traffic investigators. If a photograph was taken at a traffic crash scene, the idea was you could go back to that location, figure out where that photo was taken. Once they're what's called registered or aligned, the historic image with a new image you might take would allow you to make measurements and to place markers and to place things. So reverse projection is used as a very powerful tool in our forensic processes here at the Sheriff's Office for, again, achieving an understanding of height of a person, location of debris at a traffic crash, location of vehicles at a traffic crash, and in this case, trying to locate where the windows were located in the darkness off in the distance. So we have historic images from July 2nd. The goal then would be to take new images, superimpose them, make sure they're aligned in the X direction, left and right, the Y direction, up and down, the Z direction, in and out, depth, and then the rotationally. And we were in a good position in this case because the target hadn't moved. The Halderson residence is still in the same spot, hasn't moved. The Lynch residence hasn't moved. The camera had not moved from what we could tell. So we didn't have the amount of work we would where we say, where on earth was this picture taken? We already knew some of those variables were already controlled. And so it was just a matter of going through the work of trying to figure out, where those windows are located.
Right. So you had your images from July 2nd, and then on July 30th, you go out with a couple guys to the Lynch residence and to the Halderson residence, and you perform kind of this experiment of sorts.
Yes.
Okay. You involve Mr. Wilk, Deputy Wilk, and tell me how this process worked.
Yeah, so one of the things that I always want to do before we embark on any kind of reconstructive work at a crime scene is to try to determine, do we have variables that have changed that are going to affect the experiment? So the most obvious one to me is, do we have the same camera, the same lens, the same connectors, the same wiring, the same DVR? All of that. Because if you don't have the same recording device, you can still do the work, but I think it diminishes the strength of an opinion that can be formed from the data you collect. And so in this case, I had a couple conversations with Mr. Lynch. One, I think, by phone, asking him those very questions. Have you done anything to your recorder? No, I haven't done anything, he responded. I said, good, and I was seeking his consent to be able to do these experiments because we would have to gain access to his home and access to his digital video recording system in the home, as well as be in the backyard again of the Halderson residence after dark. And he said he would allow us to do that work. And so I talked to Deputy Wilk. I spoke to my supervisor, Lieutenant Carls, and said this is what I think we should do here, is to try to get a greater understanding of where that light was coming from. I received the go-ahead from the administration at the Sheriff's Department to do this work. So on July 30th, it was a Friday evening, I met in front of the Halderson residence with Deputy Wilk and with Lieutenant Carls. I briefed them again on what I wanted them to do. And what I had done was I took a 48-inch piece of angle iron steel and I connected magnetic LED lights to it. So we had approximately 3 feet of vertical light. And then the bottom foot of that stick, kind of like a lightsaber, you could hold on to without having lights beneath your hands. What I told Deputy Wilk was, I said, we're going to be in cell phone contact. I'm going to be over at the Lynch residence across the pond. You, Deputy Wilk, are going to be in the Halderson backyard. I said, I'm going to give you direction where I want you to stand. And when I give you the command, what I'd like you to do is take that lightsaber, that stick, and just move it slowly in front of the window of where you're standing. I don't want you to wave it wide. I don't want you to hold it up high or low. I want you to be in front of, from the camera's perspective, where the frame of the windows would be. And I said, I'll tell you when to stop, and I'll tell you when to move to the next window. So I gave him kind of an idea of what we're going to do, so once we did it, it would go quickly and efficiently, so we didn't inconvenience Mr. Lynch beyond what we needed to do.
Got it. So to recreate the experiment, you essentially had another deputy who you were on the phone with, who stood in front of the windows, moving a light around as you filmed him, presumably with the same camera from Mr. Lynch.
Yes.
Okay. But you discovered an offset, correct, in your work over at Mr. Lynch's house?
Yes, I did. So we conducted these experiments, collected the data from the DVR, and I went back to the laboratory at the sheriff's office and started examining the data. And to try to say, well, we want apples to apples comparison, we have to make sure that that's the case. Mr. Lynch told me that he had not done anything to his DVR system, but he did say to me, he said he had been doing some reconstruction work on the deck, I think replacing some deck boards or something. He said they've been doing a lot of hammering, sawing, pounding. He said there's a possibility that the camera might have moved, but he said he had not done anything to move that camera or to alter it in any way. When I was in the laboratory trying to register the images from July 2nd with the images we collected from July 30th, the Y direction, the vertical, was dead on. It was in exactly the same tilted position, up and down. The X position, however, the left and right, was off. And I saw what you see here as a sample, as an example, that the pillar was offset. When I measured how far it was offset, it was 7 pixels. And so that had to be factored into the calculations of the XY coordinates of every window that we were going to measure, that, okay, the camera is essentially in the same location. However, it had moved by the equivalent of 7 pixels on the recording.
Okay. In many ways, you're lucky that this pillar was here and that it was an immediate, obvious error that needed to be corrected in the camera.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you say when you performed this work, you had to adjust 7 pixels to the left, and that brought you back into the original state of the Lynch video on the night of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. In performing this work, you did something called frame averaging. Quickly, if you could tell us what that is.
Yes, so frame averaging is what's called a noise reduction process. Whenever you record video, audio, or still images, you get what's called a signal to noise ratio. Signal is the stuff you want. Noise is the stuff you don't want. So in this case, the signal are the things in the scene we want to record. The noise is generated by the image sensor in the camera, the circuitry in the camera. Noise can be generated by the compression process in the digital video recorder. Cumulatively, all these things become visual problems for us to try to see clearly. What frame averaging does for us is, instead of just stopping the video on one frame and taking a look and making an assessment, what we do is we take subsequent frames and we mathematically average them together. So the idea is, in any sampling, if I just take one sample of a population, I can make an assessment, but that assessment may or may not be right. The reality is we would have to take more samples to know if our result is reflective of the population. If I were to look at one image and say, ooh, there's a flickering window, I might be right, but the reality is I don't know. So I want to sample multiple images, and in this case, I sampled over 90,000 images to make sure that we consistently saw a flickering light in the same position throughout that duration of time. What frame averaging does is it allows us to see mathematically what happened in that area during that time, because images are just numbers. So those RGB values for each pixel, if we were to average those together over time, that allows us to see what's normally there. Visually, what that does for me is it allows me to more clearly see the edges of that bright window in that dark environment.
So using frame averaging, you were able to determine what the XY coordinates of the flickering window were.
I did.
And if we're zoomed in now, obviously really close, I think everyone can see the timestamp, but that white thing on the right, that's the pole that we've been looking at the whole time, but now we're zoomed in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at that point, you know the coordinates of this window that was flickering, and you're out there doing this experiment, and you have this guy over there, this other deputy, waving the light stick around, and you're going to frame average those images as well to come up with the experiment image, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so then you're going to start comparing and contrasting. So let's start with the dining room window, the first one. So we're going to move left to right, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so dining room window on the far left. What are we looking at there? And we'll go through this one with some detail, and then we'll move a little quicker because some of these are going to be quite similar. But what are we looking at there?
Sure. So what I've got here on slide number 30 is a frame averaged image on the left of the flickering window, the questioned image from the night of July 2nd. Its companion to the right is Deputy Wilk in a frame averaged set of images standing in front of the dining room window to try to show the two locations of the flickering window, which is the questioned window, versus the known window, which was dining room window number 1.
Right. On the right image, this is your experiment, and you look to have essentially duct taped an iPad to that pole at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a clock on there?
Yeah, because I didn't really know what all testing we were going to need to do, and so I took an iPad and just strapped it to the pole to make sure it was in the image, ran a stopwatch so I had a time reference that was reliable if we needed to do any timing information in the future.
Right. The time's not going to be relevant for us today, though.
No.
Okay. But if anyone's ever confused, the image with the clock on it or that you have on that pole, that's the sample image that you took from your experiment.
That's correct.
And the other one is the actual raw footage from the night of July 2nd, or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
So in slide 31, these are the same images, just enlarged slightly and cropped to help better focus on the area of interest, which is the two windows, the question window on the left from the night of July 2nd, or the morning of July 2nd, rather, and then on the right from our first test in front of the dining room window.
Right. So you determined then the XY coordinates of the flickering window. You already had those. And then the XY coordinates of your sample of the dining room window, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you laid those on a graph.
Yeah, I made in slide 34 a graphic representation to help better visually show the actual locations in two-dimensional space. So video is just a two-dimensional representation of that scene. So in 2 dimensions, if we were to go to the next slide, the red box on the left is the location of the dining room light where Deputy Wilkes stood, waved his light. I frame averaged through to try to see on average where the light fell. And on the right is the location of the flickering window.
Okay. And you reached a conclusion.
Right. So in the first experiment, the conclusion was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the dining room light, or the dining room window, rather.
Okay. So we'll keep walking across the back side of the Halderson house. Now we're on to kitchen window 2. And you performed the same experiment with Deputy Wilk moving the light around that night?
That's correct.
And again, we have our coordinates that are known of the flickering window, the coordinates that you obtained from your experiment, and you laid those on a graph, correct?
I did. So in slide 43, again, a representation of where those windows were, and the image, or the red block on the left represents the location of that kitchen window, and the red block on the right is the location of the flickering light from the morning of July 2nd.
And you reached a conclusion there?
I did. So like the first experiment, the second experiment was that the conclusion was that the flickering light was not coming from the kitchen window on July 2nd.
We'll keep going. Kitchen door. Now we're in the third light in from the left at the kitchen door. We have our images there, same as before, of the original image, the sample image from the test, the coordinates we've been looking at, and the coordinates you were able to obtain from your experiments. You laid those on a graph as well.
Yeah, so in slides 52 and 53, I'm showing in red the locations of where those lights were. The image, the red area on the left is actually the kitchen door light location in 2 dimensions. And on the right, the flickering light location from the early morning hours of July 2nd.
And you reached a conclusion there?
I did. The flickering light was not coming on July 2nd from the kitchen door.
All right. Now we're on to the fireplace window, the 4th window in. Here on the left, the original frame average of the original image from the Lynch house in the early morning hours of the 2nd. On the right, your experiment with Deputy Wilk moving that light around, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are the coordinates that you were able to obtain from the original Lynch video? And on the right, are those the coordinates that you were able to obtain from frame averaging your experiment?
They are.
And you laid those on a graph?
I did. So in slides 61 and 62 of this presentation, it's hard to show things that are on top of one another. So what I showed in red here was the location of the flickering window from July 2nd. And on top of it with green dots, I showed the corners of where our light test showed the location of Deputy Wilkes standing.
Is that perhaps a more zoomed in version of what you were trying to show there?
That's correct.
Okay. And you reached a conclusion there?
Yes, so in slide 64, the conclusion was clear to me that the flickering light from July 2nd was coming from the fireplace window, the window closest to the fireplace.
Okay. And then we'll just talk quickly about the remainder, of course. You went through all of the windows on the rear side on that first level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now talking about the family room door, same process. The original image, the image from the test. You laid the coordinates from each one, put them on a graph, and reached a conclusion that regarding the family room door. And what was that conclusion?
I did. In slide 73, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the family room, or from the family room door.
Excellent. And then just briefly to TV room 6. So now we're the 6th window over from the left. Same process, the original image, the sample image, the coordinates of the pixels. You laid it on a graph and reached a conclusion there. What is that conclusion?
Yes, in slide 82, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the TV window.
Okay. And now we're looking at, lastly, on this image, or this PowerPoint, the garage north window. That's that farthest window to the right, correct?
Correct.
Right. Same process. You had your original image, you had your experiment, and you reached a conclusion there.
Yes, so in slide 86, the conclusion on that experiment was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the garage north window.
Just briefly tell us about this slide and why you included it.
So in slide 87, this is image 80,389 from the crime scene video that I recorded throughout the scene. And it shows the window from the inside closest to the fireplace. This is what I've been referring to in the experiments as fireplace window number 4.
Okay. And it is your conclusion that it was this window that was the source of the flickering light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. You calculate some uncertainty here, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So whenever we're doing experiments with data, it's important to try to identify any uncertainties, things that we can know. Some people call them error rates. I don't know if that terminology is exactly appropriate in this discipline. Uncertainties are the terminology that I received in my training from the folks at the FBI in doing reverse projection. There's certain certainties that we can calculate, and there's certain things we cannot calculate because we'll never know. In this case, there was an uncertainty that could be calculated, and that's called resolution uncertainty. So on slide 88 here, I listed it's the smallest possible measure that can be deduced from a two-dimensional recording. And that's affected by the camera, lens, recording, all the factors that I've mentioned earlier. So we want to say what, in terms of granularity, what's the smallest thing we could see from this recording?
Okay, and you included a photograph there.
Yes, so in slide 89, I've annotated the dimensions of the windows that I took with a Stanley tape measure when I was in the Halderson's backyard to have an idea of what is the actual measurement of those windows versus the perceived measurement in terms of pixels on the recording.
Okay. And you calculated some uncertainty there.
Yes, so here I've put side by side the same window, fireplace window 4. On the left, the height was 49 inches tall. On video, on the right, it was 4 pixels tall. And likewise, the horizontal measurement on the left, 72 inches wide was that window. On video, it was 6 pixels wide. So if we do the mathematics on it, on the next slide here, it'll show if we divide 72 inches wide by 6 pixels wide, we end up with 12 inches per pixel horizontally. So every time we saw one of those little squares in video, it represented a measurement of approximately 12 inches. So we wouldn't see a little tiny detail like you would if you took a selfie or you had a camera up close. 12 inches horizontal, and vertically, mathematically, it came out to 12 1/4 inches. So anything smaller than that, we just can't tell from that distance.
Okay. So after calculating the uncertainty and looking into all the variables and all of your work, based on your training and experience, is it your testimony that, in fact, fireplace window 4 was the source of the light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
All right. You might want to take a drink of water. I'm just going to ask to approach the judge here for 1 second.
We've been here an hour. Minutes, 4-0. We've been here an hour. If you're okay for the next 40 minutes, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. If anybody needs the break now, we'll take it. Does anybody need to break now, or can we go forward? Let's go forward. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hey, you're okay, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
No one asked you, I guess.
Sorry.
All right.
After essentially concluding in this case that fireplace window 4 was the source of the flickering light, you were actually asked to look at the video itself and do some work on the video to put it in a more presentable fashion of those early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
What did you do?
So there was a lot more video that we had than what we're going to present today. But the main focus in this part of the investigation was that flickering light. So I took the video, enlarged the video, and I was asked to try to speed it up so we didn't have to look at hours of video, is to try to take portions and speed it up in terms of frame rate, so it would go much faster than real time. We still see the effect of the flickering light, and at other portions to let it run at one-time speed so that we could see it in real time, and then just kind of show the duration of that morning, what was seen in that window, fireplace window number 4.
Sure. And just so everyone's on the same page, when you say you enlarge the video, are you confident that you're staying authentic to the video or that you're not altering it in any way?
That's right. And whenever I do enlargements in the laboratory, I do it in multiple fashions so that I can try to see the visual effect of different types of enlargements that can be done.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 315. At least from the labels on this, does this appear to be the video presentation that you put together regarding the early morning hours of July 2nd at the Halderson home in that flickering window?
It does.
All right, I'll move 315 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
And while the detective is queuing that up, the video's, I think, 35, 40 minutes long, around there?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I'll mostly sit silent, and I understand the video's silent, but I'll promise you the jury's already had a couple opportunities to watch long, silent videos in this case. But I may chime in at times and pause it to ask you questions about why you chose to speed up or slow down during certain portions. And in fact, when we start playing the video, we'll pause it and I'll just have you explain what the jury's looking at briefly. Take the screen off and put it back on. Sometimes resetting it helps. Let me try that one more time. Just point out, just give us. Bear with us 1 second.
Maybe we should take that break after all.
Is it, nothing's happening on that unit either? Okay. All right, let's take our 10, folks. Thanks.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody can be seated, and I know the state will be busy for a few minutes, but anything before?
Has it been printed off, and is that Exhibit 309?
It is.
And does that appear to be the entire PowerPoint?
It does.
Okay, I'll move 309 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right. So as I said before, we're going to now begin playing the video. It's a little over 35 minutes long. Again, just putting everyone in the right mindset, we're talking about the early morning hours of July 2nd, and in fact, there'll be a timestamp on this, correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll begin playing. And as it's playing, what is the number in the bottom left corner that's moving rapidly?
So in the lower left corner, I added frame numbers. So each frame has an individual number.
And there you've labeled the windows?
That is correct.
And obviously, we've talked before, but you've identified the flickering light as being that number 4, fireplace window?
That is correct.
And there you've overlaid those labels onto the zoomed in part of the screen?
That is correct.
And we have the time there in the very center of the screen. Right now, about 12:19 in the morning?
That's correct.
If we look at the far left, there's a smaller image. Is that the whole image before you zoomed in?
Yes, so the image on the left is the actual size of the video that we received without modifications in size.
And just switched from 9x to 1x. What does that mean?
So I was asked by Detective Sims in preparation for trial to take portions of the flickering light throughout the evening and run it faster than real time, just in the interest of the court's time. And in other sections, just to run it at normal speed, 1x. So those annotations were added by me.
And we'll continue playing it. Just as we're watching this, sometimes it does go down to 1 speed, and sometimes it's at 9. How did you make those decisions?
Well, I didn't make the decisions based on time. The times of regular speed versus accelerated speed were given to me by Detective Sims. And what I deduced from it was when we saw brighter lights, things like that, some of the areas to run it at normal speed. And times in between where it wasn't as bright or there wasn't as much to see, that's when it kind of went into the faster mode.
Okay.
Not exclusively, but for the most part.
Thank you.
And we'll continue playing deputy. I'll just ask a question to put everything in context. In the next 20 minutes to a half hour or so of this video, as it's sped up, there's going to be times in which that window grows brighter and then maybe other lights come on, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that'll happen in the next 20 minutes or so of the video, but it's sped up, obviously. So I'll just note at around 2:59, you switched to one-time speed, correct?
That's correct.
And now some additional lights have been illuminated. I think you've identified those as kitchen window, kitchen door.
That's correct.
Some dining room one. And fair to say that just before the 3 a.m. mark, the fireplace window appeared to go dark for a second there.
It did.
was a long video to watch. Fair to say that in your profession, watching long pieces of video where nothing's going on is just part of what you do?
It all has to be searched, yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you speeding it up so we didn't have to watch the 4 or 5 hours there. Just a couple last questions. Based on your analysis, when we went through the PowerPoint, the reverse projection, your view of the camera system, and all of your expert analysis in this case, are you confident that that window that we saw at around 3 in the morning that was very, very bright and then just in a snap went dark, are you confident that that is the fireplace window 4?
Yes, I am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
He may be excused.
And released?
I'll make a decision on that maybe at the lunch break.
Thank you, Deputy. You're excused from the remainder of today, and I don't think there are any exhibits in front of you.
No.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Counsel.
The state calls Special Agent Bill Boswell.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that would be our preference at this time.
I will, thank you.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name.
It's William Boswell, William. Last name is Boswell, B-O-S as in Sam, W-E-L-L.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent with the State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Any particular area of expertise?
Yes, within a division of criminal investigation, I'm assigned to the Arson Bureau.
Sure. What are your roles as a special agent with the Arson Bureau?
With the Arson Bureau, we specifically generally investigate fires and explosions believed to be of an intentional nature, an incendiary intentional act.
Showing it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 314. Just what is that?
That is a copy of my curricula vitae.
I move 314 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Early in your career, how'd you get started in being interested in fire or anything of that sort?
Kind of a longer story, but many, many years ago was a volunteer firefighter. Began my career as a college student in biology and secondary education, and then became enrolled at Oklahoma State University's School of Fire Protection. Was hired as a fire protection consultant with Wausau Insurance Companies in 1994, and then with the Department of Justice in January of 2000 as a special agent.
And I see a badge there. Are you a law enforcement officer?
I am, sir.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about your training or your education in the area of investigating fires or arson.
Certainly. So, initially it was with the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Academy, did my 420 or so hours there, and then took various courses prior to that while I was employed with Wausau Insurance and while I was in college in fire investigation with the International Association of Arson Investigators, the Oklahoma chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators, and then here in Wisconsin. In addition to that, I've taken fire academy courses in fire investigation, various courses in fire death investigation, and I currently teach for the Wisconsin Department of Justice Death Investigation School. I teach fire death investigation and body recovery.
Tell us about the subspecialty of fire death investigations.
So with fire death investigation, my background there is assessing fire scenes. We generally look at fire patterns on walls and on floors and ceilings and things of that nature. When we specifically are dealing with a fire death related event, we're looking for those same types of patterns and making various assessments about things that we see with bodies. Sometimes it's a complete intact body. Sometimes it's a body that's been disarticulated as a result of the fire or fire suppression operations.
What effect does fire have on the human body?
It can change it dramatically. Heat When heat is applied to a body, heat will generally cause the skin to tighten and shrink. Wrinkles around the corners of the eyes and the corner of the mouth begin to smooth out somewhat with just the application of heat. But as the body continues to heat within a compartment or a bedroom or wherever it might be, those changes eventually will get down to the destruction of the skin, the fat, the muscle tissue, and can ultimately, if the fire is allowed to continue to burn, down to the destruction of the bone tissue as well.
Sure. You talked a little bit about your experience, your education, and maybe your teaching. As well as teaching, are you one of the people who actually responds to crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
What type of crime scenes are you responding to regularly?
They vary. In addition to the fire-related events that I get called to as an employee of the Department of Justice, my coworkers in the Arson Bureau generally get called out to work officer-involved shootings, homicides that our special assignments folks investigate, and we assist in processing those scenes, sometimes with and sometimes without the assistance of the State Crime Laboratory.
Do you have any estimate as to how many fire scenes you've investigated as in your role in the Department of Justice?
Since January of 2000, if I estimated about 25 per year, over 400 or more as a case agent and additional as an assisting agent with one of the other folks in the Arson Bureau.
As part of that experience, if you unfortunately had to see the human body in various states of being burned on different occasions?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes partially and sometimes more completely.
That's correct.
Okay. Talk to us generally about fire. What temperature does fire generally burn at? What can you tell us about fire?
Most any fire that you experience generally does not burn beyond about the temperature of around 1,800 degrees.
Sure. Is 1,800 degrees what generally fire burns at? Is that sufficient to incinerate completely the human body into ash?
It generally would not.
Tell me about that.
Generally, you end up needing some additional, if I can use the word assistance, to result in the destruction of human tissue. Even devices that are designed in crematoriums to completely destroy a body often will leave various small fragments of bone, not very often tissue, but small fragments of bone that are left over after that cremation event. So short of adding additional oxygen or maybe changing the fuel to oxygen ratio and how the fire burns, it's very, very difficult to get a complete consumption of human body just from the fire.
When you say insert oxygen, would a small household fan, I suppose there's one sitting right there, something of that size be enough to do what you just mentioned in terms of inserting oxygen if that were applied to a perhaps just a residential fire?
It would certainly help. I mean, if by example, if you're lighting a small campfire or something of that nature, or lighting a fire in your own fireplace, you may often, blow on that or or you use a set of bellows or maybe wave your hand to add and move additional air or oxygen across the surface of that fire to increase the effectiveness of that fire.
Sure. In crime scenes you've responded to and in your training and experience where the human body has been burned, are there usually some remains left that you're able to identify or find?
Generally, yes.
And in perhaps the more extreme of those states, what are those remains? What's usually left?
You'll find very small pieces of bone fragment, the more thick or dense pieces of the human skeleton, perhaps kneecaps, the ball joints of hips and shoulders, where the bone is more densely compacted because of just its development. Teeth will oftentimes remain, thicker portions, maybe around the orbits of the eye, maybe portions of the base of the skull.
Are you assisted in your work with the Department of Justice with professionals in other disciplines?
Yes, sir.
And just in general, what professions do you generally work with?
We work with medical examiners, forensic pathologists, and forensic anthropologists on a fairly regular basis when we're dealing with burned and scattered or disarticulated human remains.
In the early part of July or going into mid-July of 2021, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson out in Windsor?
Yes, I was.
And how did your involvement come to be in that investigation?
Dane County Deputy Greg Leatherberry had contacted another one of my coworkers with the U.S. Department of Justice, Special Agent William Fulton, to assist in coming to look at the residence in Windsor. And specifically at that time, it was directed toward looking at a fireplace that was inside the residence. After they had assessed it, I was on vacation back in Pennsylvania at the time. I was contacted and asked if upon my return to Wisconsin, if I could stop by and also take a look at and assess the fireplace inside the residence.
And did you stop by?
I did, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to thoroughly examine the fireplace, the logs, the newspaper, the ashes, and things of that sort at that fireplace at the Halderson home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you aware that photographs were being taken throughout these processes of examining the fireplace and searching the home?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 316 all the way through 340. Can you just page through those? And the question at the end is, do these appear to be photographs of the Halderson fireplace home in areas that were searched by you and others in law enforcement over the course of days you were there? Are those photographs of such?
Yes, those are.
Okay, I'll take those back from you. I'll move 316 all the way through 340 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
And Special Agent, there's a screen in front of you that's going to come on, but Judge, I'll ask to publish those via slideshow on USB, or the HDMI left. And Agent, what are we looking at there in Exhibit 228?
This is the fireplace that I was asked to come and examine.
Just based on this overall photograph, are there any observations you're able to make based on your training and experience in this area?
In looking at the fireplace insert or the wrap that's around the fireplace, there is an area at the top that is a different color. It appears as if the paint is missing in that area, and that's perhaps bare metal beneath, and it appears as if of the what should be 4 glass inserts in the fireplace, only 3 remain.
We'll go to the next photograph. What are we looking at there?
This appears to be the base of the fireplace or the hearth area with the fireplace insert and the base of the fireplace at the top of the photograph. There are also what appear to be 3 evidence markers placed on the hearth as well.
Around the time that you were there and at other times you were where Deputy Leatherberry was taking swabs and things of that sort around the fireplace?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. What are we looking at there?
That appears to be a pair of gloves.
All right, and that's Exhibit 229? I'll say it's Exhibit 220.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay.
Tell us about that view.
That again is the front or the facing side of the fireplace with the 3 of 4 panels of glass still in place. It appears in this photograph you can still see portions of the glass at both the top and the bottom of the door frame on the left-hand side.
Okay. Go to the next slide, 231. Is that a closer-up view of that area that you were saying you could see the bare metal?
That is correct.
What does this appear to be to you based on your training and experience? What were you observing there?
In looking at this photograph, there are a couple of things. One, if we look toward the middle portion of the photograph on the stone, there is some soot deposition or discoloration to the stone, which would not be uncommon in the area of a wood-burning fireplace inside a home. Beneath that is the insert for the fireplace, and toward the, if you were looking at the top edge, toward the left and the right-hand side, there appears to be a bubbling or some type of change in the texture of the paint on both sides, and in the middle portion, the paint appears to be absent down to the level of the bare metal.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. 232, what did 232 appear to be to you?
232 appears to be the far right-hand pane of the glass doors to the fireplace.
I'm gonna go to the next slide. 233, is it a closer up of that glass area that you said was broken off?
That's correct, down toward the bottom left door, yes.
We'll go to the next slide, which is 234. And is that door open?
That's correct.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. 235. At some point, you opened up the fireplace, correct?
That's correct.
What types of observations did you personally make based on your training experience once you were able to open up the fireplace and look inside?
Certainly. Just a couple of items in looking around. If we've moved beyond the observations of the fireplace insert with the discoloration and the change in texture of the paint, as we look inside the fireplace, there are a few areas of discoloration on both the left, rear, and right-hand sides of the stonework inside the fireplace. There is a discoloration or a change in coloration, if you will, on the fireplace grate from left to right. And as we got in a little bit further and began to examine things a little more closely, there was almost like a greasy residue on the pull chain on the right-hand side, which controls the fireplace damper at the top of the chimney.
In your profession, why was discoloration noticeable, or why did you even note it in any of your reports?
Certainly. There is, when we look at fire scenes in general, we're looking for changes in things in patterns. If we're looking at the overall a particular piece of fuel, let's say, like a couch, we're looking at differences across the surfaces of that couch. Considering it's the same piece of fuel from left to right, top to bottom, we're looking at how it burns differently and what it may do differently in the environment. In looking at this photograph of the fireplace grate in particular, we noticed the color change and the gradation between left and right. To me, that indicated that something toward the right-hand side of the fireplace burned differently, was perhaps a different fuel than what was on the opposing side.
All right, and we'll go to the next slide. 236, just a view of that glass again.
That's correct.
All right, next slide, 237. What are we looking at there, and why was that notable?
At the bottom of the fireplace, on the fireplace floor, and what you would find in most solid fuel burning fireplaces or furnaces, you would find a trap door, if you will, or an ash dump door. It's a flat metal door that rotates on a central pin left or right, and in a fireplace that burns wood, to get rid of the ash, you would, to keep your fireplace clean, you would open that up, sweep the ash down in, and it would go into some type of container or area where the ash would be secured until you cleaned it out.
Sure. Is this a common feature in homes?
Yes. In wood-burning fireplaces, yes.
Okay. And the area in which this goes into, is that generally a fire-resistant area?
Generally, it could go into an ash bucket. I can tell you from personal experience growing up, it went to another unused fireplace in the basement of my parents' home. And it just went to the floor in the basement and there was nothing there to catch it. In some locations, it's an enclosed environment. In other locations, it might go into a metal ash bin or bucket where the ash would be collected and removed.
In the times that it's an enclosed environment and not just a bucket or another fireplace below it, Is there usually an access door to allow the homeowner or whoever's keeping the fire to be able to clean that out periodically?
Yes, there should be.
We'll go to the next slide. 238, what are we looking at there and why was that notable?
This is the right side, lower right-hand side of the fireplace. And again, I believe when Detective Leatherberry took this photograph, it was to document that discoloration of the tines, if you will, on the fireplace grate, as well as the presence of the greasier substance that's on the handle for the pool chain on the right-hand side.
Sure. And this may be a good time to ask this question. Some of these photographs are being taken by others, but were you personally involved in being very close to this area and this fireplace?
Yes, I was.
Was there any sort of scent that made that gave you any impression or that raised your attention at all?
Yes, there was.
And tell me about that.
When I'll talk about by example first, because it'll be somewhat maybe gruesome toward the end. When in the performance of my normal duties, if we are out conducting a fire death investigation and we're looking to recover human remains inside a structure that may be buried beneath debris, that may be in collapse, whatever it might be, we rely very much on our senses sometimes to get us there. Sometimes it's a sense of sight. Sometimes it is feel. You can sometimes walk over top of human remains that are beneath ash and not know it until you feel a difference in what you're standing on. And sometimes it is smell. And I equate that smell very often because I love to barbecue. It smells like barbecued pork oftentimes, or the grease that you would get from barbecuing a pork shoulder. And this is the smell that I associated with what I was gathering from inside that fireplace when I was down in front of it and working near it.
We'll go to the next slide. Now we're back up on the actual frame itself, but I think it's a closer view in Exhibit 241. Can you tell us why this photograph's relevant and what you're able to glean from that bubbling that we see there?
Certainly. This appears to me to be, if we look at the doors and the break in the seam of the doors, this is probably where the two doors come together in the middle of the fireplace. And what you're seeing on the metallic surface above of the insert is a bubbling or a change in the texture of the paint that is applied, presumably from the manufacturer, but the paint that's applied around the frame of the fireplace.
And based on your training and experience, do you have any comment as to what might cause such bubbling?
Certainly, around a fireplace, the assessment that I think most people would make if they looked at it was that it must have been impacted thermally by some type of heat leaving the fireplace and impacting the metal. Could that also be caused by some type of chemical contact? Absolutely.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. 242. Now this is the other side of perhaps that area on the top of the frame. What different are you able to glean from this picture? It's labeled as 242, but also with Mr. Leatherberry's sticker as Family L.
Certainly. As we are on the left side of the photo, the far left side of the photo where the two corners of the insert come together, there is no, at least in this photograph, no visible damage or changes in the surface of the paint around the insert. But as we move to the right, you're right also, we start to see that the texture of the paint changes and the amount of the paint present continues to change until we're at the far right-hand side of the photograph where we're down to the bare metallic surface of the frame insert.
Okay. And same question here. Do you believe this either could have been affected by heat or some sort of chemical agent?
I would believe that this would be a heat or a thermal related artifact.
Sure. Now we'll go to the next slide. Which is Exhibit 316. At some point, that fireplace grate was removed out.
That's correct.
And you examined it thoroughly, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Is this that grate?
That is the grate.
That newspaper that we see crumpled up in there, was it important to you to maybe look into the date on that newspaper and what type of newspaper it was?
Yes, we did. We examined each of the pieces of each of the items that were on the grate as we went from top to bottom and got down to where the newspaper was.
And you wrote a report in this matter documenting the type of newspaper, where it was addressed to, and the date and all of that?
That's correct.
And if you need to see that report, you let me know and I'll just bring it to you. But do you recall the date that newspaper was from?
I don't want to speculate, but late June of 2021, maybe the 23rd, maybe the 27th.
Sure, and if I showed you your report, you'd be able to confirm that?
Absolutely, I would.
All right. Showing your report in this matter, and my thumb is right next to it. Were you right on the 23rd?
I was right on the 23rd.
All right, and what was that addressed to?
It was listed as current resident 4595 Oak Spring Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532-1743.
And what newspaper was it?
This was the Badgerland Values Dane Zone newspaper.
And that's one of those things they just send to your house. You don't really want them, but they send them to you anyway?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. 317, is that an overhead view?
Yes, it is.
There's a white area in the middle of that burnt log. Did that at all catch your attention?
Yes, it did.
Why?
When for orientation purposes, I guess for the jury, when you're looking at this photograph, the top left-hand portion of the photograph with the darker tines, as you're facing the fireplace, that would be on your right-hand side. So the back of that fireplace grate is at the bottom of the screen for orientation purposes. But in looking at the burned piece of wood in the center and the white item that is present there at about the 6 o'clock position, before we moved this out of the fireplace, we took a look at it with some better lighting, and based on my training experience, that appeared to be bone. Okay. Burned bone.
And was that in fact there, you did not place that there, I guess I'll ask.
That is correct, I did not place that there.
And we'll go to the next slide, which I believe is a close-up 318, but that is a photograph prior to anything being disturbed in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to 319, which is next. That's what the fireplace looks like without the grate?
That is correct.
And we're able to see a more clear view of the ash trap there?
Yes.
I don't know where everyone's at with fireplaces in their house. A lot of people have the gas one. Could you just explain what that chain does in relation to a fire?
Certainly. So the chain it controls a damper that is on top of the chimney. If you were to go on top of the roof of the residence to where the chimney is, there is a metal plate that is able to be moved up and down by pulling on this chain either down or releasing it up to assist in airflow throughout the chimney, as is the circular item that you see in the back. That is for combustion air or fresh air to come into the back of the fire at the base of the fire from the exterior, and the heat rises and goes out and leaves the structure. So if that chain were pulled completely down, it would close the damper at the top of the fireplace.
Understood. All right, we'll go to the next exhibit. 320, and just a closer view of maybe that ash trap. We'll go to the next one, 321. Again, that became relevant in your investigation, did it not?
That's correct.
That's perhaps why there's quite a few photos. And we'll go through a few of these somewhat quickly, but we'll go to the next one. There, we're looking at just another view of that top view of the fire.
That's correct.
Goes without saying, but fair to say that that fire appears to have some fresh logs put on top of it?
Yes.
And one burnt piece in the middle?
That's correct.
All right, we'll go to the next one.
Counsel, we should note for the record what the exhibit numbers are.
Sure. That was 322, now we're at 323. What are you doing here in taking having some of these photographs taken? Do you know the purpose?
Yes, I believe when we took this it was twofold. One, to continue to show the pieces or the items that were on the grate that were unburned, to include the two logs on both the left and the right side, as well as the newspaper, and in the bottom center running parallel with the fireplace grate was another piece of wood that ultimately was squared off on one end and kind of rounded over on the end closest to the viewer.
All right, we'll go to the next one, which is 324. We're gonna have a couple close-up photographs of this suspected bone, correct?
Yes.
And this was the bone that you observed on the top of the fireplace?
That's correct. Yes.
All right, we'll go to the next one, 325. Just some different lighting.
Yes.
Go to the next one, 326. And at some point it was placed on a kind of a measuring tool from law enforcement.
Yes.
And the same with 327.
Correct.
At points during your investigation, did it appear necessary to you to call out a forensic anthropologist who specialized in bone?
Absolutely.
And was one brought to the scene, in fact, a doctor?
Yes.
And who was that doctor?
Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
We'll go to the next one, 328. What is this?
Those are additional, what appeared to be bone fragments that were around the area where the larger piece was that you saw in the prior exhibit.
Okay. 329? Just another one of those fragments?
That's correct.
Okay. And the next couple, we'll go to 330. There was just some zoomed in images of that grate where some of these things were being found, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Same with 331.
Yes.
332.
Yes.
And 333. 333, though, brings us to a different spot in the Halderson home, does it not?
That's correct.
And in fact, we'll go to 334. We have to go to the basement, right?
Yes, the prior photo was the ash dump removed so we could see what was underneath it and what was beneath it.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Ash trap in the fireplace. Where, in fact, did that ash trap lead to in the Halderson home?
It led to an area directly beneath the fireplace. This was a tri-level home. The basement level is below grade. The area where the fireplace was located that you saw in the prior photos was at grade level. There was a kitchen, living room, dining room space, and then a bedroom space. So we're in this photograph, we're at the lowest level of the home, looking at what would have been the back side of the fireplace. And I had mentioned on one of the prior exhibits, the combustion intake, the circular item in the back of the fireplace. The metallic pipe that you see here is what goes directly to the back side of that combustion air intake for the fireplace.
Was there an access in the Halderson home to the container containing the ashes from the ash trap?
Yes, there was.
And was it easily accessible?
No, it was not.
What do you mean by that?
What you see here is after some of the items had already been moved, but so in the basement, the blue table that you see here was covered in other items. I believe I referred to it in my report. There were pieces and parts of what appeared to be an old billiard table that had been stacked up upon the top surface and leaning up against the front of this blue workbench, if you will. The workbench and all the items associated with the billiard table had to be removed, and we then removed the wood paneling that you see on the wall to get to where the ash trap is. And if you look at the bottom right-hand portion of the photo, underneath the table, you'll see a gray colored item there. Immediately to the left of that, that debris that you see on the floor is debris that has fallen out of the door that covered up the ash trap access to the fireplace.
So what did you do to gain access to this area of the house?
All the items were removed from the workbench. The workbench was removed, and we removed the paneling from the wall. Saw that we had a very, very small opening for access to the ash trap. And knowing that we had to get in here to see what was beneath that fireplace, my coworker, William Fulton from Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had contacted a colleague of his who specializes in urban search and rescue, shoring up buildings, breaching walls, and things like that to find out what was going to be the safest way to access this for our safety and to prevent any collapse inside the residence.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. So what did you do here?
So for reference, the smallest opening that you see there on the right-hand side where the wall is painted yellow, that was where the ash trap door had been. And it was a very, very small, approximately 8x8 opening that we needed. That's all we had initially to try to get inside of where this was. So the larger openings that you see to the left and the right were openings made in the wall by Special Agent Fulton based on the recommendation from his urban search and rescue coworker.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. Just a closer up of what is that?
That is the opening to the left-hand side that we created in the wall with the sledgehammer to be able to access the interior portion that was beneath the fireplace.
And we'll go to the next slide. Closer up, what is that?
that is a similar opening, but now on the right-hand side of the fireplace.
Okay. At that point, after cutting these holes, were you able to access the ash area?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a top-down view from the vantage point of the level just above the basement, looking down through the ash trap into the pit that contained the ashes underneath the fireplace.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a similar view of that area and the ash that was inside the ash pit, if you will, beneath the fireplace.
And the next slide, similar?
Similar, yes, with debris removed.
All right, and the next slide. What are we looking at there?
Same area, a different capture of the area after additional debris was removed from inside.
Okay, we're going to stop looking at photographs for a second. You mentioned debris removed, so I guess I assume you're removing debris and taking photos along the way?
That's correct.
Tell me about that process.
So I'll talk about the photos first. With the assistance of Dane County Deputy Scott Coons, we attached cameras to the underside of the fireplace. The support floor for the fireplace had iron or steel bars running through it for support. We used magnetic cameras to hold, or magnets to hold the cameras up so that we could view the interior of this to do two things: to A, take photographs along the way, and B, to push those images to his iPad that he had, so that in areas, I mean, these holes are about 16 by 16 inches. And I'm a little barrel chested and getting inside was a little difficult. So sometimes seeing, we had to rely on what he was transmitting to his iPad so that we could see where we were to gather items. So we had lights that he set up inside as well as his cameras that assisted us in documenting the process as we removed debris from the upper levels down to the level that you see here.
Sure. And just in general, how did you remove the debris?
So we worked in at different times from each side, but not usually at the same time. We had a fan that was set up on top of the chimney. We removed the damper from the top of the chimney outside and had a fan to draw out dust, to keep dust from getting inside the residence. And we used large grain scoops, plastic handled grain scoops, and removed the items that removed the piles of debris in there to 5-gallon pails, and had those then removed to the exterior of the structure for further examination by Dr. Figueroa Soto and others, as well as the Dane County Bomb Squad with their X-ray machine.
And how long did this whole process take to take out all this ash?
We worked that day for probably 6 hours or so. From the time we got started, we had breached the wall prior to that, and we had several different crews there, sifting crews working outside, as well as the crime lab and the Dane County Bomb Squad. And it was the better portion of a day. We actually, 3 or 4 of us actually ended up having to leave at the end of the day to go to a different fire someplace else, but we finished this up before we took off that day.
Sure. And were you part of the sifting operation after the debris was removed?
A portion of it, yes.
And were things of note being found?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So the sifting operation consisted of a couple of different things. Again, when materials would be brought out before they went to the sifting stations, and we probably had 4 to 6 sifting stations, maybe more. Before those items were sifted, they were x-rayed by the bomb squad, bomb techs, to determine if there were any items in a particular bucket that might be of interest and that somebody should be looking for, whether it was metallic items, whether they believed it was something that showed up that maybe looked different that you might not see right away with the naked eye. And then those items were sifted. As the items were sifted, if there were questions about what it might be, whether it was bone or whether it was maybe non-organic remains, Dr. Figueroa Soto was there to answer those questions for the sifting crews. And then as we went through 1/2-inch and 1/4-inch screens, the items that were sifted out onto tarps in case we needed to go back through those at a later date, and those items were maintained.
Sure. Did you yourself see any items that appeared to be bone to you?
Yes, I did.
And were those items also examined by Dr. Figueroa Soto from the crime lab, or from the medical examiner's office?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Those items that you observed that appeared to be bone, as well as the items that you observed in the fireplace that you've already said you believe to be bone, were those consistent with what you've observed in your career and your training and experience as bone or human bone that's subjected to heat or fire?
I could say that they were consistent with bone. I would not be able to make a determination while there if it was human bone or non-human bone.
Do you rely on another expert to make that
I
determination?
do indeed.
And
Yes.
who is that expert?
That would be a forensic anthropologist, and in this case, Dr. Figueroa Soto.
And she was in fact on scene, was she not?
She was.
Okay. 1 second.
You bet.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may be excused, yes.
and released, or you'll let him know?
We'll let him know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good remainder of your day.
You do
Thank
the same. Thank you.
Let me inquire, counsel, of the timing here, if you can.
Sure.
Come on up.
Take care.
Yep.
Convenience of witnesses. We need to break both for convenience of witnesses so that we don't get started with someone and have to stop, and for my schedule with another hearing. What I'd like to do is go back onto the record at 12:45, so that there's an hour and 15 minutes here where you are free. We need some time ourselves. I do as well. So we'll come back at 12:45. And I remind you again, while you're away from this room, don't discuss the case with anyone or overhear any discussions. Don't seek out information or become exposed to any information about the case or take any steps purposely or inadvertently that could expose you to information. We'll see you after the lunch break. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Please be seated, everybody. Folks, during the lunch break, was anyone exposed to any information or participate in any discussions about the case or seek out or purposely or inadvertently become exposed to any information? I see no hands. Thank you very much. We are in a moment ready to proceed. We're just organizing the exhibits slightly. And then the state will call its next witness.
The state's going to call Lissa Kiefer to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. If you feel you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lissa Kiefer, Lissa-Kiefer.
How are you employed, Lissa?
I'm the store manager for Quick Trip in Windsor, Wisconsin.
And were you working in that capacity in July of 2021?
Yes.
And at that time, did you collect some video and turn it over to police of some store footage from your store on July 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And was that video footage that you turned over true and accurate?
Yes.
I would move exhibit to do 405 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And permission to publish?
Yes.
We would ask for the HDMI. And this is the quick trip you said in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Correct.
And that's by DeForest?
Yes.
Okay. Is it going fast? Hold on, it's playing really fast. And just for the record, we are playing, there's several cameras, correct?
Yes.
We're playing, this is camera 15.
Be sure to note the start time for the video once you begin. If this
We're
isn't-
starting it at 8:22 p.m.
Thank you.
And this is one of those cameras that kind of pivots, so it takes different pictures of different locations every few seconds. Is that fair?
Yes. Yep.
That's it. Not just pausing. Just going to note the time is 8:22 and 48 seconds in the PM. Why don't you go on to camera 23? Now we're going to look at camera 23. What area of your store is camera 23?
It is the aisle that carries the ATMs.
Also looks to be like the cooler air, kind of
Cooler, ice, and it's the path to the beer cave, yes.
Okay.
And the time on this image?
I think we're getting it before we can start playing.
I can't read this, the small print, so I don't
Absolutely.
know if it's there or not.
8:23 p.m.
Thank you.
And we're stopping it at 8:23 and 30 seconds. And then finally, I believe we are going to play camera 10. Starting it at 8:24 and 14 seconds. And stopping it at, well, it just flipped, but I believe we stopped it at 8:25. 8:26. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And we're done with that HDMI, Judge. And that was all video footage from your store in Windsor?
Correct.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 406. Would you please identify what Exhibit 406 is?
It's a receipt from my store.
Okay. I would this time move Exhibit 406 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
And that was for a purchase of 2 10-pound bags of ice.
Correct.
And the time of that purchase is 8:24 p.m.
Correct.
No further questions for this one.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
The state at this time will call Vincent D'Agostini.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Good afternoon. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference if you could. Yep. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state and spell out your name for everyone typing notes here.
It's Vincent D'Agostini, VINCENT, D''AGOSTINI.
And how are you employed, sir?
How am I employed?
Yeah.
Currently, I actually just accepted a job at Target, but I was previously employed with Fleet Farm.
In what role?
Loss prevention team lead.
Sure. And was that back in July of 2021?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about what your job was in general back in July of 2021 at Fleet Farm.
Basically, my job is to deter theft and to operate the CCTV surveillance system. And then also I played a role in inventory procedures as well.
In part of that role, did you sometimes have the opportunity to work with the police and as they were investigating things?
Yes, very frequently.
Could you describe, just in case everyone doesn't know, where is the Fleet Farm that we're talking about?
It's 4630 Dalmore Road in DeForest. Sure. It's right on the corner of I-19 and Highway 90.
Okay. And at some point, were you asked to provide police some surveillance footage from inside the Fleet Farm and maybe even a little bit outside, but mostly inside on July 2nd, in kind of early in the morning, around 7:20 or so?
Yes, it was.
And did you provide the police a copy of that video ultimately?
I did.
All right, and I'll note for counsel it's marked as 407, and I'd move 407 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and we'll go ahead and publish that.
And it should appear on the computer monitor in front of you once it is played.
Go ahead. So we're playing clip 42. What are we looking at there, by the way?
This is our front entrance to the store.
All right, we'll go to the next clip. We're going to play clip 5-1. What are we looking at in clip 5-1?
This is our last aisle in the hardware department. And it's right next to the farm department where we keep tarps and some outdoor gear.
Okay. And I'll just draw the jury's attention to maybe that center row, someone about to cross or walk into that aisle. Whereabouts is that person at the top of the screen in the center?
That aisle is where the tarps are located.
All right, and we'll go to the next clip. And we'll play clip 56. What are we looking at there?
This is again up at the front entrance, and that would be lane 1 is the closest checkout lane there.
And do you recognize that item that the person in that video is purchasing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a black and silver tarp.
All right, I'm going to show you a couple photographs, sir. I'll start, I guess, with a question. In addition to this video, did the police ask you to maybe look into that actual purchase itself?
Yes.
And were you able to do that in your role?
Yes, I was.
What's exhibit number 408? What does that look like to you?
This is a transaction snapshot for that transaction, or essentially a receipt for it.
And are you able to tell what the subject in that transaction purchase?
Yes, it is. It's a 6x8 silver black heavy duty poly tarp.
And is there a date and time that this was all done at?
Yes, July 2nd, 2021 at 7:21 a.m.
All right, I'll move 408 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
What is 409? Do you recognize that at all?
Yes, this is kind of a close-up of the card information that was used to purchase that tarp.
Okay, and does it have the same date and time stamp for the silver black heavy duty poly tarp?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'll move 409 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And you've mentioned that tarp. Are 410 and 411, are those photographs of maybe the packaging of the tarp and maybe what would be inside?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 410 and 411.
No objection.
They are received.
All right, I'll ask to publish these on the Elmo. Sir, what's going to happen is that screen's going to come on in 1 second. We're going to show you the same pictures again. So we're looking at 408. And if we zoom in there at the top, there's the date that you were referencing, correct? The July 2nd at 7:21 a.m.?
Correct.
And a bit farther down, there's the item description of a 6x8 silver black heavy duty poly tarp, quantity 1, purchased for $6.99.
Yes.
Excellent. That's the same information on exhibit 409?
Yes, it is.
I'm covering up the remainder of the exhibit, perhaps that has some information on it that we don't need to share. And then zooming out, just briefly, you testified that 410, that's the packaging of that tarp that was purchased?
Yes, it is.
And 411, the tarp?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good luck in your new role.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, sir, as part of your investigation into this, you were asked to see if that card had been used for any previous transactions, correct?
Correct.
And you were only able to locate one previous transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And that was from back in September of 2020, correct?
Correct.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect. And just to note, for the record, the video clips were played in their entirety.
They were all played in their entirety, yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir. You are excused from your subpoena, and I suspect released.
You are.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
State will now call Dr. Breslauer to the stand.
Doctor, you gonna go with that, John?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask if you would feel comfortable and believe you could safely and responsibly testify without a mask. That would be the preference if you're able to do that.
I would prefer to keep my mask on.
Very good. Then make sure, as it is now, that the microphone is very close to you. I understand, if I understood the title used in calling you, that you work in healthcare or have some relation to that industry. So as long as the jury can hear you, that would be fine. Thank you.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. If you could please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record, please.
My first name is Corey, C-O-R-I. My last name is Breslauer, B-R-E-S-L-A-U-E-R.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
And that means you're an MD?
That is correct.
And you obviously went through some substantial training in order to become a deputy medical examiner.
That is correct.
I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 363. Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 363. Is this your curriculum vitae?
This is.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 363 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So, doctor, where did you go to medical school?
I went to medical school at the University of Arizona College of Medicine in Phoenix, Arizona.
And then did you do a residency?
I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill.
And what is pathology?
Pathology is a study of medicine that basically covers the effects of injury and disease on the body.
And are you board certified in any area?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and in forensic pathology.
Now, what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification means that I underwent an approved training program in the field that I'm certified in, and then I took a qualifying exam following that training and passed that exam.
And these are pretty extensive, several day-long exams.
That is correct.
And have you worked as a medical examiner at any location outside of the Dane County office?
I worked as a local medical examiner at the North Carolina office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And many careers like teachers, lawyers, have to go through continuing education. Is that something that doctors also have to go through?
Yes, it is.
And so you've attended trainings throughout your career as well?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology requires that I maintain my certification.
And you got involved in this investigation on July 8th of 2021, is that correct?
I believe so. I don't have my report in front of me.
Well, fair enough. That's exactly what I was getting to.
Yes.
And you did write an official report in this case, is that fair?
I did.
And there was a typo in your first report, so you wrote, there's an amended report that basically eliminates one word.
The amended report reflects a correction of one typographical error.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 364. Is this your amended report in this case?
This is my amended report with the triage notes from our office attached to the front.
All right, I would move Exhibit 364 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And also in preparation for testifying, as a team, we put together a PowerPoint, which I'm going to present in booklet form because of the sensitive nature of the photos. But is that true?
Yes.
And that is marked as Exhibit 366. And I just ask that you page through Exhibit 366 and make sure that that is the presentation that was put together.
This is the presentation.
And just that presentation, for the most part, it is just photos of the autopsy that you performed in this case.
That is correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 366 into evidence. And I also have 365, which is a digital copy, just for the record.
No objection.
Or both are accepted into evidence.
And Doctor, throughout the questioning, obviously, I'm going to have you looking at Exhibit 366. But if you also need to look at your report 364, that is fine. Just maybe note on the record when you are doing so and what pages.
Yes.
Just so we have a complete record here.
As the booklets are being distributed to the jury, I'll remind you that you should only turn pages when the witness is discussing the next page within the pamphlet. Obviously, you can turn back at any point. And again, we will advise you that observing these images is an important role as a juror, but studying these images is up to you personally as to the necessity that you feel to do so during the course of the testimony. Go ahead.
And Doctor, obviously you've worked as a medical examiner in various roles for several years, but is it fair to say you've performed hundreds of autopsies?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. Obviously you don't remember them all individually, thus you write reports.
That's correct.
Okay. So anytime you need to refer to your report, that is just fine. So how did you become involved in this case? Did you actually go to the scene on Irwin Road where the torso was found?
I did go to the scene where the torso was found. The cases are brought to the office's attention by contacting our office. They first get triaged through our investigators who gather initial information, after which we are made aware of the scene, the suspicious nature, whether or not our presence is requested. I was notified that there was a scene, potentially suspicious scene, that my presence was requested at, and I then arrived at the scene with the investigator.
And why do medical examiners go to scenes?
Medical examiners goes to scenes because there is information that we can gather, circumstantial information based off of the position of the body, the environment that the body is found, and because my specialty is assessing the circumstances and the injuries that are found on the body, I'm able to assimilate all of that information.
So what did you do when you went to the Irwin Road address? What did you just look around, take pictures, something else?
Once the scene was assessed to be safe for us to enter, We approached where the body was located. We looked at the environment that the body was in, and then photographs were taken at my direction by the investigator.
Then what did you do next?
So the body was underneath a considerable amount of brush and debris, and the layers of that brush and debris were removed, again, at my direction. And we then assessed the body as it was in its position.
And in all fairness, the brush and debris was kind of slowly removed, so each little process could be photographed. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay. At some point, was the torso removed and transferred back to your medical office?
It was under my direction.
Okay. And what does that mean, under your direction? Is there a certain procedure that you guys use?
There is. Once we look at the body as it is, we roll the body and look at all the sides. We photograph the body in multiple angles, and we then wrap the body in an evidence sheet. Usually, if the body is intact, we will bag the hands and the feet to protect evidence that may be there. In this case, there were no limbs for us to bag separately. We did wrap the body in a sheet, placed it into a clean body bag, and then we transported it back to our office for further examination.
And back at your office, what, if any, sort of examination do you perform?
So back at the office, we have the resources, the lighting, and the tools available to perform a complete examination on the body, on the outside and the inside. We begin with an external exam where we look at the surfaces and the injuries and the markings of the body and document everything that we see with our eyes. Following that, and as well as collection of any evidence that we see. Following that, we then open the body and we examine the internal organs and any injuries that we see on the inside of the body and collect any specimens that we may need to evaluate later.
Do you x-ray the body?
We do.
And did that x-ray in this case help with identification?
It did.
And who was this torso? Who did you identify as it belonging to? Or as it being?
Right, so we often evaluate bodies that come in without an identity, and so often they will come with a presumed identity. In this case, we were told that the presumed identity of the body was Bart Halderson. We received imaging x-rays of Bart Halderson that were taken while he was alive, and we then compared those to the x-rays that we took of the body that we had in our office, and I found multiple points of concordance that identified this body scientifically as Bart Halderson.
And did you folks also collect DNA from the torso?
We did.
I am going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 372. And that's called a DNA spot card, is that correct?
That is correct.
And this appears to be the evidence envelope for Bart B. Halderson's DNA spot card.
That is correct.
And did you collect that DNA, or did somebody from the sheriff's office?
This would have been either myself or my team with my autopsy tech.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 372 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. Doctor, why don't we move on to page 2?
Folks, I want to tell you two things. If you look at the cover page, you'll see a small numeral in the bottom right-hand corner. All of the pages have those, and they're numbered. So if you were to lose your place, you could find out the next page by searching out those numbers in that corner. Unlike the presentations last week, this one doesn't work its way slowly into the process. I just wanted to alert you to that. Go ahead, Attorney Raymond.
That's correct. Doctor, could you please describe page 2 to the jury?
Page 2 is one part of a 3-part overall photograph of the torso, showing the lower half or inferior part.
And there's 2 circles on the right-hand side this slide or this photo, what are those circles highlighting?
The circles on the right are highlighting the severed femurs of the body. Basically, the body was dismembered with the lower limbs removed, and the circles show the terminal ends of the femur bones.
And then there's a circle on the left side. What is the circle on the left side of page 2 highlighting?
The circle on the left side of page 2 shows a gunshot wound.
Moving on to page 3. Could you please describe page 3 for the jury?
Page 3 is part 2 of a 3-panel overall showing the middle part of the body.
Okay, and a circle there again highlighting a gunshot wound?
That is correct. It is the same wound that is highlighted in the previous photograph.
And do you know yet in this part of your autopsy if that's an entrance wound or an exit wound?
Yes, this is an exit wound.
An exit wound?
Yes.
All right, so, and we'll get more into that. Does that mean, though, that, for lack of a better term, Mr. Halderson was shot in the back?
That is correct.
Moving on to page 4. What does page 4 show?
Page 4 is part 3 of a 3-panel overall showing the front half of the torso.
Okay, and again, there's 3 circles on the left side of that slide. Would you explain what those 3 circles are highlighting?
Yes, so the circles on the top and the bottom highlight the severed upper extremities and the terminal ends of the humeral bones. The circle on the left in the middle, in between those two, shows the neck or the base of the neck where the head has been severed.
All right, let's turn to slide 5. How would you describe slide 5 for the jury?
Slide 5 shows the posterior or back side of the torso. For orientation, the head, or where the head would be on the left side, and the feet would be on the right side.
Okay, how would you describe what the red circle is highlighting on the rightmost side?
The right circle is circling what I have labeled as gunshot wound number 1. It is an entrance gunshot wound.
Okay, and how would you describe the circle on the more left side?
The left side is also a gunshot entrance wound, which I describe as gunshot wound number 2.
And doctor, how can you tell if a wound is an entrance wound or an exit wound?
There are characteristics which support wounds being either entrance wounds or exit wounds. In place, an entrance wound typically has a round shape and an abrasion collar where the bullet abrades the skin as it enters the body. We can also find, depending on the range of fire, if the gun was fired at a close range to the body, we can sometimes find evidence of burned and unburned gunpowder particles, soot, and things like this.
Okay. Let's move on to slide 6. What is slide 6 showing?
Slide 6 is a closer view of the left-sided or superior or closer to the head gunshot entrance wound from the previous slide.
Okay. And were you able to, based on the characteristics, look at the surrounding area under a microscope?
That is correct.
And when you look at a wound or an entrance wound or whatever sort of wound under a microscope, what are you looking for?
So sometimes we can see soot with our eyes without any assistance because there's a black residue. However, in this case, there was decompositional artifact that obscured and discolored the areas. So what I did was I sampled 4 areas from each wound and looked at it under the microscope. And what that allowed me to see was microscopic evidence of soot that I could not see without the assistance of a microscope.
And Based on, are you able to make any determinations based on amount of soot or whether soot is present or not?
I can comment on whether it was present or not in the pieces of tissue that I submitted. So I see a two-dimensional plane of cells under the microscope, and in those pieces that I sampled, if it is present, then I can see that it's there. It appears as black granular debris deposited within the dermis, which is the second layer underneath the very surface of the skin. And if I don't see it, it does not necessarily mean it is not present at all. It only means that it was not present in the tissue that I sampled.
And what is the relationship between how far away a gun is from a person's skin and soot?
Typically, you're expecting a contact range gunshot if soot is seen.
All right, so if there's soot present.
Within inches.
That means within, I'm sorry.
Inches.
Inches, okay. And if soot is not present, what, if anything, does that tell you about the gun range in relationship to the victim's skin?
Yes, so that it can say a couple of things. It can say, if there is no soot, it can say that the range of fire was farther away and that there was too much distance for soot to make it to the body. It can also say that something could have been in the way that could have obstructed soot from making it to the body. So there could have been layers of clothing or a wall or a door or something obstructing soot making it to the body.
And when you looked at the wound that is pictured in slide 6, what, if any, evidence did you find of soot?
I did not find a microscopic evidence of soot in this injury.
So what range do you put for this wound?
For this, I have indeterminate range because I do not have characteristics that can tell me what the range is.
So basically that means it could be feet instead of inches. Is that a fair way to say it?
It is. It means I do not know the range.
Okay. I'm going to turn to slide 7. What is pictured on slide 7?
Slide 7 is a metal fragment that was found in the wound track representing a fragment of projectile.
Okay. And during this autopsy, projectile fragments were turned over to the Dane County Sheriff's Office, is true, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But then you came across one later during the process of examining the bones.
Yes, so due to the sensitive nature of this case, our office retained the body in our cooler. I then re-examined the body later on in order to fully understand the wound tracts. Upon that second exam is when I found the additional fragment.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 555. And when you found that additional fragment, did you turn it over to the sheriff's office as well?
I did.
Okay. And on Exhibit 555, does that appear to be the label for the metal fragment that you turned over to Tim Blank from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 555 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, it is received.
All right, turning now to slide 8. Could you please describe slide 8 for the jury?
Slide 8 represents, it's a similar photograph, but it highlights a different gunshot entrance wound.
Okay, the one that's more on the right or lower in the back.
That is correct. It is closer to the feet than the entrance wound that was previously discussed.
Okay, and flipping to slide 9.
Slide 9 is a close-up photograph of the entrance wound that was in the previous slide on slide 8.
And were you able to look microscopically for soot on this wound?
I did.
And this is wound number 1 in your report, I believe?
That is correct.
And were you able to determine what range or what distance the gun was from the skin based upon the microscopic findings?
There were granular particles within the dermis on microscopy of the tissue I submitted here that were consistent with soot. Therefore, I assessed that as a contact range gunshot entrance wound.
So there was soot on the skin?
Yes.
So contact range?
Correct.
And again, going from back to front?
Correct.
Slide 10.
Slide 10 shows the anterior or front surface of the body, and a gunshot exit wound is highlighted.
And is that the exit wound from shot 1 or shot 2?
That is the exit wound from gunshot wound number 1, the contact range gunshot wound.
All right. All right, and let's move to slide 11, please.
Slide 11 demonstrates a close-up of the slide 10,
Okay.
the exit gunshot wound from gunshot wound number 1.
And the shape there is just kind of showing that with exit wounds, you can't usually put them back perfectly together like you can an entrance wound.
That is correct. As we discussed, the characteristics of gunshot wounds that allow me to assess whether or not they are entrance or exit. Exit wounds tend to be irregular, and they tend to be able to reapproximate. And this is just showing that irregular margin of the exit wound on the anterior surface.
Slide number 12. What is slide number 12 highlighting?
Slide number 12 also shows an anterior version of the torso, and it is highlighting hemorrhage at the neck.
Okay. And there's like a ruler sticker there.
Yes.
What are you measuring there?
We use a label that has a scale on it that puts our unique identification number so that every photograph that we take has that unique identification number, and that scale allows us to measure whatever is in the field that we are photographing.
And is this hemorrhage from the mutilation or is this hemorrhage from a bullet?
The hemorrhage
trajectory
is surrounding the gunshot wounds.
Okay. And slide 13, please.
Slide 13 shows the base of the neck around the area of the right shoulder. And it is a ragged defect that is circled in the center, right above that scale. And it represents a possible entry or exit for a third gunshot wound.
So there are at least 2 gunshot wounds, 1 and 2, that we discussed, and a possible third here?
Correct. We discussed 2 gunshot wounds, and then this is a third.
And were you able to look microscopically at this third gunshot wound?
I'm going to refer to my report.
Sure.
So on page 8 of 10, I have the descriptions of my histologic slides, and I submitted skin tissue only from the entrances and the exit previously discussed. I did not submit skin from this.
And is that partly because of the jagged nature, and it seems like there's more disruption to the skin?
That is correct. Additionally, the bullet material that was found directly underneath it, it's going to be impossible to tell if that represents the entirety of the wound track or if there is tissue missing because of the proximity to the severed head.
All right. Thank you. Exhibit 14, could you tell us what that slide exhibits?
Slide 14 is a portion of our posterior soft tissue dissection showing hemorrhage surrounding where I recovered the bullet fragments from the neck.
And then slide 15.
Slide 15 is jacket fragments and lead core fragments that were recovered from the neck.
Sorry, what was the second thing you said after jacket fragments?
So there's more than one part of a bullet. So there's the lead core of a bullet, and then there's the jacket that covers the bullet, and both are represented here.
It was the word lead I missed. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Doctor, obviously the legs, the arms, and the head were removed from this torso. Is there any can you make any determination whether that disfigurement or dismemberment occurred before or after Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, died?
So one thing that helps us determine whether or not an injury occurred before or after death is the presence or absence of a vital reaction or hemorrhage. So we've been talking about me finding hemorrhage in areas of injury. In the areas where the gunshot entrances were, there was hemorrhage around it, indicating that the heart was beating when the individual shot. Where I recovered bullet fragments, there was hemorrhage or vital reaction surrounding that area. However, in the areas surrounding the dismembered limbs, or the head, the upper extremities, and the lower extremities, there were injuries, but I did not appreciate this vital reaction. I did not appreciate hemorrhage in the same way that I appreciated around the other injuries.
So the mutilation occurred after death?
That is correct.
Doctor, did you determine a cause of death for Bart Halderson?
I did.
And what was that cause of death?
As written on page 2 of my report, I determined the cause of death was gunshot wounds of the torso.
And did you determine a manner of death?
I did.
And what was the manner of death for Bart Halderson?
As I'm reading from page 2 of my report, I assessed that the manner of death was homicide.
Counsel, I believe page 16 of the booklet hasn't been discussed. And if you don't want to publish that page, that's fine. But I don't think I heard any testimony about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My pages were just sticking together. I apologize, everyone. Doctor, could you look at page 16?
Yes.
What does 16 show?
Page 16 is also a representation of the posterior or back side of the torso around the area of the hip, or the right hip, or the flank. This represents a small ligature furrow. When the body was found at the scene, there was a length of rope that was encircling the body, and this was the area corresponding to where the rope was likely rubbing against the body.
So that's a wound from the rope?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know of the gunshot wounds? Do you know, were both of them fatal? Was just one of them fatal, or something else?
I would say that they were all fatal.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let's just start there with the 3 gunshot wounds. There's no way for you to tell which happened first, second, or third, correct?
That is correct. So when I was talking about the vital reaction or the hemorrhage, I can say that something happened before or after someone died, but with rare exceptions, am I able to say the order that one happened over the other.
And in your report, you noted, I think you used the words, at least 3 gunshot wounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And why use the phrase at least?
So in this case, I have missing tissue. I have missing upper extremities, lower extremities, and a missing head. So in the portion of the remains that I received, there were 3 gunshot wounds, evidence of 3 gunshot wounds, but I cannot say whether or not that there are additional gunshot wounds that could be in tissue that is absent or that I don't have the ability to evaluate.
And because on the 3 you were able to evaluate, you did see evidence of this vital reaction, is it fair to say it's your opinion that the person was alive when these gunshot wounds happened?
Yes.
And if there were other gunshot wounds to other extremities that you weren't able to examine, you wouldn't be able to tell if those were the same, having vital reaction, or not having vital reaction, obviously.
If the remains are not available, I cannot tell.
Now, you did testify that the dismemberment happened post-mortem because there was no vital reaction, correct?
Correct.
Are you able to say how long after the person died that the dismemberment happened?
Not with any certainty or with very much accuracy. There are estimations I could make based off of the decomposition that I saw. I can say that my findings are consistent with the circumstances that were given to me, but that's about as far as I could comfortably say.
Now, on page 2 of the report, when you talk about manner of death, you'd already testified that it was ruled homicide, but then there's a bracket where you say shot by other, parentheses S, with unknown firearm. So other or others, there's nothing about your examination that can tell you how many people might have been involved in shooting this person, correct?
That is correct. Because there is more than one gunshot wound, and because I was not present, I cannot say whether or not those were inflicted by one or more firearms.
You can say it wasn't this person self-inflicting these wounds.
Yes.
And again, just so we're clear, unknown firearm, there's nothing about your examination that could tell you what firearm caused these shots, correct?
Correct. The characteristics of the injuries are not such that I can tell a caliber or a type of firearm.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the doctor be excused.
They may.
I'll take your report. I think that's still there. Anything else that is with you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
And we should collect the booklets that were utilized with the witness. Let me inquire, Attorney Raymond, who's next in the witness list? Okay. Folks, given the nature of the next testimony and the length of time, we've been here an hour, but it's also been an hour that was intense. So let's go ahead and take a break at this point for convenience, and we'll come back in 10 minutes and resume with the next witness. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
And the state will call the next witness, please.
I call Denise Jones from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. I've had a discussion with every witness about whether they are willing to or believe they can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, but I've not ordered anyone to do so. Is it your preference to remain masked at this time, or could you testify without?
I'd prefer to have it on.
Very good. Then if you can pull the microphone really close, because it does have a tendency to muffle, and we'll make sure that we can hear you and that the jury can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Denise Jones, DENISEJONES.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
14 and a half years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological stains, such as blood, semen, and saliva. I extract DNA from those stains and make comparisons to known individuals. I write reports on my findings, and I testify in court if necessary.
Could you tell us about your educational background?
I I received my Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point in 2001, and I received my Master's of Science in Bacteriology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2004.
Have you received any specialized training in the field of serology, DNA, statistics, things of that sort?
Yes, I received 9 months of training on DNA analysis prior to doing casework. I also received training on statistics and STAR mix for about 2 months prior to doing it to casework. I'm required to take 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Have you, prior to today and previously, have you testified as an expert in court?
Yes, this is my 48th time.
Can you tell us, we'll talk a little bit about the laboratory, the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. Is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean?
It means we meet accurate and reliable testing.
Sure. Do you and your lab undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I am required to undergo 2 proficiency tests a year.
Okay. And what do those consist of?
It's samples that we would see in casework and to see if we can accurately and reliably do DNA analysis.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the DNA we inherit from our parents. We inherit 50% from our fathers and 50% from our mothers, and it codes for all structure and function in our body. And DNA is found in every cell in the body except for red blood cells. So it's found in skin cells, white blood cells, and sperm cells.
How is DNA used in forensic science?
So most of our DNA is similar person to person, but there are specific areas that distinguish us from others. And it's those areas that we look at in DNA in forensics. Everyone will have differences except identical siblings. We look at 23 of these genetic markers and one that's specific for gender.
Sure. You said everyone will have different DNA other than identical siblings?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how DNA testing is conducted at the laboratory?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Sure. What's the steps for conducting DNA testing when you're at the crime lab?
So we have multiple steps in the DNA analysis process. We have what's called extraction, which we are extracting the DNA from the sample or opening up the cell to get the DNA. We have quantitation, which allows us to determine how much DNA is in a sample, which will allow us to know whether or not we need to go on for further testing. And currently our kits, we can determine how much human DNA is present, how much male DNA is present, and whether or not we can detect degradation or inhibition in the sample.
Are these methods of testing and typing generally accepted by the scientific community?
Yes.
And do the majority of forensic scientists use these methods that you use?
Yes.
Are there multiple levels of review conducted to ensure that the correct procedures are followed in each case?
Yes, we have what's called technical review, which another qualified analyst also reviews the case file and report and looks to see that I followed our procedure manual correctly for interpretation, statistics, and notes.
I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 380. This will just be brief, but can you tell me what that is?
That's a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And does that list your training and education in this field, making you qualified to comment on some of the matters you're going to comment on today?
Yes.
I'll move 380 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. It is received.
At times over the past year, since July of this year, have you been asked to become involved at various times into an investigation into a homicide that occurred over in Windsor involving some people with the names of Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
And have you produced numerous reports related to your analysis of separate items that have been submitted to you over that course of time?
Yes, I believe 4 reports.
Can I briefly ask you, who makes the decision to submit items to the crime lab?
That's up to the agency to submit, but then we also have submission guidelines in place on certain types of cases of how many items we'll allow upon submission. But as long as we have a meeting with the agency, we may allow more.
Sure. In general, in most cases, what is that limit of items that can be submitted?
10 for homicides?
And was that far exceeded in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in fact the one who had to do with the testing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case. I'm going to show you all 4 exhibits at once, then we'll go through them. Can you tell us what exhibit number 383 is, just briefly? And you might want to turn one page in.
This is my report dated July 29th. It has my signature on it.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 417. Same question, turn a page in and let me know what that is.
This is my report dated September 1st, 2021.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate report or a copy of the report on that date?
It appears to be.
Okay, I'll take that one from you. Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 418, same questions.
This is a report dated October 6th, 2021 that I authored.
And appear to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Right. And lastly, 560, same questions.
This appears to be a report that I authored dated November 8th, 2021.
True and accurate copy?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'll move 417, 18, 383, and 560 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are all received.
And I'll move to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Jones, in preparation for testifying today, in order to make this a more visually understandable experience for everyone, you understand that your report has been maybe cut apart and put into PowerPoints for everyone to see?
Yes.
Okay. And so we'll start with, you were asked to perform a report, and you did write a report on July 29th, 2021. Was this your first report in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And as I'm talking about each report, in fact, I'll just give you a copy, and you can go ahead and just let us know if you're referencing that report, okay? And I see you brought some materials with you. If you need to reference anything, you can just let us know that you need to refresh your recollection, and we'll let you go ahead and do that. Just so there's a clear record, we'll just say that out loud, even though it might be a tad awkward or not normal. We'll go through this one somewhat slowly so everyone can understand maybe how these reports take form. But the first section of your report, we talk about items examined. So what did you examine here?
I examined a dried blood standard reportedly from Bart Halderson, an electric toothbrush head reportedly used by Krista Halderson, and then some samples reportedly of human remains, K1 through K6 of differing body parts, and then a buccal swab standard reportedly from Mr. Halderson.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a couple of these items just so we're talking about the same thing. I'm going to show you what's been received into evidence already in this case. It's been labeled with the exhibit sticker 194, and it's labeled electric toothbrush head. We're not going to open it or anything, but do you see anything on there that indicates that item has been to the lab?
It has our yellow barcode label with the case number and the item number.
And the case number in this case is what?
M21-1575.
And what is an item number?
It's just the item that we give each item that comes into the lab.
Okay, so while the police may have labeled it with a letter or a number, and maybe in court we put a sticker on it with a different number, you have your own system and you put your own letter to it?
Yes.
Okay, and what letter is that?
Item I.
All right, same question with the item labeled Mr. Halderson DNA spot card. What item is that?
That is M21-1575, item B.
For the record, we're talking about exhibit 372 and then 361. What item is that?
It's M21-1575, item N.
Okay, so these items come into the lab. Can you tell me just a bit, and we won't do this for each item, but when the police bring you out an item, how are they processed in? I imagine there's not just a mailbox out front, that there's some process for this.
They usually meet with an evidence specialist that will take inventory of all the items and then give them a receipt of their items. Okay. And then they create the case and all the item numbers in our LIMS system.
We'll go to the next slide. And here it says preparation for analysis. In your report, what does preparation for analysis mean?
It means when I took swabbings or cuttings from each of these items, I took a portion of that item, and so I'm sub-designating the cuttings or the swabbings that I took for each item. So on the left, we have the sample name, and in the middle is what the parent item is, and then we have the sub-designation of what I made of the cuttings or the swabbings I took from those items.
Okay. So if you take a swab of, say, item B, which is the Bart Halderson blood standard from the medical examiner office, you take a cotton swab and then you cut something off that swab?
Well, it was a blood standard given, so I just cut a portion of the dried blood standard, and then I sub-designated it as B1.
Okay. So some of the original remains?
Original blood that was given to me, yes.
Okay. And when we sub-designate something, and again, we'll go through this one a little bit more carefully, and I think everyone will get the hang of it in a second, but when we sub-designate something, is it always carry that same letter and then add usually either a number or a letter to it?
Either, depending on what the parent item is, so in this instance, there's item B, so that the sub-designation would be B1. And then for the portion cut from the left leg tissue, the item was K1, but the sub-designation I made was K1A.
Okay. After you prepare them for analysis, I imagine you do some sort of DNA isolation?
Yes, we called, this is the quantification results that we got from the items that I did the DNA extraction on. And this table just explains the results of those quantitation and whether or not they went on for further analysis.
Sure. So in item B1 and N1, and we'll just use B1 as an example here, meaning it was the blood standard. Here you indicate you found human DNA.
Right. When we do standard extractions, we typically go from extraction right into the amplification stage. We don't usually quantify these standards unless there's a necessity to do it.
Okay. And when in the further testing column, it says autosomal STR, what does that mean?
That's the amplification that we use to detect human or DNA profiles from.
When we go to K2A, K5A, and K6A, could you remind us again, based on the report, what were those items where it says, because here it says, of course, human DNA not detected. What were K2A, K5A, and K6A? What were those cuttings of?
K2A was a cutting of reported left thigh tissue, and then K5A and K6A were swabbings of the hollow area of the left and right thigh bones.
Okay. And I made this slide to maybe highlight that, again, going through this one more carefully for the jury. Here you actually had portions of thigh tissue that you were not able to detect DNA on.
That's correct.
And as an analyst, is that something that can be explained, or do you have any comment on how possibly part of a cutting from a human thigh tissue, there was no DNA detectable on that?
The item received, when I examined it, did not really appear to have a lot of pink tissue. It was very whitish in color, and it had a distinct odor to it when examining it. So I knew I would probably have a difficult time of getting DNA recovered from that. Based on my experience, items like those are difficult to recover DNA from due to possible bacterial activity inhibiting the ability to recover DNA.
Okay, so sometimes bacterial activity or things being in the elements and subjected to that can have an impact on whether you can obtain DNA?
Yes.
Okay, but you were able to identify or find DNA or detect DNA from K1A, which is of the same general items.
K1A was left leg tissue.
Okay, and so next you have some standards. So you have the dry blood standard from Bart Halderson, item B1, and then you have Mitchell Halderson, which you labeled as N1, and you have single source profile. What does the single source profile mean?
When we get the data after amplification and typing the DNA, we interpret the DNA, and we can determine whether the profile is from one contributor, which is a single source profile, or from more than one person, which is a mixture. And in this case, when I was doing the analysis of the data, both of these items appeared to be from single source individuals.
And when we look at the swabbing of the bristles on the electric toothbrush head, and that you say reportedly was used by Krista Halderson, what does that mean when you wrote single source female profile? Could explain that.
So we have the ability in our amplification kit that has one area that we can determine gender. And in this case, females will have an XX and the male will have an XY. And when I'm interpreting this profile, there was only the X for the gender, indicating it was a female single source profile.
Moving to the next portion, you start talking about this item K1A in which you were able to isolate or detect some DNA. Tell us what this section of your report means.
So the result is that I got a partial single source female profile, which means I didn't get a complete profile, but I got a pretty good profile from it. Out of the 23 markers that we do amplification on, I had 22 of them, and so that makes it a partial profile. And then I compared that partial profile to the swabbing, to the profile I got from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush head, and Krista Halderson was considered the source of that profile.
And understanding at that time, identifying Krista Halderson and her remains was important. Did you then use the buccal swab or the single source profile from their reported son, Mitchell, as well as what you knew to be Bart, to try to come to some sort of conclusions as well?
Yes, I did a paternity to determine whether or not those remains could also be the possible biological mother of Mitchell Halderson, knowing that Bart Halderson was the biological father. And it was at least 413 billion times more likely to observe the profile from Mitchell Halderson if the female profile detected from the left leg tissue is his biological mother than if it's a random unrelated female is the mother.
Okay. Fair to say a good part of this report was simply determining the sources of the DNA. So you had Krista, Bart, Mitchell, and eventually you obtained Chandler Halderson's DNA, correct?
Yes.
You then wrote another report on September 1st, and I'll bring that one to you. That's labeled as exhibit number 417. Fair to say in this report, we start testing pieces of evidence, maybe the more traditional thing that folks might think about when they think of your job. We're talking about evidence that was collected.
Yes.
You examined a lot of items, correct?
Yes.
All right. I think you talked about examining here a garbage bin, item C2, a tarp that was sub-designated C2, meaning it was inside the garbage bin, I would imagine?
Oh, there were two items. The parent item was item C, that was a garbage bin and a tarp, and then we sub-designated the garbage bin and the tarp as two separate items.
Right. And then you labeled item D, scissors, item E, a broken saw blade, item F, a handsaw, item G, pruning shears, item L and M, both metal fragments, item P, a buccal swab from Chandler Halderson, and item S, a tarp that was recovered from a barn.
That's correct.
Okay. You did some blood testing on some of these items, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about that. We heard yesterday from Deputy Leatherberry, who testified extensively about some of the blood tests he did. What does it mean when you write this in your report that you identified blood?
So when we identify blood in the lab, it's similar to, the testing is similar to a pregnancy test or a COVID test, where we're taking a little bit of the sample, adding some liquid reagent to it, and then adding it to a card. And for us to say blood was identified, we must see 2 lines. And if we only get 1 line, then blood was not detected on the item. In this case, I had two positive lines when testing these items. So blood was identified on all of these items.
And Ms. Jones, if you wouldn't mind, would you step up here for a second, and we'll start talking first about item C that you sub-designated C1 and 2. I'll move the rest of them, but I can't move one of them. Could you take a look at this large item, this box that's in here? I believe this has been marked as an exhibit, in this case as exhibit number 14, and we don't have to open it, and I know there's reasons it's secured at this point. But could you let me know, do those stickers appear to be from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab and appear to be what you've labeled as item C, then sub-designated C1 and C2?
Yes.
Okay. You can take a seat again. In the garbage bin, item C1, you indicate you were able to identify blood. Do you recall where you were able to identify blood in the garbage bin?
Can I refer to my notes?
You can. Just let us know when you've refreshed your recollection.
I tested a swab that was from a stain near where the tape was inside the garbage bin.
And that was positive for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to the tarp that's inside item C2, same question. Was that a swab of one of the stains on the tarp?
Both of them were, yes.
So item C2, and then I promised you that I'd carry the rest. This, I think, has been identified and perhaps colloquially called the barn tarp. A tarp purportedly recovered from a barn in the Irwin Road property. Does that appear to have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, it's M21-1575, item S.
Okay, excellent. And we won't open this. I understand why. But on this, you were able to identify blood as well?
Yes.
And was that on staining that you were able to observe?
Yes.
The detective's actually going to assist me for a little bit because we're going to maybe look at some of these items. Next, we're going to talk about item D, which is the scissors, which has been marked in this case as exhibit number 142. So the detective actually just approached you with that, if that's okay. Same question, is that the item, those scissors that you were able to look at the crime lab?
It has our designation of M21-1575, item D.
Okay, and we don't have to open that right now. We can actually probably just sit it right there because we're going to come back to it. But on the scissors, were you able to detect blood?
Yes.
And do you know where?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, just let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
I identified blood on the blade of the scissors.
Okay. And next, we're going to talk about the broken saw blade. I believe that's been received into evidence as exhibit number 141. We'll have the detective approach you with it. If you could look at that, make sure your lab sticker's on there, and we'll leave it with the scissors.
It appears to have our barcode M21-1575, item E on it.
Okay, for everyone's reference, at exhibit 141, I believe broken saw blade testified to being recovered at the Irwin Road property. Were you able to detect blood on that saw blade?
Yes.
And where on the blade, or was it just a swab of the blade in general?
It was the teeth of the blade.
Okay. Next, item F. We're just going to move that up there. This is I believe, received into evidence in this case as exhibit number 140, an Allway brand handsaw.
Yes, it has our barcode label on it, M21-1575, item F.
And were you able to detect blood on that item?
Yes.
And do you know where?
On the blade.
And next, we're going to look at item G, same process. I appreciate the detective helping us out. If you could just confirm the lab stickers on there.
Yes, it has our barcode M21-1575, item G.
Okay. Are you always able to conduct a blood test on samples you receive?
Not always.
In what situations are you not?
Depending on how much staining is on an item, if there's very little staining on it, it's up to the analyst, maybe in discussion with the agency or on their own, to only go on for DNA analysis because there won't be enough to test for blood and do DNA, because we're taking a portion of that stain to do the screening test for blood. There might not be enough to do DNA analysis. So for us, it's more important to get a DNA profile from that than maybe doing screening on it.
In this specific case, did you work in conjunction with detectives and investigators, including Deputy Leatherberry, regarding items being submitted to the lab?
Yes.
Are you aware that sometimes he was performing tests to detect blood or human blood himself?
Yes.
And if those situations came up or arose regarding a very limited amount and he had already performed a test, there'd be a discussion about maybe it being more important to do DNA analysis on your part?
Yes.
Okay. You prepared these items for analysis, and we don't have to explain it again, but essentially you took swabs and there's some cuttings of those swabs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're able to do some analysis. So in each one, you're able to figure out if there's human DNA present, perhaps male DNA present, and then decide whether there's further testing that you can do.
Yes.
Okay. And let's just take an example of a couple different, there's 3 different ways you've responded here. Item C1, B1, which was a portion of the swab cut from the inside lip of the garbage bin. Here it says human DNA present, male DNA present, but not selected for further testing. Can you tell us why?
Like I was explaining quantitation, our kit has the ability to detect human and male DNA, but we also have the ability to determine whether or not the sample has inhibition or degradation. And in this case, this sample had a very high degradation rate. And if this went on for further analysis, I would likely not get something interpretable for DNA. And there were plenty of other items that were going on for further testing. So this one was not selected.
Okay. The next possible result in the further testing column is for most of them, you write autosomal STR. What does that mean?
That means it went on to amplification, which is the DNA making copies of itself, and then going on for typing, which is taking that amplified DNA to detect a profile.
And the other option here is we see for item C2, I1, and S3A, you write unsuitable. What does unsuitable mean, and why is that different than not selected?
So in the human DNA column, I have limited human DNA, and I also have limited male DNA. And based on those results, they were below our threshold for samples to go on for further analysis. So these samples were not taken for further analysis, so no DNA profile was developed from these items.
Okay. The next item we're going to look at is, and I'll have the detective, if he wants to grab Mr. Halderson's buckle, and I'll approach you with that. But you had, from your July 29th report, you had some standards, meaning you had the single source profile of Bart Halderson and Mitchell Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And you, based on the toothbrush head in your analysis, you believed you had Krista Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, September 1st, you were provided a buccal swab purportedly obtained from Chandler Halderson.
Yes. Okay. Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes. All right. And I know we've looked at the other swabs previously, or the source profiles, but could you tell me, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 360. Could you tell me what that is?
That's the crime lab's item designation M21-1575, item P.
And what does this appear to be to you?
A buccal swab standard from Chandler Halderson.
Okay. At that point, you did some analysis on all of these items using those source profiles. Is that correct?
I made comparisons from the buccal swab standards to the evidence profiles developed.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those. Why are some of these grouped up in maybe one major result and some of them separated out individually?
This one was grouped together because it was the same male profile was detected from all of these items. So we like to group them together to kind of condense the report so it's not even longer than it already is.
And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And so I'm going to show you some items, but let's start with here you say the swabbings from the stains. I think you testified there was blood on item C2, and there were some sub-designations there, D1, G1, and H1. What do those sub-designations mean again?
They're just different areas of the tarps that I swabbed, and then the cuttings that I took from those swabs that I took from the tarp.
And what was your conclusion related to the stains on that tarp that was found in the garbage cans, at least the swabs C2D1, C2G1, and C2H1?
They were single source male profiles from the same individual.
And who was that individual?
Bart Halderson was the source.
Is there any numerical value attached to when you say someone is the source?
For us to consider someone the source, the profile that the stat that we calculate, the profile has to be rarer than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, which is 1,000 times the world's population.
And here you say Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler are excluded. What does it mean for someone to be excluded?
They are not the source of that profile.
And the last line, additional possible trace alleles were detected, and it goes on. What does that line mean?
It means when I was analyzing the data from items F2 and L1, there were a couple minor types seen that I couldn't really say anything about. They could be just non-true peaks or artifacts from the application project. So they're trace alleles, and I'm not making any conclusions on those.
Okay, excellent. And the next item that's in this grouping is the swabbing of the staining. I think you've already testified about on the teeth blade of the handsaw, item F2.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to have the detective who's masked and gloved up with clean gloves, I would imagine, remove F2 from the box and just display to the jury, so we're recalling the same item. And first, I'll have the analyst look at that. Is that, in fact, the item that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll have the detective just remove that, and I'll ask you some questions about it. And I'll have him walk in front of the jury, and I'll ask you a couple of questions. What was your conclusion related to the swabbing of the staining on that saw, and I think it's been testified, purportedly recovered at the Irwin Road property?
It was a single source male profile.
And who was that profile?
Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
And that numerical value you gave previously, same answer for this one?
Yes.
So I'll ask the detective to re-glove at this point. The next item we'll talk about, and just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, we'll remove it again. You swabbed the stains on the clippers, the ends of the pruning shears, which is item G3?
Yes.
Okay. And first we'll show you the box. Is that in fact the item that we're discussing?
Yes.
All right, and I'll have the detective display it to the jury while I ask you the question. Item G3, what were your conclusions as to that item?
It was a single source male profile, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
We'll return that item to the box. Next, there are two items, and as the detective gets ready, L1 and M1, you list them as metal fragments, but you say something that we haven't seen yet, which is washings of. What does that mean, a washing of something?
That means the item was small enough that I could actually place the item in a tube and add reagent to it. And it's what we call a washing, because it's not a swabbing and it's not a cutting of. We're washing that item to recover any DNA that may be from it. And then we remove the item from the liquid, and then that goes on for DNA extraction.
Sure. Do you find that to be a reliable method?
Yes, we use it in other items of evidence too.
Okay. And we're going to show you what's been marked. Again, we're not opening these. Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 285 and 286. I believe testified from Investigator Leatherberry as metal fragments recovered from the basement of the Halderson home. Are those the items that we're discussing?
Yes.
And did you in fact wash those items?
Yes, I did.
Were these items you were able to perform blood tests on?
No, based on the limited amount of sample size, it went on for DNA analysis.
Sure. And what was the result of the DNA analysis on items L1 and M1, which is also, I guess for our purposes, exhibits 285 and 286?
They were single source male profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
Okay. Next, and we're just going to go through the whole report even when it maybe didn't lead to anything. Here you indicate the swab from the stain on the tarp, item C2E1. Was this another stain you found on the tarp?
Yes.
And for everyone's purposes, is item C and then C2 the sub-designation?
Yes.
And you say partial low-level profile not suitable for comparisons due to limited amount of genetic information. Just explain that for us.
So sometimes when we develop DNA profiles, sometimes we don't get great profiles. And in this case, that was the instance where I didn't get anything that I could really make any conclusions on. So our procedure is to say a partial low-level profile and not make any comparisons to it.
Okay. You were able to find some comparisons, however, with other areas of that same tarp?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're looking at your testing done on item C2F1, which we talk about the tarp, talking about the one in the garbage can, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach regarding that staining?
I detected a single source female profile, and Krista Halderson was the source of that profile.
Same numerical value that you previously gave regarding the sample?
Yes.
What is StarMix?
StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software that we use in the lab, and it has the ability to deconvolute complex mixtures and then perform likelihood ratio calculations on those profiles when given a standard for reference.
And because of my question, perhaps we're about to see some of that testing done in this case, or those results, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you explain what a likelihood ratio is?
If you want to go to the next slide, I can.
Sure. So here, for everyone's purposes, we're looking at the StarMix slide from your lab report labeled swab from stain near where tape was inside garbage bin on item C1C1. Talk about this.
So a likelihood ratio is a ratio of two different hypotheses, and the statistic calculated gives support for one hypothesis over the other. So in this case, the top part of the table, it says H1. That's the first hypothesis, and that consists usually of the person of interest and an unknown individual, because in this case, it's a two-person mixture, so the person of interest and an unknown individual. And then the second hypothesis is that it's two unknown individuals.
How do you construct those likelihood ratio proportions?
It's based on the case information that we are given. And like I said, H1 is usually a hypothesis that the person of interest is included in that. And H2 is a hypothesis where the person of interest is not included.
Okay. And when you say person of interest, do you mean any of these standards being the person of interest?
Yes, on the left side of the table, each standard that I made a comparison to, they're listed. So it's Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Mitchell Halderson, and Chandler Halderson's. Each of their standards were compared to the evidence profile in this case.
In this case, you use StarMix?
Yes.
Can you tell us why?
Based on our procedure manual, I needed to use StarMix in this case.
Sure. What is the mathematical process used by StarMix?
The mathematical process is a random resampling, and to be able to best explain the data and all the possible genotypes that could be part of this profile.
Are the methods you've described here for StarMix, are they generally accepted by people who do what you do for a living?
Yes.
So let's start talking about it. So as we go through, we're going to see some of the more simple line results, and then maybe we're going to see some more complex ones. This is StarMix?
Yes.
All right. When we're looking at this, let's start from the top. We're talking about a stain near where the tape was inside item C1, this large box here. And tell us what the jury is looking at here.
So you're looking at the table of the results and the conclusions from this. The first part says that it was a partial low-level two-person mixture. So when I was doing the analysis of the profile, I determined that more than one person contributed to this profile. And I knew that at least one male was included. So then that information is given to StarMix, and it deconvolutes the mixture and lets me know if it's has good results that I can go and do statistics from standards on. And in this case, it did. And then I have each standard compared to that profile, and it gives me a statistic of whether or not they can be included or excluded or uninformative.
In dealing with a situation in which every person of interest, and not using the term person of interest as a police officer might, and as I think you robbed the Walmart, as in person of interest meaning the person who you believe possibly might be have their DNA included in this mix. Sometimes is it possible to see people who are biologically related have small support or moderate support for inclusion?
Yes, it's possible.
And I think when you started talking at the beginning, you indicated that we get our DNA from our parents?
Yes.
And just what amount of DNA do you get from your parents?
You get 50% from your fathers and 50% from your mother.
Sure. And here you've reached some sort of qualifier as to your conclusion, very strong support, uninformative, moderate support, things of that sort.
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top. For Mr. Bart Halderson, related to the staining on where the tape was inside the garbage bin, what was your conclusion?
That it was at least 43 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture from H1, which is person of interest plus unknown, than if it's a mixture resulting from H2, which is from two unknown individuals.
Okay. And Krista, it's uninformative?
Yes.
Meaning?
I'm not making any type of conclusions on if they're included or excluded based on the statistic calculated.
And for Mitchell Halderson, it's indicated as moderate support for inclusion.
Yes.
And explain again, if you could, what moderate support for inclusion means.
The moderate support for inclusion was developed when we did our validation, and it was determined that it was a support for inclusion, but it was just above our cutoff.
What is that cutoff?
1,000.
And what is Mitchell?
2,670 times more likely.
Compared to where you find very strong support with Bart, it was 43 billion times more likely.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, for Chandler Halderson, you wrote uninformative?
Yes.
All right. Here now we're talking about the scissors, and we'll do the same process as we're talking through this. I'll have the detective glove up. And first I'll have him show you the box where we're talking about item D1. For the jury's purpose, that's been marked as exhibit number 142 in our case. Is that the item labeled scissors that I think you previously talked about some of the blood you found?
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and have the detective display those for the jury. And I'll ask you some questions. Same 4 possible persons of interest in using StarMix, and what were your results here?
The swabbing from the handles of the scissors, I detected a 2-person mixture with at least one male.
And did you reach some conclusions regarding those persons of interest?
Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the profile if it is a mixture of H1 than it is a mixture of H2.
Okay. And Krista Halderson?
The same result.
At least 1 quadrillion more likely to observe that profile than an unknown person?
Yes.
Okay. The number quadrillion is a large number?
Yes.
How large of a number is that?
It's a 1 with 15 zeros after it.
Okay. And here, Mitchell and Chandler excluded?
Yes.
We don't need to display it again, but here, obviously, there was some additional staining on the scissors, item D2.
Yes, I took swabbings from the staining on the blade of the scissors.
Okay. And jury already saw that, but the scissors, but what were your conclusions or reached here?
It was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Again, Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture of H1 than if it is H2. Krista Halderson, it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay. Next item we're going to talk about, and we'll have the detective assist us, is your item E1 for purposes of the jury. We're talking about exhibit 141, which is the broken saw blade. I believe testimony was reportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property. So we'll have the detective just pull that out as we discuss it.
Yes.
And you were answering the question, is that in fact the item E1 from the lab?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have the detective remove it. And as he carefully does that, tell me about your conclusions using StarMix here.
So I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson, the result was very strong support for inclusion, and it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2.
And then Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler were uninformative?
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about the all-way handsaw. I think you labeled it item F, as in Frank, and then sub-designated F1 was the swabbing you took?
Yes.
Okay, and for everyone's purposes, that's exhibit 140. And sorry for the delay. Obviously, the detective wants to change his gloves each time, but we'll have him show you exhibit number 140 for our purposes. Is that item F for your purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll have the detective open that up, display it for the jury. And while you describe the results, what were your results on item F1?
I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture resulting from H1 than resulting from H2. Krista Halderson, it was very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture from H1 than from H2. And Mitchell Halderson and Chandler Halderson were excluded.
Next, and of course, the detective will go through the process of changing gloves. We're going to talk about item G in this case, which is the pruning shears for the jury's purposes, exhibit number 139, purportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property, I believe was the testimony. And we'll have the detective, one second. And we'll have the detective continue to show him, but we're going to start talking about the results because there's numerous results as to this one. Tell us about item G1.
G1 was the swapping of the black rubber handle on the pruning shears. I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. And the results for each individual was Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded, and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, briefly, the detective's going to open the box. I know we've all seen it before, but I just want to make sure everyone's seeing the same thing. That's your item that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the other swabbing you took from there, which was G2. What did you find here?
Again, it was a swabbing of the staining on the red metal handle portion of the pruning shears. It was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded, and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Excellent. And the detective will repackage that, and you can take a seat for a second. Next, we're going to talk about this item, I think been referred to as the barn tarp, item S1 that you previously looked at. You performed this work on this item, on the stainings on the barn tarp. What were you able to conclude?
The swab from the stain on the barn tarp was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded, and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, and we don't have to read it again, but you did another swab from the same tarp, correct?
Yes.
And that has identical results?
Yes.
Bart and Krista, each 1 quadrillion times more likely to be observed than anyone else. There was a random person.
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than H2.
Okay. You then performed another report in this case. So that's exhibit number 418, correct?
Yes.
I'll hand you that report for reference. Same format. You examined a lot of items.
Yes.
However, many of these are swabs, correct, that we're looking at here?
I'd say half are swabs. The other half were bags labeled.
Okay. First thing in your report is items you identified blood on?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about those briefly. There's items starting with the letter W labeled paper towels. What were those?
Paper towels.
Yeah, and do you have a description in general for item W of what that was?
There was a box containing several bags of what were called, that contained paper towels.
Okay, and you were able to identify blood on that?
On 4 of them I tested. Okay. There was blood.
All right. Next, we have a swab reportedly recovered from a family room. Swab G, family room. And these items labeled G by the investigators that were involved in the case?
Yes.
And you sub-designated that or designated as X6?
Yes, there were 7 or 8 swabs in that one item submitted.
Next, you were able to identify blood on the axe, item AC?
Yes.
Okay, and this one we'll actually want to look at. So I'll have the detective come up. He can grab that. I'll actually move some of this out of his way. I'm going to have the detective show you item AC, and you can just let us know, in fact, is that have the stickers from your lab labeled as that item You can take a look at that if you need to get up, that's fine.
It has our label M21-1575 AC on the box.
Sure. And we'll pause on opening that until we get to the section and talk about the actual findings. But where on that item were you able to locate blood?
Do you mind if I refer to my notes?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
I did the testing to confirm for blood on the staining near the hilt of the axe.
Okay. How would you describe where the hilt is?
It's where the axe head and the handle meet.
Next, some shoes recovered in this case, you labeled as items AD1 and AD2. You found blood on those shoes?
Yes.
Can you tell us whereabouts on those shoes you found blood?
The bottoms of the shoes.
Okay. And I'll have the detective just show you what's been marked and received in this case. And if you could look and see if your lab sticker is in fact on that.
Yes, it is.
There were some jeans or pants that you labeled as AE, and you recovered blood there?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference between blood identified in this report and this next section, which we hadn't seen before, which is presumptive testing for blood positive, however, could not be confirmed?
So presumptive testing for blood is what a lot of people are familiar with. It's the chemical test, and if blood is indicated, it will turn pink. And then I went to do the confirmatory test for blood, and I did not see 2 lines. I only had 1 line. So I could say that it was presumptive for blood was positive, but I could not confirm blood on those items.
Okay. And those items were a swab from the living room fireplace and a swab from the southside basement area?
Yes.
Okay. And then what does the next section mean, just presumptive testing for blood positive? And what's different from the blood was identified section?
So presumptive testing for blood was positive on the paper towels and the swabs listed, but I didn't take those on to do a confirmatory test. I took a representative sampling to confirm for blood. Okay. And the rest of these items just had the presumptive testing done.
Lindsay, we're going to mark an exhibit if you have the sticker. And those items, paper towels, swab from the family room, there were some swabs from the fireplace and southside basement area.
Yes.
Okay. Same as before. You prepared the items for analysis, meaning you swabbed them or did the cuttings, and you did some analysis. Here, the first couple are unsuitable. Again, remind us what that means.
Just means I didn't detect any DNA, so I couldn't go on for further analysis.
And however, you were able to perform some analysis on a good deal of these items.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with this one. A swab from the living room, or the family room, excuse me, item X1A, and the swabbing from the stain on the sole of the shoe that you had, item AD2B. Tell me what your conclusions were here.
They were single source mail profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of those profiles.
Sure. For the jury's purpose, some of the swabs we're talking about here came from the fireplace. I believe Investigator Leatherberry testified to some of those. But here we're talking about the shoe and a swabbing from the family room. And you identified Mr. Halderson?
Yes.
Same numerical value as you previously had talked about, being 1 in 7 trillion?
Yes.
Okay. Swab from the family room, item X2 through X7.
and cuttings from the stain on the jeans, item AE2 and AE3, you were able to observe or able to determine a single source male profile. Tell me those results.
Detected a single source male profile from the same individual. Chandler M. Halderson was the source of those profiles.
And you used the phrase family room. Were you aware that that was the designation being used by the investigators in certain areas of the home? They were calling areas basement or family room, things of that sort?
Yes, whatever they had written on the transmittal is what we used for our description.
Next, we'll talk about swab from the north side of the basement, items Y1A, Y3A, Y5A, and Y6A. Here, these were swabs taken from the same general area. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform some analysis on them?
Yes, I was able to detect single source female profiles from the same individual, and Krista Halderson was the source of those profiles.
Were you able to perform blood testing on that swab?
On those swabs?
Yes.
No, I did not perform blood testing on those swabs.
Can you tell us why not?
There wasn't very much staining on those items when I examined them. And I talked to Detective Leatherberry about whether they wanted blood identified or to go on for DNA analysis. And per a conversation with him, he said he had done some blood testing on one of the items. And then the other ones I would just do DNA analysis on.
And were these, were you aware they were swabs of blood pattern that was on a safe in the basement?
I knew they were from a safe, but I didn't know what they were of.
Okay. And did you rely on Mr. Leatherberry's representations then, or at least in determining whether DNA was more important at that time? Is that how you made your decision?
Yes.
Next, we'll talk about the swab from the living room fireplace, item N. And so for the jury's purposes, I suppose I put it up there. Item N being maybe in the center. Item N, what are we looking at there for a result?
I had a partial low-level male profile detected, and when comparing the standards, Chandler Halderson was the source of that profile.
Next, we'll talk about the south side basement area. I believe it was labeled F by some of the investigators involved. There, what were you able to determine?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture, but this profile was unsuitable for comparisons due to the limited amount of genetic information and the complexity of the mixture.
Okay. Now we're going to look at some star mix results again?
Yes.
Okay. Here, talking about living room fireplace, item O. And what were you able to determine based on the swabbing from item O?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture in at least one male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Bart Halderson and 2 unknown individuals, or H1, than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, or H2. Krista Halderson had strong support for inclusion. It was at least 10,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was uninformative, and it was 2,940 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Chandler Halderson and 2 unknown individuals than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, which is a moderate support for inclusion.
Okay. Now we're going to talk about the swab. I think Mr. Leatherberry testified yesterday, area G, that he was able to identify. You did star mix on it. What were your conclusions?
I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture that contained at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson was uninformative. It was at least 1,280 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than a mixture resulting from H2, which was a moderate support for inclusion, and Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
Okay. Next, and we'll get the item out again, just so we're looking at the same thing. Swabbing on the staining of the axe head. I think you testified previously to various areas of the axe head that were tested, but let's start with this one, item AC1. So when you swabbed near the axe head, tell us what your results were.
I did two-person mixture that it contained at least one male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson also had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 106 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson had moderate support for exclusion. It was 2,600 times more likely to observe this mixture if it was resulting from H2 than if it was a mixture resulting from H1. And Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
AC2, near the hilt of the axe handle, is this where you said you were able to detect blood?
I identified blood, yes.
Could you point for the jury, I know we described it previously, without touching it, the detectives holding the axe, where is in fact the area in which you were able to identify blood?
There's a silver circle near where the axe head and the handle meet, and that's where I swabbed.
Okay, and I'll have the detective place it back. As we're talking about this result, AC2, I know you've been reading a lot, but there you found a two-person mixture with at least one male, and then you reached some conclusions. That is for Bart Halderson, very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler?
Yes.
You then swabbed the top part of the axe, item AC3. There, you reached conclusions. Very strong support for inclusion for Bart?
Yes.
Very strong support for Krista?
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler?
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about a pair of shoes. And I'll have the detective, if he could, in a second, walk up with a pair of shoes. In fact, they're already up there. Here in this case, you were asked to identify or to examine a pair of Brooks shoes that were brought to the crime lab?
Yes.
And are you aware that other disciplines at the crime lab, people who do footwear testing and things of that sort, they were also involved?
Yes.
Just might be a good break or a good time to ask you. A lot of different disciplines work together at the crime lab.
Yes.
Fingerprints, footwear analysis, trace evidence, DNA, things like that?
Yes.
How do you decide what order things are tested when they come in? We plop this on your desk one day. Who goes first?
It depends on what the question is being asked of us to find. Some cases, if there's biological staining, we'll take our samples first, because sometimes the process for latent prints could destroy any DNA that we may want to do in the future. Sometimes items, depending on what they are best suited for latent prints to examine first, and then DNA. It's just a discussion between the assigned analyst on what the best, what is best to do first.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to swab the inside of the shoes near the heel, or that's what you decided to do. Why would one swab the inside of the shoes?
You might want to know who was wearing them.
Okay. And here we're looking at the left Brooks shoe in that bag that's in front of you. We don't have to do anything with it right now. It's there. There you reach some results, and that is uninformative for Bart, very strong support for inclusion for Krista, and uninformative for Mitchell, but very strong support for Chandler.
Yes, it was a 4-person mixture and that had at least one male.
And you examined the other shoe as well, right?
Yes.
And we'll skip ahead too. Here's the right shoe. And there, very strong support for exclusion for Bart. You exclude Krista. Very strong support for exclusion of Mitchell, but very strong support for inclusion of Chandler.
Yes.
Meaning Mr. Halderson, Mr. Chandler Halderson is the only one with the left and right shoe that had strong support for inclusion of some sort.
Yes.
There was a stain you previously testified about on the bottom of those shoes. You labeled it sub-designation AD1B. Your conclusions there for the staining on the bottom of the shoes. Bart Halderson, strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Mitchell Halderson, moderate support for exclusion.
Yes.
And Chandler Halderson, moderate support for inclusion.
Yes.
Was that the stain that you previously testified was blood?
Yes.
This perhaps hasn't come into the case, but you were provided and we're just going to present everything, you were provided a pair of jeans at some point.
Yes.
And that those pair of jeans were items AE1, and you found very strong support for inclusion of Chandler, and you excluded everybody else.
Yes.
Your last report that you did was much shorter, I would imagine, than all of the other reports. Showing your report number 560. When was this report dated?
November 8th, 2021.
And is it fair to say the police at some point found a gun and they brought it out to you to see if there was any DNA on it?
Yes.
And were you able to find any?
I took 3 swabbings from the rifle, and the results had very limited human DNA, limited male DNA, which means it was unsuitable for further analysis.
Okay. You couldn't draw any conclusions from it?
Right.
Okay. Are guns a difficult object to detect DNA on sometimes?
They can be, yes.
Do you examine guns often in your job?
Yes.
And are you always able to extract DNA from somewhere on that gun when you sample it?
No.
If you want a drink of water now might be a good time. I'm going to ask a couple questions of everyone, but we might be getting close to the end. Okay?
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. So a couple questions for you. Earlier, Mr. Brown mentioned something about the crime lab being able to only test a limited amount of items. Is that correct?
They can. We can accept more, but usually we like a heads up first.
Okay. So I think the number 10 was used. Is that just a typical number that's assigned to homicide cases?
Yes.
And the state can certainly ask for more than 10 items to be tested.
Yes.
They're not limited in the amount of items. In other words, no more than 20 items can be tested, correct?
We just like to limit it just so it doesn't become very overwhelming. They can certainly ask for more to be submitted.
Of course, and that makes sense. Now, we talked a lot about DNA in general and blood. So if I hold this pen and you swab it, my DNA is going to be on this pen, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And there's no blood, just take my word for it. There's no blood on this pen. So you're still going to be able to pick up some DNA on that, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's why, and please correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes when we're designating or when the crime lab was designating swabs, there was just a general swab of blah versus swab of staining of blah. Does that sound about right?
Right.
So is it fair to assume that if there was a staining in front of that swab or in that swab, that's testing for DNA of the staining in particular, yes?
Potentially, yes.
And if it just said the general swab, then that would be just general swabbing, no blood detected or no blood necessary. Yes?
Potentially, yes.
And just to give you a better example, let's see. If you want to look at your September 1st report, and I'm looking at, does the bottom have bait stamps for you?
Do you have the page number?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2,903.
Exhibit 417?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
2903, you said?
Yep.
Yep.
So right in the middle of that page, it says swabbing of handles of scissors, correct?
Yes.
And then right below that, it says swabbing of staining on blades on scissors, correct?
Yes.
So the first one, is it safe to assume that it's just a general swab of the handles?
Yes, trying to avoid any type of staining seen on the handle.
And the second one is more specific to staining seen on that particular item?
On the blade, yes.
And then while we're looking at that sample of the handles in general, Mr. Halderson was excluded. And by Mr. Halderson, I mean Chandler was excluded.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the standards used. And when I say standards, I'm talking about the individuals that were compared to that sample, correct?
Yes.
So as far as standards given, it sounds like there were just 4 samples or 4 standards that the crime lab used, correct?
Those were what were submitted to the lab, yes.
So if there were any other standards or any other individuals that were trying to get comparison from items, those would have been provided in your report, correct?
Yes, results would have been given.
Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
On an item, for instance, of how DNA wouldn't be left on an item. For instance, if Ms. Vera used the example of a pen, if I touched a pen and it was swabbed, what could cause DNA to come off of a pen?
If someone was wearing a glove, if they had wiped the item down after touching it?
Do cleaning products have any impact on DNA?
Potentially, yes.
In your work, are you able to tell particularly how DNA, when you find no DNA, are you able to say why or why not it wasn't there?
No.
It could be wiped off?
Yes.
And it could be cleaning products?
Yes.
Or it could have never been there in the first place?
Correct.
Okay. You are a scientist and your results are limited to those reports?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
May this witness be excused.
Excused but not released. Yes.
Excused but not released.
And I think we will.
You take your reports, but I'll take the paper exhibits that you have, and we'll get everything else cleared up in a little bit. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. And would the state wish to proceed with some additional testimony from one of the case detectives?
Yes.
I think we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, without a break, but we'll be breaking a little bit earlier for the day as a result, if that's all right. Unless anybody needs a time or a moment, then we can go forward. Go right ahead.
I'm going to call for limited purpose Detective Sabrina Sims. I need the HDMI over here.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give on this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Judge, if you could turn off the HDMI until we're ready.
Oh, no, turn back on to the HD.
No. Just turn it off until we're ready.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just didn't want it to see it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Is your name still Sabrina Sims?
Yes, it is.
And you are one of the two case detectives in this case?
Yes, I am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the different areas that were searched by police in connection to this case. Of course, one place that was searched was the Irwin Road address in Cottage Grove, Dane County, Wisconsin.
Yes.
And that was searched primarily because a human torso was found on the land.
That's correct.
Okay. And we've also talked with Greg Leatherberry and others. The 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Dane County, Wisconsin, was also searched by police.
Yes.
And that's primarily because of information that came out of seeing Chandler Halderson as being the person that was seen close to where the torso was. So you were looking for a crime scene.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 459 through 465. If you would look at exhibits 459 through 465. And as a group, would you describe those exhibits as photographs of other locations searched by the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I would.
I would move exhibits 459 through 465 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I would ask to publish.
You may publish.
And I will take the HDMI now.
Attorney Raymond, is the podium in your way as far as sight lines to the witness?
No,
Oh,
it's fine for me.
I couldn't tell from my angle. Thank you, Attorney Brown.
Okay. I think it's connected if it's turned, is it turned on?
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Sims, what does exhibit 459 show?
This is a drone image of the backyard of the Halderson home, overlooking the pond area directly behind the Halderson home.
And was this pond area searched?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about that. How did the Dane County Sheriff's Office search the pond?
It was definitely done with a lot of thought, with cooperation with the pond owner, all of the residents that lived on the pond. We had to get consent from all of them. Obviously, we've taken in consideration the wildlife and fish around the pond. We didn't want to disturb that as part of our decision-making. We searched the pond because of the proximity to the residents, being directly behind the residents. At the point the decision was made to search the pond, we were still looking for numerous items of evidence. If you can see in this photograph, I guess it would be on the right side, that is our dive team truck. We had our dive team assist in part of this search. So they obviously got into the water. They also had difficulty in the search because, as you can see, there's numerous weeds growing in the pond. So as the search started, some of the divers who are Dane County deputy sheriffs, they just were struggling with the environment and the weeds below the water. So a decision was made in cooperation again with the pond owner. And we also used Dane County Parks to assist in cutting weeds out of the park or out of the pond. So we brought in a weed cutter and methodically cut weeds out so that the divers would have an easier time searching the area to try to get to the bottom of the pond.
Did the team also search all the weeds that they cut to make sure no items of evidence were missed?
Yes, we did. That happened over 2 days, actually. The weeds were cut, taken on a conveyor belt, transported to the Dane County Law Enforcement Training Center, laid out in different batches, and searched by hand, and also a cadaver canine ran around the different piles of weeds as well.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 460. Is this just a different view of the pond?
Yes, it is.
And that's after some of the water has been drained. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. I should backtrack. The decision initially was to drain the pond to assist the divers. As is with any plan, sometimes that changes because as the water was decreasing in the pond, it actually made it more difficult for the divers. So at that point, the decision was made to cut the weeds.
Did it become more difficult because of the mud?
Yes, the bottom, from what I was told, it was, there was a lot of silt at the bottom. The divers were kind of getting stuck, as they were trying to get to the bottom, feeling by hand, but also, with their feet.
And at the end of the day, was anything of evidentiary value located in the pond?
No, it was not.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been received as Exhibit 532. This is the Snapchat that the girlfriend Kat Melander took of Chandler at the Roxbury location. Did that lead to a search?
Yes, it did.
And that's the search that we've heard previously about where the legs of Mrs. Halderson were collected.
Yes.
We heard Greg Leatherberry yesterday talk about how the trash can tested positive for blood. Based on that information, what, if any, searches did the Dane County Sheriff's Office perform?
So we actually had talked about the red staining that Deputy Leatherberry observed on the garbage can, and his plan was to test that staining, and if it tested positive for blood and then human blood, we had made the decision that we were going to search a landfill. So we had a detective, basically follow from where the truck picked up the trash at the Windsor residence, where that trash went, which ultimately was a transfer point, and it ended up in a landfill in Jefferson County, a waste management landfill. We also had confirmation that the trash went out on Monday, July 5th, 2021. And we had that information because we know the route, but also because of the surveillance video that we got from 111 Oak Springs. So we actually saw the garbage can and the recycle bin wheeled to the curb by Chandler. So based on the time frame from when the garbage went out to when we had started our investigation, we felt that it was necessary to search the landfill, knowing that that task would be, very challenging. Something that, in my experience as a detective, or actually as the Sheriff's Office for Dane County, we have never done.
Okay. And I'm showing you Exhibit 461. What in the world is Exhibit 461?
Again, this is a drone image of the landfill. It's the Deer Track landfill in Watertown, which is in Jefferson County. This was taken as part of our recon of the area. This was the area that Detective Meyerhofer had worked with the landfill management and determined that this was the cell area where we believed that the trash from the Halderson residence ended up.
Okay. And Exhibit 462, how would you describe Exhibit 462?
Again, this is just a drone image overlooking the area. You can see, I guess, to the far left of the screen, that is Interstate 94. And then kind of directly in the center of the screen towards the bottom is the specific cell or trash area we were going to be searching.
Exhibit 463. Could you please describe that for the
Yes,
jury?
463 is, I guess, as the process was going, this was taken, as you can see, there's plastic bags all over the place, there's wood. There's actually an individual standing pretty much in the center, upper center of the picture. He's wearing a yellow shirt and blue hard hat. He's standing basically in the cell area that they searched. The cell area, if I remember right, I want to say it was 50 feet wide by 50 feet. 50 feet wide by 50 feet, and then like 10 feet deep. It was a total of 20,000 cubic feet that they searched.
And was it basically they went piece by piece?
They did. Again, that was, meetings we had to logistically plan how to do that safely because of the environment you're going in, the safety equipment that was needed. We actually, deputies that worked at the landfill for the 2 weeks that we did that had to take an OSHA training before participating in the search. And that was done with, the best safety measures we could over the time period that we were there.
Exhibit 464.
464 is yet another image of the individual standing, more just for reference to determine like how deep the trash is. The individual standing there, he's approximately 5'9". So just for like a reference point of what you're looking at, again, he's standing in the center of compacted trash. The trash is compacted numerous times. It's smashed from the time it gets taken from the curb in the truck to the transfer point. It's actually ran over with, it's almost like spikes smashed down to try to obviously tear it apart and smash it, which made it very difficult to search. You can see the torn pieces of paper, plastic, items you really can't even make out within this image.
And then finally, exhibit 465, another picture of the dump search.
Yes, this is just a close-up, again, just trying to show the depth of the trash that was being searched.
Now, did the search team come across any items of blood?
They did.
And did those end up being of any evidentiary value?
No, they did not. I should say that we were working in conjunction with the medical examiner's office and the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto, as well, in case we did come across anything. There were some bones that were found, none of those determined to be human bone. There was medical waste, bags of blood, stuff like that.
And about how many people were involved in that search?
I would say each day it was approximately 10 to 12 people for a total of 10 days, that same amount each day.
Okay, and did you receive any tips from citizens throughout this investigation?
We did.
About how many of those would you estimate?
I would say between 30 and 40.
And was each tip followed up on?
Yes.
Did one of those tips result in a search of the Lord of Love Church?
Yes,
in
it did.
Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes, it did.
How long, and can you just tell me about that property and how it was searched?
Yep, so that tip came in, I want to say 2 weeks into the investigation. I want to say it was July 17th that we actually searched that area. The church itself is located south of the Halderson home, so in close distance-wise to the home. So we put a search team together based on the information from the tipster that there was an odor coming from some of the grass property that was behind the church. There's also like a walkway around that area. Ultimately, it was determined there was actually some sewer work being done in that area. We did search it with a large search team, a cadaver canine, and ultimately located nothing.
Did you guys also search the town of Burke Park, which is right outside of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin?
Yes, we did.
Why did you search that area?
Throughout the investigation, we were talking to numerous witnesses, people that knew Chandler Halderson. We had received information from some of the people that we interviewed that it was a park that Mr. Halderson or Chandler would frequent or had been to in the past. It's a very rural park. There's a waterway there. There's a bridge and a large field you can walk across. So we thought, using our resources on the same day of the Lord of Love search, we would search the town of Burke Park to determine if we could find any evidence there, and ultimately we did not.
Was the Pine Island Wildlife Area in Portage, Wisconsin searched?
Yes, it was.
Why was that area searched?
At that point in the investigation, when we decided to search that area, we had received cell phone records from Chandler's cell phone. So this had been weeks into the investigation. We worked with an analyst who mapped his cell phone records, and we had determined that there was a trip to the Pine Island Wildlife Area, which is in Columbia County, which is an area that is along the Wisconsin River. Chandler was out there late in the evening, between 10:30 and 11 at night. His cell phone was in that area for several minutes, and we just thought, based on all of the information we had so far in our investigation, how we had found, at this point, Krista Halderson's legs at the Wisconsin River in Roxbury, we thought we needed to search that area up in Portage as well.
And does that area run along the Wisconsin River?
It does.
And did you have your dive team out to that location?
Yes, we did. We actually conducted a search over a couple of different days. Just the landscape overall is challenging. There's bogs and different waterways. The area in which we searched, it was right along Levee Road, which is a levee that butts up to the Wisconsin River. That river itself, the water level fluctuates quite a bit, and it also has a strong current. So we had searched it on foot with search teams one day, and ultimately deciding that we would try and put our divers into the water after a cadaver canine had alerted along the banks of one of the search areas. The Dane County Sheriff's Office dive team did go out there one day, also with the DNR and Columbia County Sheriff's Office. And one of our divers did get in the water, and immediately upon getting in the water, it was realized that it was very dangerous. It was something that our dive team had not done before in the Wisconsin River. Due to the current and just how strong the current was, it was such a dangerous situation that we basically pulled him back into the boat and did no more searching there.
But you mentioned a cadaver dog did alert along this shore.
Yes, we utilized a couple of different officers that have cadaver canines that are employed at the City of Madison Police Department, and we did a mutual aid request for their assistance.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Detective. You can return back to the table. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point where I'm advised by the state it is a good point to break. I want to let you know that back when we began and information provided to you during jury selection on Monday a week ago. I indicated that we had set aside 4 weeks. I can tell you with confidence that I don't know if this case will finish this week or next week, but you do not, and there's no, I think, conceivable way that a 4th week will be necessary to the extent you even remember me saying that, or if I did say it, I know when we were planning, we set aside more time than we thought might be necessary so that we had that time. So I just wanted to let you know that for now, for your purposes in planning, that the week after next, you won't be here, but I make no statements or promises about next week. Obviously, we know that we had committed to a 3-week time period here with certainty. And I wanted to tell you that the state is proceeding and seeking to present as much evidence as we can each day, even if we're stopping a little bit early today. I think it's a wise thing to do. We've been a little off schedule a bit this day, and there has been a good deal of information to take in this day. So we'll adjourn at this time. I'll ask you again to not take anything or allow anything to occur to you that would cause you to be exposed to discussions or to engage in discussions about the case, or to learn anything or seek out any information about the case until we see you tomorrow morning. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. We've been remarkable in being able to start on time most of the days, and I hope that continues. I'll see you ready to go at 8:45, weather permitting. Thank you.
All right.
All right, that concludes trial, but I wanted to show you, we talked about this earlier in the day, and I did not want to forget about this. I wanted to show you his house again. We've done this before, but I wanted to show you his house again. Let me see here. Here, let me blow this up just a little bit. This is, okay, so this is the house was sold. I guess it's, well, yeah. The house was sold. Let me see here. See if I can get to... All right. It's a 3-bedroom. 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 2,324 square feet on 0.5 acres. No, let's just do this. Is this going to be any faster? No. Get out of there. All right, hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out a good way to cycle through these photos without, oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So while we look at these pictures, it looks way different, right? So it was built in 1960. It last sold in 2022 for $450,000. So it was flipped. Somebody bought it, because we looked at this before. Okay. So it was sold. It was sold in 2014, and then 2015 it was purchased again. And then 2016 it was purchased. So that was a quick flip. Okay, hold on. They sold it in 20. So that must have been, okay, so that was the Haldersons, because they were last seen, okay, so that's 2021. Trying to figure out. So they moved in, I guess, in 2016, and then it was sold for $295,000 May of 2022. So that's after the trial. So the trial was January of 2022. So it seems like the Haldersons bought it in 2016. for $295,500, so $295,500, and then it was sold for $295,000. So whoever sold it lost the $500, and then it was flipped September, so it was sold in September. So from May until September, they fixed it up and they sold it for $450,000. I'm sorry, they listed it, then it was sold. So here's some. Come on. All right, let me just do this. Here's the exterior kitchen. Oh man, this is like, here we go. I mean, they just completely did a whole new. All right, we'll get to the fireplace. So this is the kitchen. All right, here's the living room. All right, just completely different. It just looks completely different. All right, so let's see, the four more. It was downstairs. So there's the fireplace. They kept the fireplace. It's there to the left because you see those stairs going up. Let's see if they show a picture of it. There's the bathroom downstairs. All right, they don't really show a picture of it, but that's it. That's the fireplace to the left because those are stairs going upstairs. This is considered, this is under more. So they don't have, this is like the downstairs area, right? See those steps going up? See the fireplace, and then just to the right, before you see that door, there's some steps going up. So that's the fireplace, right? They didn't get rid of it. They didn't cover it up. So that would be the fireplace. Well, it sold for $450,000. Right now, it's estimated at $474,000. So in the 3 years, it's gone up $24,000, which isn't too bad. But so that's the fireplace, right? Because see those little white, those look like steps going up. That has to be it. Because here's the dining room, right? No fireplace there. Living room. So that's the living room. That's not where he did this. He did it downstairs. Well, he did it in the basement. They don't really show the basement. There is a basement, but they don't show it. Right? They don't show the basement. This is, there's that shower, the walk-in shower that we've seen. Yeah, yep. So that's got to be the fireplace right there because you see those steps going up. So there you go. So I want to show you guys that. Yeah, so somebody bought it and they flipped it. They bought it in 2022. So his trial was in January, and then somebody bought it in May. It was sold in May. So I'm guessing it was Mitchell. Mitchell probably, right? Mitchell was probably a part of that. So, because Mitchell's the only, he was the only, the next, and he was the oldest. He was older than Chandler, so I would think Mitchell kind of probably took care of that, I guess. So, let's see. Barry says your mother died in your house before I moved here. I don't find it weird. What I find odd is her roommate didn't notice her at the bottom of the stairs for 14 hours. Oh my God. Wow, Barry. Wow. That's interesting. Yeah, green-eyed cat. How does that happen? It's one of my fears, mostly because I live alone. Someone passing in-house is very different to double deletion. Yeah, that's true. And there's no pictures of the basement, though, which I find interesting, because I guess he truly shot Bart, as we're finding out, in the basement, and probably Krista as well. And then, of course, the fireplace was was upstairs. So, yeah. Rich coming in with a jump scare. Of course, yeah, it's a new fireplace. Yeah, they just kept the stones, right? They just kept the stones. And here, you know what? Let me go back to it. Let me go back to it. And we can zoom in. All right, so So that's, yeah, it's right there. So to me, they kept the stonework, right? They didn't redo the stonework. And that insert, yeah, that insert's all new, of course. Yeah. So, so, yeah. All right. So there you have it. All right, you guys. I was kind of flopping around, going back and forth because there's a new trial out of Sarasota I really want to cover. Starting on Monday, got a kid that was adopted, stabbed his parents, takes off from the police. It goes down 75, which is highway in Florida, going all the way up to I think Chicago. Does it go to Chicago? Anyway, it's a main highway. Jumps on 75, gives police give pursuit. So I wanted to start that. That starts on, well, jury selection starts Monday. But no, there's this other one now. You guys are telling me about this. Devin Michaels looks really, really interesting. So there's 4 more days of Chandler, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's only 10 days, so we're on day 7. So there's only 4 more days. So we're going to finish up Chandler Thursday, Friday, possibly Saturday. We might go into Saturday depending on how long, because day 7 is like 5 hours. Day 8 looks like it's 5 hours, and then days 9, 10, then they're like, that's about 6 hours. So we may have to go Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We may have to stream on Saturday. So all that being said, I'm really interested in this Las Vegas trial. Devin Michaels, charged with 2nd degree. Her boyfriend, Jonathan, he was found decapitated. She previously withdrew a guilty plea, insisting she wasn't the one who carried out the beheading. So prosecutors say she admitted to attacking him with a wooden stick, but never confessed to the decapitation. So that one sounds pretty interesting. So if we do that one, which I'm kind of leaning towards that, we can do, because it just started today. So we could do on Monday, we could do Monday and Tuesday. We'll do all kinds of fast forwarding and zooming through all that. So we can do on Monday, we can do Wednesday and Thursday on Monday. And then Tuesday, we would do Friday and Monday. So by Wednesday, we would do Tuesday. Yeah, I think we could be caught up by Wednesday. I think we could be caught up by Wednesday. So let's see. That sounds like a trial I'd like to watch. Jenny says yes, Mel, or yes. I love a weekend with Trial TV Live. Yes. All right, yeah, I think we'll do that. I don't want to give up on Chandler. I mean, I was like going to crash through, let's just do it. But there's like all these trials, I'm looking all over the place, and like there's all these new trials that are starting. Like this week, there's like 4 or 5 new trials, of course, right? Yes, I think we'll do that. We'll finish up with Chandler, most likely stream either on Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure which, and then pick up, or maybe Sunday we'll start day 1 of Devin Michaels. We'll see how that goes. All right, you guys. Yes to Devin. Yeah. It looks pretty interesting. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us today. We crashed through 2 days of Chandler today, and we'll go through at least 1 day tomorrow, maybe even 2 days tomorrow. We may do 2 days tomorrow because they're both about 5 hours. So we could do we could get days 7 and 8 out of the way, and then do 9 and 10 on Friday. Maybe we can be done. Maybe then Saturday we might pick up on Devin then. Maybe we'll do that. Anyway, lots of thinking to do. So I want to say thank you to you guys. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. We will see you guys tomorrow for at least day 7. Most likely we'll get day 7 and 8 in. So we'll probably do 2 days tomorrow as well. So have a good night. Thank you for joining us. It was a rough day. I know you guys, there's a lot going on with you guys. So just take a deep breath. It'll be okay. I'll leave you with Super Ball here. Super Ball says it'll be okay. Right? Yeah. Super Ball says it'll be okay. Right, Super Ball? Yeah. It'll be all right. Just 1 foot in front of the other. Tomorrow's another day. You guys will be all right. You always have a place to hang out with us, so we appreciate you. And just remember, tomorrow's another day. Just like Super Ball here. Super Ball's coming in. Yep. It'll drive by meow. Right, Super Ball? It's going to be all right. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah. It'll be all right, you guys. All right, with that, have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye.